Africans, can we travel and meet each other and see how we live and get to know each other and collaborate so that we can build something stronger than just me one? This is my vision. Our children are the future. We can do 1,000 great things, but if we teach our children by example and by deed and by dialogue to also see themselves as future change makers, that is where the African future will change. There are a few quotes that I'd like to share with you, inshallah. One of these is by Rabindranath Tagore, who was a Bengali poet. And I love this, the essence of what he said. And he said, I slept and I dreamt that life was all joy. I woke and I realized that life was all service. Then I served and I realized that service was all joy. And if there's one thing that we as Africans must push for, to push back against the materialist, the consumerist, the short-termist thinking that is invading our spaces, is to understand that I am because we are. I cannot win if you lose. We are in this together. And the future of our continent lies in our hands and what we pass on to our children. And the most beautiful thing about volunteering, because what we are saying really is that we want ourselves to be in a service capacity and to volunteer, but encourage our children. Encourage our children, our neighbors' children, our family children, children in schools, in organizations, in madrasas, wherever they are, churches, to be part of the service, to be part of the future, to be part of building something that they have a stake in. Because Khalil Gibran said, a candle loses nothing of its light by lighting another. And I think that that is a fitting way to close this short reminder, hopefully some of the thoughts that occurred to me while I was in Malawi. I hope that I haven't repeated what everybody knows and maybe gave you some food for thought, but it's definitely something that I personally feel more committed to now that I've seen it with my own eyes. I can't live in comfort knowing that there are others who need so little from us, but need it so very much. So thank you so much, Dr. Aisha, for inviting me to address you. And I hope that it was of benefit, and I wish multitudes of success for the rest of your conference. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Ustaza. It's so nice, meeting with you again. It's always a refreshing moment to share with you. And I love the fact that you shared something. For me, Ubuntu, I must have seen the word before, but never knew what it was. And thank you so much for sharing that. It's engraved in my heart now because it is so easy to relate with. I am because we are. SubhanAllah. That is so remarkable. Thank you so much. And we wish you safe trips. May Allah bless you. May Allah keep you, protect you and your family all through the course of your journey. I apologize. We won't have her stay around to answer questions. She needs to be off right now. May Allah bless you.
Thank you so much. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Right, moving on with the conference. If you're just tuning in, if you're just joining us from wherever you're joining us, you are welcome to the African Humanitarian Conference 2024. We've started at the dawn of time because alhamdulillah, we thank God for his grace and mercy. He's brought us here. Why not keep to time? We try our best to keep to time, and so it's going to be a beautiful one. I did give a rundown of the program for today, and I'll do that in the course of the event. I just want more people to join. For those just joining us, we are streaming live on YouTube. Feel free to pick up the link. It's on the chat box. Admin, you can share it again so it's fresh. It's a fresh message for those just joining us. Right, so please feel free to share the YouTube link to your family and friends so they can be part of this conference. There's nothing as awesome as hearing it live, as it's been spoken by the speakers themselves, as opposed to recorded. So please share, invite family and friends to join us here. Moving on, I'm going to yield the mic to Dr. Aisha Adams. She is the convener of this beautiful conference, the African Humanitarian Conference. Let's get into her head and figure out how did she come about this conference? Why? What does she want to achieve with this conference, and what's the timelines and future goals of this conference? This year's theme is Collaborating for a Resilient Africa. And if you missed the Ustaza Naima Roberts session, I'm sure we will have it available. It's on YouTube, obviously, but we'll share the clips later on, inshallah. So let's hear from Dr. Aisha Adams on why the AHC, what do we want to achieve with this? She's going to be speaking on behalf of the planning committee. Dr. Aisha. Dr. Aisha?
I'm here. I just give me a minute.
Okay. So while she's joined, when she's ready to come up, let me just give you a quick rundown of what we have for today. This morning we have master classes, a bit of entertainment, and of course the keynote address. We'll take a break, entertainment, we'll share a movie with you, and then when we return for the afternoon session, we're going to have a few panel sessions. First panel will be about integrating spirituality. So the Aisha is here. I'll take a pause.
You can finish.
Okay, all right. So panel one is about integrating spirituality. We're going to be talking to two clerics, one from the Muslim Ummah, and of course one from the Christian Ummah. For those that are Christians, I wonder what I mean by Ummah. Ummah is just one body. So from the Christians, they will be represented by pastors.
Centralize your video though.
Okay, it's not centered.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
All right. So Pastor Jeff will speak to us as a Christian, and Ustaz Abu Bakr Muhammad will speak to us on behalf of the Muslims, talking about integrating spirituality. When we move to the next sessions, when you bear in mind all about the conference is Collaborating for a Resilient Africa, and so all the talks and all the sessions that you're going to engage in is for that purpose. We'll also look at peace and conflict resolution. And of course, we have something for the youth, for the youthful minds. And that is at later on in the afternoon, about 3:40 p.m. So you want to gather all the teenagers in your hood, bring your community together. You have access to data, why not share? So set up a small TV, a smart TV somewhere, and get people into the room to join the conference from where you are. Because that session is going to be talking about how storytelling can advance the African humanitarian works and youth development, and it's packed with A-list artists. So I'm not going to let out all their names yet. Just know that Corex is on that team. BJ Adams is there. We'll bring up the rest of the team. It's a panel session, so trust me, it's going to be explosive. We'll have another panel session much later in the afternoon. The mental health crisis in Africa. Mental health here, mental health there. And all that we are, talking about mental health. How does it concern you? That team, doctor. So if you're not a doctor, and I'm introducing you and I say doctor, accept it like that. Go and do the work and become a doctor, right? Because there's so many doctors in the house. God bless you all, and God continues to strengthen you all. When we're done with the mental health crisis session, the last panel for the day, utilizing digital platforms to enhance funding of humanitarian courses. And that's what we will do for today. And it will be a blessed day for you. This is one of the days in your life that you're going to mark 2024 calendar, one of the best days that I lived in 2024. So, invite people, don't be selfish, don't enjoy it alone, get people on board. This is where I yield the mic to Dr. Aisha to tell us why the AHC, what was going on in her head, how did this come about, what do we want to achieve with it? Dr. Aisha.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for having me. I'm just speaking on behalf of the planning committee. I just want to put a disclaimer. Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of the planning committee. Okay, people, thank you so much for joining. Honorables, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the African Humanitarian Conference. My name is Aisha Adams, and I will be speaking on behalf of the Planning Committee. It is an immense privilege to stand before you, or to be before you today, on behalf of the committee, as we gather to confront some of the most pressing challenges facing our continent. This conference represents more than just a meeting of minds. It symbolizes a collective commitment to chart a path of hope, resilience, and empowerment for Africa and its people. Why do we need a conference like this? Why do we need to have a conversation, between Africans and other people working in the humanitarian space? Well, I think the answer is simple. It's because the people of Africa are the ones that are best positioned to understand and address the challenges that are unique to our continent. When I was doing my master's in public health, I remember there was a module that was on health needs assessment. And basically, health needs assessment it's sort of like trying to understand the problem from the standpoint of those who are in it, so that you can prefer solutions. Because it's so easy to do a top-down approach where you're just looking from your high horse and thinking, oh, the reason why these people are feeling this way is this. But the better way to solve problems is when you understand it from the perspective of those who are actually really in it. And so, while global partners in international organizations and foreign aid have been invaluable in moments of crisis, it's important that as Africans, we recognize the most effective solutions to African problems must come from Africa itself. It is we who understand the complexities of our cultural, our political, our spiritual, our social realities. It is we who know the depths of the challenges we face and the aspirations we hold for our future. Today, Africa is a home to over 1 billion people. And these people are rich in diversity, culture, and untapped potential. Mark that word, untapped. Now, despite this wealth of experience and people, we continue to face immense humanitarian challenges. Poverty, hunger, disease. You just heard Naima Robert talk about the experience in Malawi. And this experience is not limited to Malawi, because as she was speaking, I could imagine the different street kitchens that we have held in Nigeria and the different other outreaches that I have been privileged to watch their videos and the things that we see in those outreaches, similar to the story in Malawi, similar to the story in Uganda, similar to the story in Sudan, similar to the story in Somalia. Africa is not defined by its crisis. Our story is not just one of suffering. It is a story of resilience. It is a story of innovation and an unwavering will to thrive. The humanitarian issues we confront are not isolated from one another. So they are deeply intertwined, and we have issues of infrastructure, education, governance, sustainable development. So as we address one, we must consider its ripple effect on the others. It is why a comprehensive, homegrown approach to humanitarian work is essential. By focusing on sustainable solutions that empower, we can begin to break the cycle of dependence and chart a future where we are not just recipients of aid, but we're the creators of our own destiny. We're able to take charge and say, you know what, we have what it takes to change the situation and bring ease to other Africans. We're a continent with abundant resources, human, natural, and intellectual. Have you been to anywhere in the world and not seen an African thriving and doing great things? I don't know of any continent in the world that doesn't have us, thriving. As such, Africa's youth, we represent a majority of population, and we're eager to contribute in any place we are. We're eager to innovate. We're eager to build a future that reflects we should be able to do so in our own continent. But we need the tools, we need the platforms, and we need the support to do so. We need to support one another on this journey. As such, this conference is one of those platforms, a space where we can share knowledge, where we can collaborate, where we can identify concrete, actionable solutions to the challenges that we face. It is time for Africa to lead the way in solving its own problems. For too long, the solutions to African problems have been shaped by external forces with their own interests, their own priorities, their own agendas. While partnerships and cooperation are important, it is important we ask ourselves, what does true self-determination look like for Africa? And I just want you to think about that for just a minute. What does true self-determination, what does it look like for us as Africans? And what I think it means is that it means that we have to take ownership of our own development. It means that we have to ensure that we are not just talking about issues, because we do a lot of talking, but we have to start taking action on what we think are probable solutions, because only in our testing and trying will we be able to find the true solutions to those problems. We must become courageous people who are not scared to make mistakes as they grow and try to solve the problems that are at hand. This is the time for African-led solutions. We must invest in local knowledge, in community-driven approaches, in policies that are grounded in the realities of our people. We must prioritize capacity building, strengthening African institutions, and ensuring that every voice is heard. The voice of the young, the voice of the old, the voice of the learned, the voice of the spiritual leaders. It is important that we start to chart this course. We must prioritize capacity building, strengthening African institutions, and ensuring that every voice is heard. But let us be clear, solving Africa's problem will not be easy. It is not going to be a walk in the park. The road ahead will be long. There will be challenges along the way, but we would continue to strive as we do in other climates. We must be guided by the belief that no challenge is insurmountable if we stand together. We must harness the power of unity, of cooperation, of shared responsibility. The problems we are faced with are not just the responsibility of our government or international organizations. They are the responsibility of every African, and together we can overcome them. In this conference, let us not just discuss. Let us listen. Let us intend to take action on anything it is that we have heard in whatever capacity that we can. Let us move from dialogue to action. Let us ensure that the work done here results in tangible steps that would improve the lives of Africans, whether that's through stronger health care systems, sustainable agriculture, improved education, resilient infrastructure, or anything that you think can help us start to take action from whatever it is that we talk about today. Let us work together to lay the foundation for a future where Africa is not only self-sustaining, but it is thriving on global stages. In closing, I just want to remind us of the great words of the late Dr. Nkrumah, who said, "We face neither east nor west. We face forward." It is time for Africa to face forward. It is time for Africa to rise with courage and confidence towards the future we build with our own hands, hearts, and minds. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your commitment to the future of Africa. Let us make this conference a milestone in our journey towards a more prosperous and resilient Africa. Let the work begin today. Thank you so much for joining us, and I do hope that you have an amazing time in this conference today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. So again, a warm welcome to those of you just joining us, either on YouTube or live here on Zoom. It's a pleasure to have you join us for the maiden edition of the African Humanitarian Conference. This year's theme, Collaborating for a Resilient Africa, we're trying to focus on solving Africa's biggest challenges. And if you missed the first speaker, the first masterclass held earlier this morning, it was Ustaz Naima Roberts. And for me, my takeaway, the summary and the sum of all her session for me was the word she left with us, Ubuntu, the concept of Ubuntu. I am because we are. And just to tie that into what Dr. Aisha just said, time to face forward. For Africans to face forward, we need to collaborate. We need to understand that it is us that will find solutions to our problems, and the time to do that is now. And on that note, I'd like to take us to the next masterclass. We got an apology from our trainer. Man proposes, God disposes. We plan, and then we do our best, and however it turns out. He was really looking forward to this conference. He's prepared his materials. Hopefully he gets to join us for a few minutes later on in the day, however his session holds now. And Dr. Aisha, hello, Dr. Aisha. Are you still with me? Have I lost Dr. Aisha?
I thought I was taking a break.
No, let's not give you a break yet. let's not take a break yet. Let's push. You take a breather when we go for our entertainment, right? So let's
Sorry,
just push.
I think he just sent me a message. Can I just quickly confirm? I think he let me just confirm for him. We just got a message from him. Just give me a minute, please.
Right. Okay. I'll do a quick rundown of the conference for today, where we are, what we've done. So this morning's session started off with Dr. Naima Roberts. Oh, now I call her a doctor again. Sis Naima Roberts, wherever you are, just know that you're going to become a doctor soon, inshallah. So Ustaz Naima Roberts handheld us on how to leverage volunteering and collaboration for social impact. She shared personal experiences with us about her trip to Malawi and the work she had to do while she was there. Incidentally, Dr. Aisha put her on the spot because she didn't think she was worthy of the training. However, she did a resounding job, leaving us with a reminder that we all should keep in our hearts. Note that you are because we are. So you are not an island on your own. It's the communal effort. It's everyone together that makes it all worthwhile. Oh, this is a great news for me personally. Our next trainer is able to come and do justice to Humanitarian person. What we're going to do before was have Dr. Aisha run the presentation, but who best to do it if not the owner himself. So I'm just going to share the profile of our next speaker with us before he joins us. Mr. Olufemi Adams, FHEA. He's a lecturer in science, applied science, and social sciences. He is a fellow of the Higher Education Academy, FHEA, and he's been teaching across various educational settings since 2002, with prior experience tutoring mathematics and sciences in secondary schools, as well as supporting undergraduates with academic writing and seminars. His academic journey began with a BSc Honors in microbiology from the University of Lagos, which fueled his passion for the sciences and sparked a deep curiosity in medical microbiology. Environmental issues soon captivated his interest, leading to diverse research in fields such as food microbiology, medical laboratory science, and environmental microbiology. He later earned an MSc in applied microbiology and biotechnology from the University of Wolverhampton in the UK, where he explored the potential of biotechnology in environmental applications and medical treatments. While research and laboratory works are essential aspects of his career, his passion for education and training has also played a crucial role. His qualifications in health and social care enable him to support students from diverse backgrounds, many of whom have gone on to lead successful careers in nursing, social work, and education. Additionally, he obtained a diploma in education and training, followed by an assessor's award, which enhances pedagogical skills and deepened his passion for teaching. Over the years, he had several trainer modules, lectured on mental health, public health, epidemiology, and statistics, and he supported teachers and students in educational institutions across Africa. His teaching philosophy centers around a learner-focused approach, immersive learning, and adaptive perspectives, all aimed at helping students realize their full potentials. Mr. Olufemi Adams talking to us. Well, he's going to be responding to a question, basically. He has a question to answer. How can stakeholder management bring about effective collaboration? If you want to engage with Olufemi Adams after this conference, feel free to find him on LinkedIn as Olufemi Adams, Olufemi Adams. I think the admins will drop his contact on the chat box. He has interest in medicine and management, forensic psychology, brain cognition and perception, children, farms, and education. So any of these areas, you can hook up with him after the conference. Olufemi Adams, I trust that you're here with us. Yes? I thought I heard his voice. Dr. Aisha, can you confirm that he's here? Dr. Aisha?
He's joining now. He's joining now.
Right. I did hear his voice a few seconds ago. Right. So we'll just wait. You can yes. Good to have you. In my head, what I read, the profile I just read feels like a professor. So I hope I can say Professor Femi Adams. But then it's over to you, sir. I yield the mic to you.
Hello, good morning, everyone, or afternoon or evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Femi Adams, and I'm supposed to run a master class now. Just a note of warning, in about 15 minutes, I will pause because there will be a fire drill where I am. So in about 15 minutes, there'll be a fire drill where I am, and I will pause. I'll rejoin to continue. Will I be able to share my screen?
Admin, please allow our speaker to share his screen so he can carry on his presentation. Admin, please. Admin, please allow our speaker to share his screen so he can carry on this.
With or without screen sharing, I will carry on. Okay, just wait. Okay, I think it's come through now.
You can share now. You can share now. Please
It's
confirm you
just,
can share now.
yes.
I did that earlier.
It wasn't there earlier, but it's come through now. It's come through now. Okay, so I'm supposed to talk to us about effective. Can I just get confirmation of anyone being able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. Others
Great
can
stuff.
drop message to the chat box.
That's fine, as long as you can see it, others can see it as well. I'll be looking at the effective stakeholder management for collaborative impact. That is what I'm supposed to be looking at today. Now, as I would expect, I'm hoping that we'll be exploring how strategic stakeholder engagement can enable effective problem solving and collective action towards a shared goal. In this case, a shared goal is about the developmental issues in Africa. Now, I strongly believe, and I'll be demonstrating that the others also believe so too, that African-led solutions is a way forward. It's a way forward because if you look at several sociological theories, from structural functionalism to postmodernism, it tells so much about local experiences and how local experiences or local expertise can actually channel the changes we're looking for. And in this case, in the changes in Africa. So I believe in us tapping into local knowledge because African communities do possess an invaluable expertise on the unique challenges and context that we face, which has also been agreed by Akindes in 2018 in a publication journal, which was also presented to the World Health Organization at the time. And Akindes argued the fact that if local knowledge is actually harnessed, it will help develop a sustainable, impactful solution. The key word is sustainable. When you start bringing in expertise from elsewhere, how sustainable is that to maintain going forward? Whereas if you're to use it from the locality, you will be able to actually sustain it whilst creating the impact. Now, you may argue the impact might be slow, could be a fair argument, but it will be sustainable. Now, also, we believe that grassroots innovations is a way forward as well. We have many innovative solutions already in African communities themselves. So why are these initiatives, these grassroots initiatives, not being used effectively? That is a question we need to be asking ourselves as people, ourselves as leaders, ourselves as intermediaries. Because if we can harness those grassroots innovations clearly and properly, you're tackling it from down up. Now, I know some people prefer an up-down approach, and some people might argue for a down-up approach. Well, a grassroots innovation will be looking from a down-up approach where you have a lot of people will actually feel empowered. So the grassroots innovation links into the empowering of local leaders. Because from the down-up approach, people will feel empowered and feel like their voice is heard. They feel like their voice is contributing to the development, and that encourages commitment. That encourages commitment because if you've got a stake in this, you will not wait for it to collapse. And so hence why I'm arguing that now for sustainable development to happen through stakeholder engagement, we should look at three main things: inclusive approach, shared ownership, and contextual understanding. Now, perhaps some other speakers today might argue that there's more than three and it's devolved and the rest. Those would be fair arguments, but the reason why I've gone for three is this. I've seen something in my experience with Africa and in general. Too much information and information overload makes us sway. When we have too much parameters, we sway. Why don't we start with three core: inclusive approach, shared ownership, and contextual understanding? When we get that to a good level, then we build on it like a scaffold method. Instead of me coming here to present to you 7 different strands, 8 different strands, 17,000 pages of document on how it's going to work. Who's going to work to do that? Who's going to implement that? In the history of Africa, when have those been implemented? Even in the more developed North African regions, where have they actually done that? They've done it step by step in a scaffold method. So why don't we choose? Now, I'm arguing for us to choose these three. Some other speakers might argue for some other 3 or 4 or 5, but I believe if we were to use an inclusive approach, shared ownership, and contextual understanding, I strongly believe we will start having sustainable development because the stakeholders will be able to engage deeper with the developments we're talking about. So that will now take us to how does that work? So let's speak on 3 things: improving education, healthcare, and social well-being, which are themes of this conference anyway. So these are themes of this conference. So if we're going to we're going to use the inclusive approach, right? From an inclusive approach, if you improve education, I mean, I know Africa boasts of robust education, but is it really robust, as we say? Are now Africans boast of having geniuses littered around the world? True, but are those not people that actually just survived and broke through? On a general scale, on a percentage scale, on a ratio scale, is our education really that good in terms of coverage? So you're talking about, I don't know, looking at if we were to use a global public health approach, looking at 100,000 population, what percentage of that is actually educated? If you look at our IHMEI data, it's quite damning for us. So we're talking about geniuses littered around the world who are Africans, fantastic for us, but those are singular efforts that broke through from individual efforts. So I'm talking, why do we not strengthen the education system, the system as a whole? Is our curriculum actually fit for purpose right now? These are questions that educators we should ask ourselves. Is it fit for purpose right now? Because these are curriculum that were developed many years ago. Are they actually catering to the modern day problem? And how can we then sustain that going forward? Which Lopez Chichuan also argued that if we invest in quality education from early childhood to vocational training, it will empower communities and drive sustainable development. That will then go hand in hand with enhancing healthcare access. Why? Because if we're educated enough to understand the inequity in access to healthcare services, and then we can then develop those. I mean, again, going back from a global public health perspective, I'm going to do this a lot today from global public health perspective, sociological perspective, and some scientific approach. I'm going to do that a lot today, so you're going to notice that. So if we go back to the global public health approach, in Africa, most of us have an out-of-pocket healthcare system as compared to the beverage in the UK, as compared to the Australian model, as compared to the German model. So if you think about that in that sense, in essence, if you want to enhance healthcare access, what you need to be thinking about is which system of the healthcare systems will be the best suited to cater for a wider range of population. That is the question we need to be asking ourselves, because there's inequity in access. Inequity in access, where you have out of pocket, just for the sake of people that might not know what out of pocket means, that people paying for their healthcare services. So what that then does is, based on the socioeconomic status, the poor do not want to access the healthcare services because where's the means for that? Now, when I say healthcare services, just before you start an argument, it includes homeopathic remedies as well. Those still cost money too. You might argue less, but they still do cost money. So when I'm looking at the healthcare system, I'm talking about in its entirety. There is inequity in that. And to reduce that inequity, you have to enhance the access. It is the access. So I'm not focusing now on the expertise in the healthcare, but the access to those services. And those access to those services can only be improved by collaborative work. So let me borrow something for us. So there's a part of the world where they make people, as soon as they finish studying medicine, they actually have to serve for 4 years, which is not your NYC program, but deeper than that. You're a healthcare professional. You'll be working in state hospitals, government parastatals for 4 years before you can diversify to go to any other place. Do you hear what I said there? So what's that doing? That then drops or reduces their percentage that will be doing out of pocket because these people are already contributing before they actually then build on their career going forward. I'm not saying that is the only way to make it work in Africa, but what I'm saying is we should be thinking about enhancing healthcare access. I'm not focusing on the services, rather the access to the services where there's a wide gap. According to the IHMEI data, according to UNDP data, according to WHA data, it's only 250 in 100,000 population in Africa that has average access to healthcare service. This is damning data. This is damning data for a continent that is actually well known for having experts in healthcare services. We should also look at expanding our social welfare. A lot of our social welfare right now, it's actually considered on individual efforts rather than concentrated efforts. Now, some people might argue, yes, Femi, but that is the way the world is. Charities are born out of individual effort. True, true. But you're now having a global inflation. So global inflation, people are beginning to rethink how to fund charities rather than focus on only individual, trying to diversify the funding strategies. Are we thinking about that already? Or we've not even started thinking about that yet? These are the thought processes. So I believe strongly as well, if we can improve education systems, enhance healthcare access, expand our social welfare, using, like I said earlier, using our inclusive approach, using a shared ownership, all of us committed to it, and understand the context in which I'm talking about, what that would do is automatically improving stakeholder engagement. And from a stakeholder engagement point of view, we should start having better outcomes in Africa. But that's just a part one of my argument. That's just a part one of my argument. Now, going into part of my argument, we need to look at our conflict resolution through collaborative governance. So, when I say conflict resolution, I'm not talking about the war here. Instead, I'm focusing more on inclusive decision making, building trust, and collaborative governance. We do not have collaborative governance right now. We have a situation where we have a separation on a dichotomy in governance rather than collaborative. Now, for you to foster collaborative governance, you would need to work on the structures of the governance itself because communities can jointly address root causes of conflict and co-create sustainable solutions. Hear me out, guys. I'm not asking us to go back to the old ages, but I've got an argument. Once upon a time, before colonization, your chiefs, your kings worked better at the grassroots level, improved things at the local level, pushed it up to a higher level. I'm not saying we should go back to dark ages. I'm just put up an argument that ever since you've had a democratic system or a change in the system, there's been less collaborative, more central. And then with the central, only a specific population have actually enjoyed it. So when I'm talking collaborative governance, I'm saying if you're insisting on remaining in a democratic setting, which I'm not saying is a bad idea, then that collaborative governance needs to make it closer to the grassroots level, which right now it's not doing. It's not about one person representing a consistency. It's about what is that person doing for the consistency. And how does that person work with existing initiatives in making them inclusive in their decision making? Food for thought. Food for thought. And there's a part two to my argument in terms of us enhancing Africa and the outcomes we can actually achieve. So now to do that, this is me believing that we've actually identified our stakeholders. This is already there. So earlier I started on about stakeholder collaboration, this and that. But the question is, do we even know who the stakeholders are? To do that, we actually need to do a mapping. We need to map out the stakeholders. We need to identify the individuals, the organizations, and the communities that do have the vested interests in the issues we have at hand. Only then can we then analyze their interests based on their own aims, goals, and visions to see where they align. So if you to use a Venn diagram approach, you want to see where they actually align. You want to see where they actually align with each other. That's the point I'm making. Ready? Yeah. Guys, hold on. Just bear with me. Let's chat about this. The time has drew. We're gonna mute loud.
Right. Whilst you're still here, thank you so much for joining. For those of you that are just joining us for the African Humanitarian Conference 2024, it is an honor and pleasure to have you here. You can scroll through the chat box, or admin, please drop the link for the YouTube. We have people watching on YouTube because it's being streamed live on YouTube. Admin, please drop the YouTube link so people here can share with family and friends. This morning's sessions are basically master classes. We've had the master class on leveraging volunteering and collaboration for social impact, and that was delivered by Ustadha Naima Roberts. She had to leave because I trust she'll be airborne by now. So she had a session in the morning. We also heard from Dr. Aisha Adams, the convener of this conference, on why and where we hope to take this. So it's not just a talk show. What do we do? Where are we going from here? And she's shared the roadmap for us. And so I assure you that all the speeches and panels and sessions we're going to have today all key into the goals and aspirations of the committee that set up the African Humanitarian Conference. This year's conference is themed Collaborated for a Resilient Africa, and they hope that we can focus on solving Africa's biggest challenges by ourselves. And if you've listened to the speeches by Naima Roberts and Dr. Aisha, now Mr. Femi Adams, you'll hear there's something common coming through. It's got to be collaborative efforts. It's got to be communal efforts. It's got to be internalized work. We have to come from within. It has to be we taking the bull by the horns. We have to get on board. We have to do things ourselves. We have to come up with solutions to our problems. It cannot be imported. It has to come from within us. And that's only when it can be sustainable. And that was Femi Adams' argument with respect to the topic. Femi Adams is talking to us about his own master classes. How can stakeholder management bring about effective collaboration? He had actually sought permission to be away for a few minutes as they have currently there's a fire drill at his location. He's speaking to us from the UK. He's a lecturer at 2 universities. He also runs a lot of courses. So one of his places, they're having a fire drill, and that's why he's off at the moment. But just before he went off, if you look at the screen right now, what you have on the screen is his presentation slides, and he's made some arguments for his talk, the way he's headed, and he left off at a point of, have we identified the key stakeholders? Because the whole topic is stakeholder management, and if we embrace stakeholder management, it could actually bring about effective collaboration for us. And so where he left off is, these stakeholders, have they been identified? What are their various interests? How can all of this be harmonized? And that's what we have to. He's going to join us back And I assure you, it's a very beautiful session. I've learned a lot. My notebook is here, filling up very quickly. I hope you also have a notebook. Please grab a notebook. He's a lecturer. He's a tutor. He's a teacher. You know, the Pankara type teacher. So you want to take a lot of notes. And for those of you that are here, let me interact with some of you that have listened to me and so far. What do you think? I know I've seen that Pastor Jeff has dropped some nuggets from what, I mean, he's been sharing his own thoughts as well. Anyone here that has listened to the speech so far, the training by Femi Adams, you can drop your comments in the chat box. When he comes back, he can catch up with some of your comments. Anyone? Oh, he's back. Okay. Right. You're welcome back, sir. So, but you can still drop your comments. Feel free to drop comments in the chat box. Engage with the speaker, and I'll be happy to read your comments at the end of his delivery. Mr. Femi Adams, it's over to you. Just before you left off, before the fire drill, you were talking about key stakeholders, and you asked the question, have we even identified these stakeholders? So I'll leave it off to you now.
All right, thank you guys. Sorry, welcome to the beauty of the developed world. We do everything by time and by routine. It's clockwork, which again I believe we can do in Africa, but we just make too many excuses for so many things at all the time, which actually also frustrates me because some of these professionals, if not a lot of these professionals, have trained abroad. They know the right thing, they know how to do it, and it begs to question why it is not being done. And I think it's about trying to get the right pegs in the right hole, because somebody might learn to be a compassionate leader, but the question is, does compassionate leadership work in all settings? The answer is no to that. You have 9 different strands of leadership style. The question is, which should work for which situation, for which scenario, for which cases? And that is where we struggle. We struggle to do that. We struggle to put them in the right context that they should belong to. That is the issue. But yeah, so the reason why I was asking about, do we even know who those stakeholders are, is because in the first instance, we should have done a mapping of stakeholders. If we haven't done that, then going back to what I was proposing earlier, where I said, if we are having to the democratic setting, like because you guys really like democracy so much, for whatever reason, and you then now start saying you want to work always to the local initiatives and the grassroots initiatives. All right, good. And that grassroots initiative, have you identified all the existing grassroots initiative in a particular region? I don't know. Let me, for argument's sake, pick, say, Ejigbo. For argument's sake, in Ejigbo, where are the organizations at the grassroots level? Do they have a representative that you're going to use to link with? And then bring that together, then map again. Who do you have other individuals in that same Ejigbo community who already have certain initiatives that need to work? Now bring them together with these ones. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Instead, we say, oh, there's this cooperative. They have a representative. Let's work with them. Guys, calm down. That cooperative on its own cannot get this job done. So you need that cooperative, you need this cooperative, you need that individual, you need these organizations that don't want to go to stupid meetings that have no heads or no tail about it. You need people who really want to actually do the work, but they are discouraged from doing it because they don't want to be party to all this nonsense that is going on. Get those together, get their ideas. So you've now already mapped out their stakeholder, analyze their interest, align their interest in the Venn diagram. Where there is a collision of alignment, then we prioritize that as what we engage with. You do that first. I don't know, set a 2-year timeline. Because that's the other problem with Nigeria. We want everything now. Oh, I just told you about the system that we're just doing right now. Do you think this happened overnight? Do you think this happened over there? It had consistency over 84 years for this same fire drill I just spoke to you about to happen. 84 years of consecutive consistency. Each time the prime minister was changed, the next prime minister kept the same one and kept it going on. And 84 years later, it is now a routine across the board. But in Nigeria, we want to change in 3 days, 3 months, 3 years. Anyone that's studied knows this is not true and it's not going to work. So that's why I said about that alignment. So we now got the aligned interests. We prioritize this engagement. We set a 3-5-year timeline. Once those are done, go back, remap again. Remap, because in those 3 to 5 years, some of those stakeholders could have dropped out, some new ones could have come up. Remap again, repeat cycle, remap, reanalyze, where the Venn diagram aligns again, prioritize engagement yet again. If we can do that consistently, there will be a difference. But the question is, are we going to do that? The question is, are we going to do that? Because whilst we're doing that as well, we need to be able to encourage feedback. If you look at my slide right now, I've just spoken about all of this already, which I'm sure you understood. But then there are two components there that are key that we suffer from in Africa: transparency and encouraging feedback. So let me start from encouraging feedback. We have issues with ego. Everybody's a boss. My name is Femi Adams. I don't do titles. Because I want you to meet my work, not meet my name. I want my outcomes to dictate what you think of me, not my long titles. So because of that, I will take feedback from a baby. I will take feedback from an elderly. Because of that, I will take feedback from my students. I will take feedback from my line managers. Because of that, I will use the feedback. I would not take it personal. Instead, I would look for which item or iota of truth is in there to feed back as a loop into my system to get a better outcome. Now, until we learn to be that, honestly speaking, we will not make those progress we're looking for. So we make lip service to feedback, but when we do then get it, we lose our cool, we lose our head, and we don't actually take it seriously. Encouraging feedback. Feedback plays a big role in how this proposal of mine could actually make a change and a difference in Africa. We all know what transparency is, but for one reason or the other, we are not transparent. One of the reasons or problems I have is with transparency in Africa as a whole is once somebody then becomes very transparent and is honest with us, we then bring in sentiments and emotional quotients into it. That's not taken away from the transparency itself. Or sometimes, okay, not sometimes, like in my case, I get accused, which is true, of my delivery of the honesty. My delivery is straight up. I'm a transformational leader. I'm not a compassionate leader. I'm not a laissez-faire leader. So my delivery is punchy, straight to the point. And it is a limitation because people don't like that. And so they would lose the iota of the honesty itself and focus on its delivery. So maybe we need leaders, which some of us confuse to be managers sometimes, who can be democratic enough to not deliver it in that way and be able to help people. But we cannot build trust and credibility if we are not transparent. We cannot do that. And why is that a key? Because if you then start succeeding in doing these stages here, you've mapped stakeholders, analyzed interest, you're prioritizing engagement, you're now implementing engagement based on evidence-based approach, based on methodologies that we already know do work and exist. If you then use the feedback, but you do not promote transparency, it will still cave. It will still cave. Why? Because transparency helps us to build trust. Transparency helps us to build trust and then helps us to establish trust. So look at that. In the one sense, it would help us to build a trust. And then as it keeps going on, for the purpose of consistency, it would help us establish the trust. So in effective stakeholder management, we do have to have collaborations. Collaborations require effective communication. Effective communication. I'm going to pick only two aspects of effective communication today. Earlier, I spoke about delivery, and I said that is one of my limitations in terms of being punchy and direct to the point. But what I've done is on purpose, I've kept to that same mantra. So that way, people trust that if you want Femi to talk to you, he's going to be direct, he's going to be honest with you, take it and leave. So it's not become what people know me for. It's not become like a stamp for me. If you now keep that going, the question is, how effective is your communication? Some of us skim read, not read. Some of us read, but don't digest it. Some of us don't skim read, don't read. We claim we digest it, but we can't act on what we've digested. I'm just picking just one form of communication today, just for the purpose of that. Now, where does that come in and fit into it? Because we're now living in a very fast world where our attention span is further reducing as the day goes on. Because there's so much information coming in left, right, center, from WhatsApp, from Instagram, from Twitter, from Facebook, from all the sources. And we're not really focusing on any specific thing as such. And because of that, communication then starts lagging and becomes ineffective along the line. So communicating effectively, it does require us not to skim, but to actually fully check, digest, and understand, and seek clarification where required. That's just speaking one form of communication. I'm not saying that is the only way. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just speaking on just the one form of communication. Have we even mastered that one? We all went to school. We all got tuition paid. We're all fantastic readers, but then we're still skim reading. You know what I mean? Where we did and where we are. And it's because of the postmodern world in terms of stuff. So we do require a level of focus, which goes back to what I said earlier. If it's a Venn diagram approach and you've prioritized engagement, you've prioritized what you're going to be engaging with. So based on those engagements, you dance around them. You communicate effectively about those ones. Once those are sorted in a 3 to 5 year plan, you move to the next one. So it is important that not only do we build the trust, but we also establish it to remain in that manner, communicate effectively, so that way our aligned interests can work. I feel like I'm jumping the gun here. I feel like I'm jumping the gun because it's only if we've done the first part 1 and part 2 of what I've discussed, do we really now need to start monitoring and evaluating stakeholder engagement? So we need to do part 1 and part 2 first before we can start defining our key metrics to gather regular feedback, analyze the progress and data. This is me jumping the gun. It's me jumping the gun. So I feel like us going back to basics is where we need to start from. Us trying to actually do the right thing for the right purposes to grow Africa is where we need to start from. Us believing that we own this, we are part of this. Our commitment to this has to be real. Real. What do I mean by real? Has to be real in the sense that we are losing out of this and not getting swayed and distracted by unaligned interests is where I think where we need to start from. Because only after we establish part 1 and part 2 can we or do we need to start monitoring and evaluating our stakeholder engagement. So, ladies and gents, from wherever we are, I'm conscious of your time. I think the key takeaways for me today, or I'm hoping you would have taken away, is let's strip it back down to brass tacks. Let's start from the brass tacks. Let's do the initial bits about mapping stakeholders, analyzing the interest, and bringing them together. Once we've then done that, we then start using evidence-based approach to actually sort out those issues. We need grassroots initiatives and to align them with individuals, organizations. We need to make sure that there's effective communication. We are transparent in what we're doing. Where we're wrong, we're saying we're so sorry. But you know what? Let's learn from that lesson and let's make a move on. And then we truly learn from the lesson, do not repeat it, and then move on. Set 3 to 5 year timelines, not 3 to 4 weeks timelines. It's not effective. I give you an example earlier. Fire drill in the UK took 86 years to be established. That's just one component of that life. There are so many other components of that life. It's 6 years to establish fire drill. So why are we then thinking Nigeria or Africa as a whole can be sorted in one day or one moment? I'm not saying we should scrap democratic democracy. No, I'm saying if we are keeping it, let the central governance collaboratively work from bottom up, because with inclusive engagement and us sharing our goals, we can have iterative improvement. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Femi Adams. That was, for me, I said to someone, this was explosive. I mean, I've taken notes. I've been nodding. My neck is already hurting from nodding because you literally were speaking from my head. You're just speaking things from my head and spot on. And I see someone, Taiwo says spot on, Femi, because and someone, Pastor Jeff said, I feel you, bro, because rarely you actually spoke to the issues at hand. I would have We have about 5 minutes to interact with the speaker. If anyone here is interested in having a word with Femi Adams before he takes his leave, because he's actually juggling a few other classes right now. So before we let him go, anyone here wants to engage your theme, either drop your question in the chat box, raise your hand, and the admin will grant you access to your microphone. And let's do this quickly. Oh, there's a hand up already. Okay, Jeff has his hand up. Admin, can you unmute Jeff so he can chat with Femi Adams?
All right, Femi, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I mean, hit the nail on the head on several occasions. And one thing you mentioned about monitoring and evaluation is very key, because if you have not started properly, it's difficult to monitor. So what do you think, practical things that people here representing different organizations can do in this inclusive engagement? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much. So the practical things is exactly what we said earlier. Let's say I've got a pastor and an imam. How responsible is the pastor? How transparent is the pastor? How transparent is the pastor in building the trust in his congregation? And then from that level, has the pastor identified the individuals, organizations in his own parish that are actually improving or willing to ready to work with and improving based on aligned interests? Is that pastor putting these names forward to the local councillor?
You're still sharing your screen.
Let's say I've got a pastor. Is it still now? Don't know.
Yes, your screen is still showing.
Okay. Now? Is that better?
Good now, yes.
Okay, cool. So is this pastor doing that? Is this pastor then being honest and putting those names forward or wanting to sit on them? Do you know what I mean? And then I just use the pastor or imam as an example, because earlier I spoke about grassroots initiative. So let's start from the small leaders, bringing those small leaders to align together. Then they will take it further to the next level up. Okay, now that you've done that from your small parish, now bring that into the region that you're in. In that region that you're in, align those again in that region. Now take it from the region that you're in and then take it further up. I believe from a micro level, the improvements can be seen quite quickly. Your KPIs can be hit quite quickly from the micro level. Why are we waiting for some macro level changes? Now, I agree that a macro level change might have greater impacts. That's true. I agree that a macro level change might want to create certain conflicts. I agree with this. But from the micro level, what I've seen over the years, at least in the established places that use that approach, is it did not denigrate all the improvements that have been done. Instead, it's impacted on some aspects, not all of the aspects. So that's the thing. That's the thing. So, in other words, what's the best way to set up KPIs? The best way to set up KPIs is what I said earlier, that Venn diagram approach. That Venn diagram approach is the best way to set up KPIs. Why? Because the pastor is not aligned with the imam is not aligned with the organization that is next to them, that is doing similar work to them. So I feel like I'm advertising here, just forgive me. Pick says Silicon Street Kitchen. Is it the only one that is doing that? If it's not the only one that is doing that, why is Silicon Street Kitchen not collaborating with other people that are doing the same thing to have greater impact? Just an example. So I'm not setting my KPI to say, okay, in Ejigbo, we've identified there's this X amount of people that are hungry. This is the level of frequency they need. So instead of the burden being on Street Kitchen only, those that are doing similar stuff like that, align your interest and then set up a program in that place over a 1 year period or 6 month period that those hungry people will be catered for. That's how it is. It's a systemic approach, rather than the current approach that we have where everybody is a boss and egos flying here and there because everybody wants to be mentioned.
Just to jump in, incidentally, one of the things I think it was Naima Roberts that mentioned it is that everyone wants to be the one taking the glory for what they've done, you know. And she advised that we downplay the army chat syndrome. I want to be seen as the one who did this, my initiative. We should play down on such and, you know, let this collaboration actually truly work, you know. Not just you know, let's set our ego aside and let's set aside, oh, it's my thing, let's make it our thing. I think I'm going to push it again, the Ubuntu agenda. I'm now a an adopted South African. So she's giving us this Ubuntu concept. I am because we are. That's what we should take away from this conference. Yeah, so Mariam said, if you can help with an ideal number of KPIs, is there really an ideal number of KPIs that you should be setting, and what's the best way to set up the KPI? That's the question from Mariam.
Okay, so in terms of number, let me use a working model. So I'm not going to advertise at the university I'm in right now. At the faculty level, we set up 6 KPI to be covered over a 2-year period. Then in the 2-year period, we review those 6 KPIs and then we focus on them. That's what we're saying. Then the Africans like quantity. Calm down. Get the quality of the one. So I just give an example at the faculty level, 6. So the same thing you can use at the regional level. Yeah. I did say how we review earlier. I said about the review earlier. I said monitoring the KPIs, evaluating the KPIs. I said that. I said you can use methodologies to do that. I mean, you could choose RAPSIS for argument's sake, or you could use PDSA model to want to evaluate what has been effective in the KPIs. But I think the problem with us evaluating is let's set the right KPIs in the first place. Focus on a smaller number. Achieve that. Now build up on that.
Interesting. I didn't get the question. Maybe Mariam can be at she can have. Okay, I think you're happy now. I guess you're happy, Mariam. How do you review quiz, or how do you? I don't get your question.
Yeah, I've answered that. So an example is PDSA model. It's one classic one that you can use to evaluate how effective has certain KPIs been met or not met, which could help you to learn from it. And then on your next review process, you can then try to achieve it. Also, setting timeline for your review. An average timeline that is good for KPI reviews is 3 months. People recommend 6 months to give time for stuff, but I don't like 6 months because it gives time for failure. Because if you learned in 3 months, and then you can then build up on what you learned in 3 months before the 6-month period is over. So that way you actually make use of your 3 to 5 year plan better, rather than waiting all the way to 6 months only to see that something that's been failing since is failed.
Awesome. So I think what you just said, if there's any HR consultant here, that's a takeaway for you as well. For those of us that are still hanging on to every 6 months appraisal, perhaps it's time to review that policy and make it a 3-month cycle so that we quickly identify there's a problem. There's no point carrying on a problem for 6 whole months before identifying it. Earlier identifying the better. Do you need to set aside a KPI official? Okay.
No.
Question.
No, too many cooks spoil the broth. So remember what I said about grassroots initiative, remember what I said about coordination. Let it be at each of those vertical levels that you are reviewing the KPI, rather than setting up an official somewhere who has a fancy title, who's not actually understanding what's happening up on each of those teams.
Awesome. If there are any more questions, drop your question or raise your hand so we can grant you access. What do you
external audit? Yes. One of the best ways of external audit is exactly the word external. So why you don't need to set up a KPI official. Instead, let an external auditor actually audit it. How does this work? And again, this is part of the problem we have in Africa. We love people doing all this audit all the time. And an audit of KPI should be within 2 years, 3 years, not every year.
Fair enough. Mima says, what do you do when you have identified similar organizations doing same thing for collaboration, but your values are clashing?
Not all your values are clashing. I agree with you. Your values are clashing, but not all. Go back to my Venn diagram approach. You got a circle, where the circle is overlapping, prioritize that part. Engage on those values only, engage on those priorities only, and don't worry about the rest that are clashing.
Awesome. Mima, are you happy? Or you can have access to your mic if you want to engage him further on your question. Anybody else before we let him off? Because you can see his eyes darting here and there. They are calling him in other sessions. So let's wrap this up. There's time for 1 or 2 more before we move on to our next session. Anybody else? If we're all happy, you can drop smileys, you can drop thumbs up, you can drop comments. You can clap your hands just to say that you're happy with this session. We've been looking at
I'll leave you guys in peace. I will be joining the conference later on. I've got a meeting at the faculty level now, then I've got a class, then I'll join you guys back again. But awesome. I'll be enjoying the conference as we go along as well. So thank you guys.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. He spoke to us about how stakeholder management can bring about effective collaboration. And you've been listening to Femi Adams. He's a multifaceted person. Okay, so Jeff is responding to me by says there could be an area of value alignment to focus on. Absolutely. So just go back to your mathematics class, SS1, Venn diagram, let's make that work. Thank you so much, Reda. We look forward to having you again. So hopefully if there are questions for you, I can get you back to grab the mic. Right, if you're just joining us, it is the African Humanitarian Conference 2024. It's the maiden edition, and this year's conference is held virtually. So you can join us here on Zoom. You can also join via YouTube. The link to join via YouTube is on the chat box. Admin, please share intermittently so that anyone just joining can pick up that and share. So do share the link with family and friends so they can also join. It is a lot of impactful sessions we're going to go through today. We won't overload. It's not going to be information overload, but if you notice from the 3 sessions we've had so far, there are nuggets, easy nuggets, quick wins, quick notes that you can take and you can start implementing immediately for quick, well, I don't want to use the word quick success, but yes, for measurable success, I should say. This year's thing is collaborating for a resilient Africa, and we're doing that to solve Africa's biggest challenges through all the conversations that will happen in this room today. We're going to take a break now. I need to grab a glass of water to my throat because I've been talking for a bit. I'm going to hand you over to our able admin. They're going to play a short entertainment, and once that's done, we move to our keynote address. So we're going to have an entertainment now. Admin, I trust you're ready for me. We're ready for you. Entertain us. We'll be back here for the keynote address and then move into our panel sessions. The panels, I assure you, they are explosive. They will be explosive because I know all of the guest speakers one-on-one. I've met them at different conferences, and boy, do they deliver, they do. Right, so entertainment time, just a few very short ones, a very short entertainment, a short break. Admin, are you ready for us? I'm good to go here. Can anybody on admin team say hello, hi, or something, so I know that I'm not on my own? Don't leave me hanging, please.
Hi.
Coming up.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Good.
Is it time for the video?
Yes, please. It's time for the video. Yes, please.
Good morning, ma. No, don't do that. It's fine. You don't have to get on your knees. How
Is it time for the video?
It's time for the video, but we can't see anything. We can just hear it playing.
I am born.
Yes, please. It's time for the video. Yes, please.
It's fine. You don't have to get on your knees. How are you today? How was your night? I hope you slept well.
Yes, ma'am.
I am.
Is it time for the video?
It's time for the video, but we can't see anything. We can just hear it playing.
I am born.
Yes, please. It's time for the
How's
video.
your
Yes,
baby?
please.
I am a reporter of Bangladesh. I'm here to don't mind. Don't worry. How are you? If person bin tell me say good people still dey this life, I for no believe am. Na my mama carry me come city make I come work for one madam. Make my life for no useless for village. But the thing wey my mama send me to come do different from wetin Madam Cherith come dey use me dey do. At first I dey serve customers dem normal. Na my mama carry me come city make I come work for make my life for no useless for village. But the thing wey my mama send me to come do small. Their eye come begin dey shook for my body. Na so Madam Cherith dey use me start a new business, Ashawo. E no tey before belle come enter. My madam no happy at all. Na she come carry me go comot am.
No comot am. We no get wetin I wan be speaking to. See dey talk. See, you na you need am. Other people need am. What do you mean by that one? See, make I tell you. When she bring this pikin finish, na plenty money be that.
You see all these my girls we carry belly like this.
I no know wetin that mama tell my madam.
My friend,
But after that day, my madam can't change. She no can let me comot the belle again. She can't dey take care of me well. It don't reach 9 months since I carry belle. Time done near when I go born. But this place where my madam carry me come so, it no be like hospital at all. That woman, na mama pikin dem dey call her. She dey help deliver women wey get belle. See small children with belle. Wetin dey wan use pikin to?
Go bring the pot, come. Yes, man. Yes, man. So you go to shout, yes, man. Where your phone?
Ma,
Give me your phone. They say, man.
see, my madam say make I call her if I don't read.
I slap you there. Come on, give me your phone. Your madam say what? You not go too fast. Afure! Collect this back, follow him. Afure! Which kind?
Times. And I go still do one more. Because I got to make sure say my yeah. Don't know man, huh? So body go do alright. Then I go gather money, make I use and start better business. You say check them now.
Which money you talk about?
Why they do like say you don't know what they do for you? Eh? No, say the money where they give us. Now from those woman when no feel born.
Eh?
But after that day,
See the talk.
small. Their eye can't begin to shook for my body. Now so Madam Cherish, they use me start a new business. A shower. It not say before Belle can enter. My madam no happy at all. Now she can carry me go come out town.
No come out town. But me no get what I want you speaking to.
See the talk. See, you, now you no need them. Other people need them.
What do you mean by that one?
See, make I tell you, if she born this pikin finish, now plenty money be that too.
see all these my girls we carry belly like this.
I don't know wetin that mama tell my madam.
My friend,
but after that day, my madam can't change. She no can let me come the belly again. She can't take care of me well. It don't reach 9 months since I carry belly. Time done near when I go born. But this place where my madam carry me come so, it no be like hospital at all. That woman, na mama pikin dem dey call her. She dey help deliver women wey get belle. See small children with belle. Wetin dey wan use pikin to?
Go bring the pot, come. Yes, man. I said, go to shop, yes, man. Where your phone?
Ma,
give me your phone. The same man.
see, my madam say make I call her if I don't read.
I slap you there. Come on, give me your phone. Your madam say what? You not go too fast. Afure! Collect this back, follow him. Afure! Which kind people be this? Bring the wrapper come for me. So they go they waste time. You don't do wait when I come attend to you. Everything they shout. Nonsense. Bring the bucket for me. I go tell you that one again. I go to shout every time. Oh yeah. Put that for floor now for my head. You go put that. Hey, don't. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3. Push. Yes. Let me show.
Yeah, do. Last night your first time with this. May I come help you?
Thank you.
Next year, you self, come quick so you go fit get time rest. And that rest will make your body sempe.
What do you mean?
You no go come when the pain don't reach this level now. You know, say as they shout, yeah. You know, many times I don't do this work. You know? I don't do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. 3 times. And I go still do 1 more. Because I got to make sure, say my body, yeah. Don't know, man, huh? So body go do alright. Then I go gather money, make I use and start better business. You say, check them now.
Which money they talk about?
Why they do like say you don't know what they do for you? Eh? No, say the money where they give us. Now from those woman when no feel born.
Eh?
Oh.
Hey, God. Oh no, na bad thing be that. Na very bad thing. You don't know say na wetin they call human trafficking be
Bad
that.
thing say
Yes, now. Na wetin they call am be that now.
See, may I tell you, the work wey they do for you, now God work. Now we, they help those women. Now we they help them. Imagine say if you not there, how they won't get picking? How they won't get picking? Hey, now angel will be.
Madam Cherish, don't tell me this one. She don't tell me this everything I won't go to be this. I won't go.
Madam Cherish.
My madam.
Okay. Bless it now she go say your picking.
Eh?
And she go say that.
She may be say wetin happen. I want to go. Oh no, I won't go fit. I won't go make I born for her. I don't go be born for her. I want to go.
Look fit. You no fit come up for a year until Madam Cherish come carry you.
Eh?
You hear me so?
Why?
Now here you go day.
Why?
May you
Why?
sit down, may you dey comfortable.
Why?
She don't know say that the work what they do for you. You don't know? If you run come out, it don't be for us be that. We don't buy me. And I beg. I don't want Madam to keep wahala.
Oh no.
You hear me so?
Oh no.
What's happening?
See. Now only me mama talk. I no go feel live this kind of life. Oh no. I no go feel live this kind of life. Allow me mind to go. I beg. Oh no.
So they call them CTIP. CTIP. Yes.
Now me go suffer this thing, but go. Okay.
I get one road where go fit follow for back. Take. You go see bushes for that road. You go pass the. Yeah, you guys go. You go guys gather yourself. You won't stay here.
No.
Sorry. You go fit.
Omo. Hello, Omo. I said, do we have your consent or not?
Life has a way of putting me down.
If you fit publishing.
I know say no be my own bad pass. People deal with bad things they happen to them. But they no fit talk about them. I beg. If you see where they maltreat anybody, no close mouth. Help them. We self na human being like you.
Who do I call? Where do I go? What sign?
Thank you so much for staying with us. Admin, thanks, you can mute.
What do I do? Where do I go? How do I run?
Admin, you can mute. Thank you. We sincerely apologize for the way that went. It was all good to go. We had test run, we had done all the rehearsals, and come on, it didn't turn out well. We sincerely apologize for how that went. But for those of you that joined us as as we showed, that's the Baby Factory. The Baby Factory is the name of that short film by Gbenga Dilti. And I think the general gist, or should I leave it to Dr. Aisha to tell us about the story? I mean, I've watched it once before. I think it's a campaign. If you ask me, it's a campaign. It's also to create awareness about child trafficking. See the case of the girl. She came supposedly as a housemaid, but she's being sold into child trafficking. So she's working with a boss who sells her off to her customers in the restaurant, or what do you call it, buka. So her customers have free access, and that's why they are, bombarding her. That's why they get into her store, because they have access to play with these girls. And then, from then on, she gets pregnant from this illicit relationships into another business entirely. So it's one business to use her to satisfy customers. It's another business entirely as an offshoot of the unwanted pregnancies. Those ones are then sold off. So that's the case of this young girl who meets with the unfortunate boss, let me put it that way, just because she's trying to find means of livelihood. And from then on, fortunately, one of the people she met. So look at the where they camp them. There are two categories of people there. Her category is one who's completely oblivious of what goes on in that kind of camp, or hostel, I should say. Whereas there are those that actually come willingly. They are there to make money. They are there to, turn things around for themselves economically, and so they don't see a big deal. In fact, if you hear the words of Obnos, I think that's her name that's her character in the movie, in the short film. She's even saying, she sees herself as a guardian angel because she's helping barren women to smile. She's able to give them fruit of the womb, a child. So she has access to CTIP. It's a group, an agency that handles child trafficking. And so she was able to refer this young lady to go and seek help. And that's fortunately for her, she got help, and they're able to escalate the issue and apprehend the culprits. So I think the general message is clear. We all have a role to play. When you see something, say something. Don't keep quiet, because that evil is being perpetrated right behind your window, and you shouldn't just look away because it doesn't concern you. It actually does concern us, and this is where I remind us of Ubuntu. I am because we are. So if we remember that we all are one body, I hope we can do better in terms of speaking up for ourselves. And that's it. We are gearing up for the welcome speech to be delivered shortly. And this is also to welcome everyone to this year's African Humanitarian Conference 2024, themed Collaborating for a Resilient Africa, focusing on solving Africa's biggest challenges. And that's what we're looking at today. And if you have been here from the inception of the conference at 10 a.m., you will notice that all the speeches and sessions, the master classes are all aligned in one direction. And the general word that keeps coming out from both the welcome speech, the two master classes that we've had so far, is collaboration, finding solutions to our problems by ourselves. And that will take us now to the keynote address to be delivered by Dr. Adetola Salau. She'll be speaking to us about how can Africa solve Africa's problems. You see that the whole thing is reflecting in all of the topics and sessions that we have put together. Dr. Adetola Salau is a special advisor to Kwara State Governor on policy formation and human capital development and education. She was a senior special assistant on education to the governor of Lagos State, Nigeria, between 2020 and 2023. Dr. Adetola Salau is a social innovator and educator, passionate about applying STEM skills to break the cycle of poverty in Africa. She desires to prepare African students for the future by innovating solutions that will propel their economic prosperity. She holds a BSc in Chemistry Honors from Fulham, an MSc in Engineering Management, and another MSc in Chemical Engineering from Syracuse University. She has a PhD in curriculum, instruction, and the science of learning from the University of Buffalo State University of New York. She partook of the 2018 spring cohort of the MIT Innovation and Entrepreneurship Bootcamp. She was part of a global advisory group with the Smithsonian Science Institute on STEM, Education for Sustainable Development, STEM for ST. Dr. Salao would try her best to share with us how Africans can solve African problems. Dr. Salao, I yield the mic to you.
Good morning. I'll come on video very soon. Just give me a minute.
Sure, take your time. You're welcome. It's good to have you here. I've met her in person. She's as sweet as that voice that you heard. Very bubbly and jolly.
Sweet.
So, yes.
You're making me blush. Oh, okay.
Right.
All right, video. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. It's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize. I have a cold that I've been battling for 2 weeks now. So my voice is not normally at the range and the pitch it normally is at, but please bear with me. But I'm really excited, as you had actually alluded to earlier. I'm really excited about this topic. Anyone who knows me knows that this is something that I say over and over and over, that there's no one coming to save us. We have to solve our own challenges ourselves. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I'm very, very passionate about equipping our youth with these skills that are able to use to solve these challenges that we have. I like to call them challenges. I don't like calling them problems. If you've ever heard me speak, you will never hear me call them problems. You will always hear me call them challenges, because that's what I believe they are. I believe they are temporary setbacks that if we equip our youth with the right skills, with the right tools, be able to overcome them and turn things around for us. So I'm going to get into the main meat of what I prepared to share with us all. Yeah, I had to start segueing from that. All right, it's an absolute pleasure to be here today as the Special Advisor on Education to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kwara State. I am thrilled to be in the company of everyone, all these distinguished individuals who have signed up from all over the world. And the reason I know that we're signed up from all over the world is a mentee of mine is even signed up here this morning, all the way from the United States, California. So it's really early for her, but she's here listening because she's also very passionate about how do we Africans solve our own challenges. I want to take this opportunity to celebrate every one of us who is participating in this event, that you're putting on your thinking caps, you're thinking, how do we come together? And that's another thing I also heard just minutes ago. How do we come together, which is collaboration? How do we come together to solve these pressing challenges that we have? For too long, we have been waiting for answers from the outside. And we've forgotten that one of the biggest things that have brought us to where we are, the fact that we're all survivors, is the fact that we have our own strengths and we have quite a lot of potential. So it's time for us to harness these capabilities that we have. We boast of so much resources. I mean, there's no way you can go into the world that you will not see something that was derived from here in Africa. But beyond that, we also have quite a lot of talents. In fact, I like to tell people that our major capital is not this mineral resources. Our major capital are our people and the resilience that our people have. So it's something that I want us to celebrate over and over and over. Yes, we have this vast mineral wealth. Our land is fertile. I mean, look at our food. Our food is amazing. But our youth that is quite energetic are our major assets, and we need to leverage them. Another thing that I'm very, very excited and I'm always passionate about, and I love for us to celebrate, is our diversity within our countries, within our towns, within our states. I mean, even within our tribes, we have different variations about how we do things, how we like to celebrate things, how we like to dress up. To me, that's nothing more than beauty. It's this rich tapestry of all these traditions that we have that come together to make us unique and wonderful. I was sharing, I believe it was a couple of months back, I was sharing with someone how when I was a teacher in the States, I made it a point of duty to always wear our attires on Friday, whether it was adire or batik. Forgetting what else I wore. I don't think I ever wore ashoke, which was very sad. I should have worn ashoke at least once. But such beautiful culture reflected in my attire, in my clothing, and they will always touch it. And then when I also braid my hair and put in, different twists to my hair, my students would touch it because they were very intrigued by how different and how beautiful it was. So I want us to celebrate all these things that we are. And also today, as we are having this discussion, think about how do we unlock the potential that we have. And of course, I'd already started talking about how I'm very passionate about us solving our own challenges. And for me, one of the biggest ways we will do that is by prioritizing education and equipping this youth that I mentioned with skills so that they can start driving innovation, driving change, thinking about, okay, you know what, I see there's a lot of refuse here. What are the things I could use this refuse for? If I divide that refuse into various types, these are the ones I can recycle. Okay, what can I do with that? Those are biomass. What can I do with the ones that can degrade? Put on those thinking caps. It's very important. And then we also should talk about the things that we already have around us, those resources. How do we use them sustainably? It's very, very important because, I mean, look at us every day, whether we like it or not, what are the two things that are constant? It is birth and death. So we're going to continue to have more people being born, and we're going to continue to lose people. And part of that is also what we have around us. How do we make sure that we manage it so that everyone can use it? And make sure that the benefits of these resources, everyone can use them and take advantage of them. Another thing I've been thinking about recently too, in terms of us solving our challenges, as we talk about collaboration, a huge part of collaboration is trading within ourselves. It is not enough to always talk about exports to the West. We should also talk about trading amongst ourselves. After all, we've been doing this in decades past, centuries past, and we were able to feed ourselves, be able to, unfortunately, go to wars using that trade. So we should talk about economic integration. We should talk about how to work amongst ourselves. I believe that will really drive a lot of collective prosperity amongst us. And also our regional ties. I believe, what movie was that? It was a movie that a lot of us were celebrating recently on Netflix, Yoruba movie. I can't remember the title right now. But when I was listening to people debate about it and people talking about it, and it had to do with the Oyo Empire, I kept thinking about all the history lessons that my mom had given me about the Oyo Empire. And the fact that a lot of people don't understand that the borders that we have right now are pretty much very artificial. The Oyo Empire stretched quite a bit. It went all the way, according to my mom, it went across Benin Republic. I think it almost went all the way to Ghana. I think it stopped right before Ghana or something like that. So you have parts of Togo, from my mom's description, where our people from the Yoruba Empire were also trading and had relocated and were living there. So, like I said, these borders that we have right now, they're not the real borders that we have. If you follow the trail of the language, you will see that we're really more spread out than we believe. And we should go back and reestablish those ties with each other because we really are together. And that when we reestablish those ties together, I believe that will also help us to work a lot better in terms of being able to cooperate better economically, which will also create a more robust and resilient African economy for us. Really, really important. Of course, when we talk about challenges, there's no way we can talk about being able to solve our own situation without talking about our health crisis that we have here. And one thing that I'm really want us to think about is how do we equip our youth to start working on solving these challenges among us? And then, of course, things that we can also do right now, which is, of course, investing in infrastructure for health and disease infrastructure, disease prevention. Can you say disease infrastructure? Disease prevention, which will also safeguard our people and make sure that we're all able to be viable. Because if you're sick, trust me, there's no way you'll be able to be economically viable. We have success stories, no matter what is being said in the media right now. We have people, Rwanda, I mean, come on, from a civil war to where they are right now, fantastic recovery. We have Ghana's strides. We have South Africa being able to make the transition to democracy. We also have our own transition here in Nigeria to democracy. And we also have a lot of success stories here in Nigeria. A lot of our youth who have done remarkable things in the tech industry, whether it's fintech, whether it's healthcare, even in education, utilizing technology as a tool for growth and transformation. They've done quite a lot of work. And one of the things that I really know that will also help this is to create that mindset around entrepreneurship and innovation that I mentioned, and of course, infusing tech. This will really help us. These solutions within us here in Africa will make a huge difference. And it will help us because these solutions will be geared towards our own context than things that we just imported from outside our climate. We must shed that ability, that mentality of always waiting for someone to come and save us, waiting and being dependent. We have to take ownership. We have to be autonomous about our own destiny. We have to drive our own development. We have to solve our own problems, and we must celebrate our successes. I'm very big about talking about celebrating our successes. So as we're having this conference, I want us to understand my call to action is that the time is now for us to start doing this.
Hello, sorry, your volume has gone down. I think you have a call. Yep.
Yes, I've
You're back.
disconnected my call.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, let me go back. I said the time for change is now, and I would like for us to unite, collaborate, and forge a brighter African future, a future that's built on our strengths, fueled by our resilience, and illuminated by our collective aspirations. I would like for us to continue to inspire and empower each other to contribute our quota to our growth here in Africa and our development. Thank you. I apologize. I'm really, my voice.
We should apologize for holding on to you by your jugular vein and making sure you were here at all costs. But I just said, oh, I can't make it, I'm down, but we sincerely apologize for holding on tight. But thank you so much for making it, and thank you so much for delivering. Incidentally, you weren't here when the 3 previous speakers spoke, and everything you said, like you guys have notes that you're comparing, or one spoke from the UK. I don't know where those Naima spoke from Malawi, 3 different parts of the world, and you're all speaking the same thing over and over again. So it just means that I think the takeaway is we all know what to do in our different areas. It's now time to bring it all together. Let's hone in. Let's collaborate. Let's bring it all together. Everybody is now fully aware, fully knowledgeable. We know exactly.
All hands on deck. Yes, all hands on deck. Yes.
I think that's what this conference will eventually achieve. So thanks so much, Dr. Aditola. I'm not going to hold you 1 second longer. I'm not going to engage you with questions and answers. I want you to be your voice. Let me give you a quick tip. My grandma, I call her grandma now. She's my mom, my political mom. Anytime there's a flu, we kick it away with garlic and ginger. I don't know how much you love the taste of garlic and ginger, but a quick
don't worry, I'll go drink that. I'll go drink that right now.
So just get a slice of lemon, keep the skin on, don't peel the skin. A slice of lemon in a mug of hot water, grate ginger and garlic into it, put honey to taste, and you will punish the skin. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for coming through, and speedy recovery, right?
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Moving
Bye.
on, this is a warm welcome to all of you just joining us. It is the African Humanitarian Conference 2024. This year, we are focusing on collaborating for a resilient Africa, looking to solve our own challenges, our biggest challenge for ourselves. I know when I was talking, I spoke about problems, and Dr. Aditola corrected me. She would rather go with the word challenges because it's more empowering. You will see that something temporary, and this problem, it picks up all the negative boxes in your head, but when you hear challenges, it energizes you trying to find, I can break this, I can deal with it. So that's the part. So I think I do hope that everyone is taking one lesson or the other from this conference. It's power packed. You're working with heavy weights in different fields. So I'm deleting the word problem from my vocabulary from this moment henceforth. So next time you hear me say the word problem, give me a bombastic side eye, and I'll quickly remember that what I meant to say was challenge. So let's all delete the word problem from our vocab because it connotes negativity, it's limiting. Challenge, on the other hand, is quite empowering. So let's go with that. And for those of you that are just joining and you missed Naima Roberts, she gave us a word that's engraved on my heart now, the word Ubuntu. Ubuntu means I am because we are. So I think that's what for this conference. We are going to key into the us. It's going to be all about us. You've heard Dr. Aditola talk about we have the solutions. We are creative minds. We know what to do. Let's bring those building blocks together. If you heard Sammy Adams' session, he also spoke about identifying those key stakeholders. Once you identify them, go to your secondary school, junior secondary school, or early secondary school Venn diagram. Plot that Venn diagram. This circle, this stakeholder, that stakeholder, all the various stakeholders that you identified, find the common ground and work from there. So let's dwell less on differences and work more with common grounds, and I think we'll go faster that way. I'm so pleased with where we're headed and how we're doing right now. I sincerely apologize for the earlier break that we had. It was meant to be an enlightening power-packed entertainment. It was the baby factory that we played, but there were so many challenges that we had. I think what I want to do now is make it a open conversation. Admin, please be ready to unmute people's mics. Let's take feedback so far. The morning session has officially come to an end. We have ended the morning session. Before we start the panel sessions, tell me what you think. How's the conference going? What would you like to see in the next conference? We are already on the drawing board, believe it or not. Not only finish this one, but we're already heading down our speakers for the next conference and where they will be and where and all of that. So who would you like us to bring on for the next conference? What action points would you like us to take away from this conference, and how do we come together so that next time we're having the next annual the African Humanitarian Conference, we're actually discussing milestones that we've achieved from one conference to the other. So it's actually action-packed rather than a talk show. So the chat box is open. Drop your messages. I will happily read all the messages. Of course, you can also raise your hands, and we will activate your mic so that you can talk directly to us. The floor is open. Everyone, jump in there. Tell me what you've had. Two master classes, one on volunteering, one on stakeholder management. We've had this welcome speech from Dr. Aisha. We've also had the welcome keynote address by Dr. Aditola. Of course, she had to keep it short because of her health. So we apologize. It was meant to be longer than that, but Yoruba says shokilo belge. So is the value and the quality of the delivery more than the quantity. So anyone, the floor is open. please. It's not a radio station. Let's talk, let's chat. Anyone, the floor is open. If you don't talk, me, I will unmute your mic and you must talk. All right, now let's talk. It's a conference. We need to leave here with game plan. What are you doing at the moment in the humanitarian space? What would you like to see happen differently in your space? Where are you speaking from? And who would you like to collaborate with? For all you, we can actually be that great. We can actually link you up with the next person you'd like to collaborate with, because you don't have access to them, but we have access somewhere. So let's talk. What are you working on? What projects are you doing? What courses are you pursuing at the moment? And you're looking to collaborate? How would you, what kind of help do you need? Let's talk. Let's talk, please. I'm in chat box. I can't see any messages yet. If you're raising your hands, no one's raising hands yet. Okay, Adeola Oluwabade just tried to speak. Oh, you didn't hear yourself. Okay. Can you try again? Admin, please be on Adeola Oluwa. Can we confirm that the mic? Okay, you can chat. That's fine. You can chat. Yes, please. Anybody else wants to share an opinion? You can raise your hand and admin will grant you access to your mic. Alternatively, unmute yourself and talk, but it has to be orderly. And that's why you prefer raised hands. Okay. Adola is listening from Lagos. What do you do? Are you championing any cause? Are you pursuing any of the SDG goals? You know, talk to us. Let's get to know more. Would you like to collaborate with? You know, in what areas, what aspect? My passion is on literacy, communication, and language development. You work with the SDG goals 4, 5, and 16. Great. Are you currently in any partnerships, collaborations with any other body? Do you have a registered NGO at the moment and all of that? I hope everyone here is following up on Adela's story. She's sharing from Lagos. She's partnering with Lagos State. Awesome. That is huge. Passion is on literacy, communication, and language development. And she loves reading in particular. She has projects. I organize spelling bee. That's a clap for you. That's a clapping for you. I love spelling bee competitions. Well done. Good job. I really wish you could unmute and speak to us, you know. It would be lovely. Share some things. You had the first one. Okay. You know, that's great. That's huge. Please try again. Admin, could you help from your end to unmute Adeola Oluwabade? You can unmute and release the video so we can have a fluid conversation with this person. Your voice is audible. I think you tried to unmute now. We can hear you. You're unmuted. You can talk. And your video is also active. Just... Yes, we can see you. Go ahead. You've shut down the video now. Okay, while you try, once your audio comes through, please go ahead and talk, and I'll take a pause. But let me read the message from kcharity@gmail.com. Hello everyone, it's a wonderful experience and I'm learning a lot. I'd love to collaborate with Aisha Adams herself. Okay, Dr. Aisha, I hope you're taking notes. Kate Charity is interested in working with you. Kate Charity Foundation has helped over 1,500 individuals in the Ilorin. 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 1,5 We plan to launch in Lagos next year, inshallah. We have helped orphans, widows, and provided iftar for 1 minute. I lost you. We've helped orphans, widows, and provided iftar for students in the University of Ilorin. Awesome. So, Aisha, more work landing on your plates. Hey, Charity, I've passed your message on. I'm sure the team has taken note of that. You can obviously private chat them after the conference. Anybody else wants to share what courses are you currently pursuing? Who would you like to collaborate with? In what aspects would you like collaboration to work? Adeola Oluwa Badejo, I love what you're doing. Is there anyone else here in that literacy reading space that can get on board? Anybody else in that space that can get on board and collaborate with her? The more, the merrier. And if we are all united, okay, I'd love to collaborate with any of the that be in literacy development. Awesome. So, I mean, anyone out there, please chat up Adeola Oluwabadejo. She has tentacles, She's working with Lagos State government. That's a big one. That's huge, if you ask me. So if you would like to take your projects further, who says you can collaborate across board, across states, across countries? Please, let's work together. The African problem, African challenge is unique to us. We as Africans have to find those solutions. We have to look inward and bring the solutions forward. So let's work together. Let's work together. That's the message that we're trying to do with this conference. I think if you ask me, I would say we give another attempt at playing that baby factory. It's a sort of campaign. It's our own way of also lending a voice to the work being done by Gbenga Adeoti. That was a very outstanding piece that he put together in that short film. So many lessons, so many awareness done in that short film. If we can go through it again, I think we have time to admin, please queue it for 12:30. Let's go for it again at 12:30. Let's give it a shot. I don't think really call our sound and videos should align this time around. Okay, Rahima Otishote. I'm a book coach. I'm looking to create a reading app for teens dedicated to clean fiction. Anyone who said they'll have interest in this will be appreciated to collaborate with. Okay, Rahima, whatever you do, go and invest in more data. You want to wait for that fintech session that's going to be the closing panel. That team are heavyweights in the tech space. Even though we focus on fintech sort of in this what's the digital space, I'm sure you'll find someone there. And who says you cannot work with Adeola Oluwa, because her registered business name is Educating Educators, Training and Consulting. So take that down. I'm sure you and both of you can work together and also have techie guys keen to it. I'm sure something huge can come from that space. About time we have clean fictions for our children. There's just so much pollution out there, subtle brain draining contents that are being pushed and rewiring our children. I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but things that are not for our growth or development is being churned out on a daily basis. So I think we need to get back to the drawing board and take action. We need to push out content that will change that space. What is available is what the kids consume. So why aren't we giving them alternatives? Let's push a clean narrative, cleaner content for them to consume so we can have a better, brighter society. So I'm looking forward to come next conference. Next time we'll have this conference, Adeola and Rahima tells us that they have this app that they've launched and they've done this and they've done that. And let's look for more cooperative works in that space. Okay. I hope my admin is ready. I will yield the mic to you for you to please give us an entertainment so that when we return for our afternoon sessions, the panels are back to back to back. If you have a copy of the program, you can also put that up for me while I run through it. Okay, somebody on mute side trying to talk. Right, I'll just quickly run through the program for the rest of the day and also do a quick flashback. There's a video playing. Admin, are you ready so I can keep my mute?
Good morning, ma. Oh, no, don't do that. It's fine. You don't have to get on your knees. How are you today?
Fine, ma.
How was your night? I hope you slept well.
Yes, ma.
I am Boma. Call me Boma, not Ma.
Sorry, ma. Boma.
And how's your baby?
She did fine. She did sleep.
So, I am a reporter with Vanguard News, and I'm here to take your story if you don't mind. Don't worry, without your consent.
If person been tell me say good people still dey this life, I for no believe am. Now my mama carry me come city, make I come work for one madam. Make my life for no useless for village. But the thing wey my mama send me to come do, different from wetin Madam Cherish come dey use me dey do. At first, I dey serve customers the normal. Small. Their eye can't begin to shook for my body. Now so Madam Cherish, they use me start a new business. A shower. It no say before Belle can enter. My madam no happy at all. Now she can carry me go come out town.
No come out town. But me no get what I want you speaking to.
See they talk. See, you now you no need them. Other people need them.
What do you mean by that one?
See, look at him. If she don't this became finish, now plenty money be that way. You see all these my girls we carry belly like this.
I don't know what that mama tell my madam.
My friend,
but after that day, my madam can't change. She no can let me come out the belly again. She can't take care of me well. It don't reach 9 months since I carry belly. Time don't near when I go born. But this place where my madam carry me come so, it no be like hospital at all. That woman, na mama pikin dem they call her. She dey help deliver women wey get belle. See small children with belle. What did they want you speaking to?
Go bring the pot, come. Yes, man. I should go to shop. Yes, man. Where your phone?
Ma?
Give me your phone. They say, man.
See, my madam say make I call her if I don't read.
I slap you there. Come on, give me your phone. Your madam say what? You not go too fast. Afure! Collect this back. Follow him. Afure! Which kind people be this? Bring the wrapper come for me. So So they waste time. You don't do wait when I come attend to you. Everything they shout. Nonsense. Bring the bucket for me. I go tell you that one again. I gotta shout every time. Oh yeah. Put that for floor now for my head. Go put that. Hey, don't. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yes. Let me show.
Yeah, do. Last night, your first time with this. May I come help you?
Thank you.
Next year, you self. Come quick so you go fit get time rest. And that rest will make your body sempe.
What do you mean?
You no go come when the pain don't reach this level now. You know, say as they shout, yeah. You know, many times I don't do this work. You know? I don't do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. 3 times. And I go still do 1 more. Because I got to make sure, say my body, yeah. Do normal, nah? So body go do alright. Then I go gather money, make I use and start better business. You say, check them now.
Which money they talk about?
Why they do like say you don't know what they do for you? Eh? No, say the money where they give us. Now from those woman when no fit born.
Eh?
Oh.
Hey, good. Oh no, na bad thing be that. Na very bad thing. You don't know say na wetin they call human trafficking be
Bad
that.
thing say where anything happen.
Yes, now. Now wetin they call am be that now.
See, may I tell you, the work wey they do for you, now God work. Now we, they help those women. Now we they help them. Imagine say if you not dey, how they won't get picking? How they won't get picking? Hey, now angel will be.
Madam Cherish, don't tell me this one. She don't tell me this everything I won't go do be this. I won't go.
Who Madam Cherish?
My madam.
Okay. Be like say now she go say your picking.
Eh?
Now she go say that.
She may be say wetin happen. I want to go. Oh no, so I won't go fit. I won't go make I born for her. I born for her. I don't go fit born for you. I want to go.
Look me. You no go fit. You no fit come up for a year until Madam Cherish come carry you.
Eh?
You hear me so?
Why?
Now here you go dey.
Why?
Make you sit down, make you dey comfortable.
Why?
She don't know say that the work what they do for you. You don't know. If you run come out, it don't be for us be that. We don't buy me. And I beg. I don't want Madam picking wahala.
Oh no.
You hear me so?
Oh no.
What's happen?
See. Now only me mama but I no go feel live this kind of life. Oh no. I no go feel live this kind of life. Allow me mind they go. I beg. Oh no.
You don't understand what I talk. You know they get them. If you go, it don't be for you don't finish. Now all of us where they live for Mama Pikin house go suffer around. Now we go pay for your picking. And you know what Mama Pikin go come do? She go add 1 extra year on top. And she not go pay us shishi.
Hey.
Damn, she not go pay us. You say,
Mama Pikin say make you bring the new girl come.
and they come. Remember when I tell you say, now my 3 times I don't do this one. Don't be 3 times so more. Now 5 times I don't do this one. 5 times. And those 2 times, my pikin no pay me for my. No, she don't pay me because one girl run come out. Mama, no fit. I don't feel let you go. I go suffer.
No. hear me, eh? See, if I go, eh? I go call police. I go tell them they go carry on. I beg. Oh no,
Bring the new girl, come. Take. You go call her.
Okay.
Be like saying that them go fail. So they call them CTIP. Yes. Now me go suffer this thing, but go. Go.
Okay.
I get one road where go fit follow for back. Take. You go see bushes for that road. You go pass the. Oh yeah, you guys go. You go, guys gather yourself. You won't stay here.
No.
Sorry. You go fit.
Omo. Hello, Omo. I said, do we have your consent?
Life has a way of putting me down.
You fit position. I know say no be my own bad pass. People deal with bad things they happen to them. But they no fit talk about them. I beg. If you see where they maltreat anybody, no close mouth. Help them. We self na human being like you.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. I am glad that this went better than what we shared earlier. This is the Baby Factory by Benga and DLT. We're going to play you another video, but I hope you digest what you've seen in this. Drop your comments. Is there anyone that has worked in this space? You understand the story now. Have you helped the female girl child in this trafficking space? Is there any organization here that works in this space? So let's talk about it. But let's play this second video. We can talk about all of them together. Okay, enjoy this other video that we're about to play now. Admin is over to you.
Now, what did you say admin should do, please?
Second video, just play the video was for Sugo. Yes, the next one for the break. So we'll come back to the break, deliberate about the videos, and then go into the panel section.
Okay. Let me share screen.
Feel free to drop your comments as you watch the video. Just drop your comments in the chat box, and when we come back, I'll read all of the messages. So drop your messages as it comes to you. Any message, any takeaways from the video, the one we've watched now and the one we're about to watch. Just drop your comments. And when we come back, we'll look at it together. Enjoy this also.
Rumesa? Rumesa, if you keep up with your grades, then a first class is certain.
Thank you very much, I appreciate.
That's what makes I don't turn Nigerian also. Last holiday must have been really sweet.
Beg, leave her, Joe. Miss, I always have tendencies.
That's so tendencies.
Especially those first-class students.
Yeah.
We need to bring them down.
Very correct.
Yes, sir. I'll speak to you later.
Hello, young lady. Who are you, please?
It's me, ma, Rumesa.
Rumesa, are you sure you're in the right class?
Yes, ma. It's me, Rumesa Kosim. I've always been here.
I see you've joined them. Why did you dress like this to class? Religious dresses are not allowed in my class.
Ma, I felt the need to grow in my faith. And wearing the hijab is part of my spiritual growth.
You are distracted, Rumesa. What kind of friends have you been hanging around with? You are a first-class candidate. And now you're joking with your grades?
Ma, I'm still focused on my schoolwork. I've been studying harder. I'm working harder.
You disappoint me, Rumesa. And if you know what is good for you, do not return to my class with this thing you're wearing.
Ajia, please. It's fine, let's go. I'll have to come back next year.
Wait, when you were gallivanting up and about with those young boys, you didn't know. So now you can come and beg.
But I studied very hard, ma. This has to be a mistake.
Young lady, it is not a mistake. You are just paying for all of your sins. Please leave my sight. They would not prepare for exams. Come and be telling me it's a mistake. What is the mistake in that? Please leave here. Leave here. Let me close my door. I said leave here. I said leave here. I said leave here.
Ma, I felt the need to grow in my faith. And wearing the hijab is part of my spiritual growth.
Leave here. Let me close my door. Let me close my door.
You just here.
Oh, thank God I got a B.
Yes, I got a B too.
Oh.
Yes.
Subhanallah. Oh. I knew it. I knew it. What should I do? I don't know.
Mr. Yomi, I don't appreciate that in my class. Please put on your phones. Thank you very much. So, pharmaceutical microbiology. The use of microorganisms to create antibacterial. I know it sounds boring, but it's quite fascinating. Where's my friend the cultist? Okay. Ah. Rumaisa. Please remind us on the processes of fermentation we discussed last week.
It's
Can someone help out?
Hi, sir.
You, Chadwick Bossman. And that is all for today.
Sir.
See you next week. Rumesa, wait.
I'll see you guys.
What's the problem? They think they've won, but all hope is not lost yet, okay? I think it's time we pray.
This doesn't make sense. I mean, who fails someone because she wears a hijab?
I don't even know what to say. We'll keep praying.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Professor Jayola, Dr. Ilori, Mrs. Talumola, thank you for joining us. I would appreciate if this meeting is quick and final.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Mrs. Talumola, this case with a student, Ms. Rumesa, what do you have to say?
Miss Rumesa did not pass her exams, but she claims that she did. She's good, but but she's not that good.
She's not.
I believe she was distracted by her religion and it cost her, but she doesn't want to accept it.
Excuse me, Madam VC. I am sure you are aware that we've had scenarios like this in the past where students tend to exhibit this sort of distractions, especially towards their final year period.
I'm aware of that, but that is not what I heard in this case.
If I may. Please, listen.
She thinks she's very smart. That is why she doesn't believe she failed.
But her scores don't add up right.
What do you mean, Dr. Ilori? What she got is what she wrote in the exams. The school is not a religious school, and that hijab has put her in trouble.
What do you mean by her hijab put her in trouble?
It's very simple. She used to do well, but she changed.
I think I heard enough.
We have changed towards her.
But this is unethical.
Very unethical.
I mean, how can I be recorded without my knowledge?
How can't you? Why would you say such a barbaric thing? That her hijab put her in trouble.
I think we have a verdict, Mrs. Talumola. There will be consequences for this injustice.
We won. They will remark your scripts, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You're very brave, Rumesa, and I sincerely admire that. You know, in life, you have to fight for whatever you believe in. So never give up.
Thank you, sir. I'm so grateful, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, VC.
Yes, sir.
I would like to have a word. You know, as the situation stands right now, we can't afford to let the student win against the school. My faculty, apologies, my faculty is the one at stake here, and we need to handle this matter diplomatically. Hi, Mesa. Please sit. Mesa, you know, whoever wants to taste the sweetness of honey must not be weary of the sting of the bee. What I'm trying to say is this. The board has reviewed your case, and they have dropped out. They claim the audio is not permissible, and so you would have to take the exam again next year. Rumesa, listen.
How are they?
Rumesa. Listen. I admire your resilience, okay? I admire your resilience. They can take this away from you. They can fail you, but they can never take your faith away from you. Okay? They can take this away from you. You can fail now, but your faith is the only thing that will give you strength to overcome this challenge. Okay? Rumesa, don't change yourself for anyone. Never let anyone make you change yourself for them. Okay?
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate everything you've done for me.
I believe in you, Rumesa, and I'm rooting for you.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just give you time to finish sniffing and snuffing and wiping your tears. I think it's best I have Dr. Aisha Adams say a word or two. The story was written by herself and one of our speakers that we're going to hear from later on today, Dawn. So Dawn and Dr. Aisha wrote that story, and it was produced by Genga Adeoti, same producer of the previous one we watched, Baby Factory. So I think it's just right that Dr. Aisha says something about this. Dr. Aisha.
Ma?
So tell us, he was inspired by Trevor. Just tell us, in a nutshell, what's the takeaway from this? How did you feel putting the story out there?
How did I feel putting the story out there?
Yes.
Well, okay, sorry, I've been asked to start my video. Just a minute.
My eyes are still a bit shaky, but
Well, I just thought that it was a story that needed to be told, because I reckon that a lot of people have experienced the same fate as I did. Stop sharing my video. Why? Did I vex you? Okay, so I reckon that there are people who are experiencing or have experienced what I experienced, because that was written based on my life experience. experience. So it's based on true life stories, if you saw the beginning. And I just thought that there's a lot of bullying going on in universities. Sometimes hijab, sometimes for whatever reason, some students get punished or given wrong grades just because the lecturer decides that they are doing something that is not in tandem with what they hold as their values. There was a question earlier, I think during the session with Femi Adams, where someone said, sometimes when we're working together, people have various values. I do not think that because my value and yours does not align, then I should lord myself over you or make your life a living hell, as is the case. I think that we have to come to a place as Africans. I know we're very cultural centric, but we have to come to a place where we have to start questioning some of our cultural ideologies. I'm really looking forward to the panel session that is going to be speaking about the role of spirituality, because it's a good thing that on this in this conference so far we've had Muslims and Christians turn up, and the truth of the matter is that not everyone will have the same faith. Diversity in religious beliefs, diversity in opinions, diversity in mode of expressing, values is different, and it's okay, right? But what's not okay is for you to push down my throat what you feel is the ideal. You can look at me and say that, what I have on is a garb of spirituality and it's not allowed in the university. But why does your idea of what spirituality is, why does it have to be, cast in stones? Why can I not, come and express myself as I deem fit as a Muslim, whilst you also teach me as you deem fit? We have to move beyond what divides us, and we have to look to what unites us. And so if I'm trying to learn in a university, why should my grades be dependent on the whim and desire of the lecturer? Yes, if it is that, I'm not writing what I'm supposed to write for the exam, but why should I suffer because I have chosen to be bold about how I express my faith? And I feel like these are things we need to put into consideration in our humanitarian work as well. Sometimes we find that, people are working only along certain religious lines. Oh, you know what? If you want to help people, help them. You're helping humanity is a beautiful thing, irrespective of religious affiliation, gender, or ethnicity. And that's one of the things that, we say at Sidiko, like, we support people irrespective of religious affiliation, gender, or ethnicity, because it's important for us to know that at the soul of it is kindness. And kindness should not, be something that we give only because the person is in agreement or an alignment with our faith or our values or, those kind of things. Just be kind. Perhaps the way to convince the person to come to your side is by, your own show of kindness and love. And I just felt the need to talk about, bullying, because I think that's really the theme of that story. It's really the bullying that goes on in educational spaces. I loved that the keynote speaker had highlighted the fact that there was an educational gap and there was a problem in that space. And perhaps the problem in that space
is challenge.
Okay, challenge. A challenge. Yeah, sorry. I actually don't like to say problems as well. It's just a slip of the tongue. But there's a challenge in that space of education. Now it's even worse when we now start to bring in spiritual divide as a reason to not give people access to being educated. And I just thought that it was just a story that needed to be told. There's bullying going on. There are different layers to it. It's sometimes religious, sometimes it's value disalignment, sometimes it's whatever reason, but there is a problem in our educational space. And I hope that this story opens our eyes to start talking about it and working to fix it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. Does anyone else that would like to share nuggets about this particular short film and the previous one, What Baby Factory? Again, the floor is open. We'll do this until 20, when I'll then clear the room to bring on our first panel session for today. So let's talk a bit more. Let's chat. I have a lot of gorgeous people here. I want to hear from you. How did you feel watching this last one against all odds? what chord did it strike with you? What demon did it awaken in your soul, in your spirit? What did it do to you? What did that against all movie do to you? Also, Baby Factory, what feather did it ruffle? Let's talk. I want to have a conversation with you before we go to our first panel session. Our panelists are here, by the way. But I should say that we've had outstanding speakers. Their values are top notch. They're timely. Their delivery has been awesome. And guess what? The rest of the lineup, it's that amazing. So let's just keep it locked here. So I want to hear from other people. I want you to raise your hands if you'd like to use the mic, or just drop a message in the chat box and I'll read all the messages. Just tell me how you felt. Just share feedbacks from the 2 short films that we showed you, Baby Factory and of course Against All Odds. If you don't want to talk, just drop a message in the chat box and I'll be happy to read. I'll just seize the opportunity to run. Okay, Habiba QH has a hand up. Admin, if you could kindly unmute the mic for her, please. Admin, please unmute the mic for Habiba. Thank you. I don't know what happened.
1 second, I'm on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. While that is on.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon.
Wa alaikum salam. Good afternoon.
Sorry,
Where are you? Where are you?
Talking to you from Abuja.
Okay, Abuja. That's awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I'm going to start from the second story. The second story resonates with me, but not in the religious aspect. I think in my final year, I actually had a similar situation, but it was sexual, actually. Funny how it was coming from a very old man that was supposed to be my grandfather. Taking it up was more like nobody's going to, nobody, in fact, not like nobody's going to, nobody believed me when I said it, because this is somebody that has diabetic. Like, you feel like he's going to die the next minute, but he's here bullying me with, well, nobody will believe, like, he knows nobody will believe me when I say it. It took the grace of Allah from just one person, but the person I'm talking about is even a Muslim, and a non-Muslim was actually the one that helped me out.
Wow. To
reach out to. When I told DVC then in school, it was like, no, it cannot be true. No, but this cannot be true. You mean, okay, we call him Baba. You mean even him as an elderly man then, it was called him Baba. Like, no, Baba cannot say something. Baba cannot say it. I mean, how? It took some time, took prayer. It's as bad as I wrote the first exam because I could be that, I don't know where the resilience was coming from, but I let him go. The second time, he came to meet me where I was walking to tell me that, that your course is like you're coming back for it again. I looked at him, I was like, hey, God, have mercy on me. I didn't tell him anything. He didn't tell me anything after that. He left and I let him go. I think at one point, somebody came to me and like, hey, don't you think you should give in for this man's faith? And he was a Muslim brother. I think till today, I don't know. I think I feel despised for him for just that statement. For saying, so, and I believe so many other persons could actually be undergoing such, and it happens to be a northern state. So it becomes difficult when we are hiding, especially people now hiding under religion, to actually pull out these things. People get to feel, this person is religious, this person is of this age, cannot do it. Which I feel, okay, one aspect I know in future is to work with the core knot, because I feel things like this go on down there, and it go unknown because people just feel like they are religious, so they won't be doing such a thing. Nothing like that can be happening. But meanwhile, majority, when you start digging in, a lot of it is going on down there with nobody coming out to help them, or with them being scared to even say it because the people have tended to be a taboo, or I know this, it's not, it cannot happen. No, like it's the no, it cannot even happen that is making it happen more, because some of this perpetrator knows that this thing, you like go anywhere you want to, nobody will believe you. Nobody will want to say this is it.
And so it
I hope
empowers them to do more because they
it
are
empowers them to
convinced.
do more. Yeah, and nobody's going to believe you. I hope someday we'll get there, inshallah.
Thank you so much for sharing your personal experience with us. That is, I hope that sort of gives you a relief. And just a question, not to put you on the spot, but just a question. I wonder if you had access to, say, an NGO that was very close to the university, and you know that they actually carry out due diligence, they do their work thoroughly, would you have been bold enough to approach them, or would you, keep it to yourself? And I'm just expanding this now. Thankfully, it didn't happen to you. You weren't raped. But then, expanding it to rape cases, those that eventually get raped, and then they're not able to seek for help because of and all of that. What do you think? Yes, Habiba, please. Admin, can you unmute her? She's... Okay. Admin, please unmute Habiba.
On it, on it.
So then, to answer your question, then would I have gone to them? I wish somebody approached me then. I think I would have said something. I know it's going to take a lot of investigation for them to believe, because I wasn't, it was later somebody was telling me, whenever this man comes to you, why not record your conversation with him? Yeah, I think that was the last one that actually helped me, that the DVC finally accepted that this man was actually asked me. He came to where I was staying in school in his car and said, he's so please, just close to the gate of the school. He's outside the gate, I should come. And I went because I didn't want him to know I was recording it. So the sound wasn't that clear, but when you pay attention to them, you could hear our conversation and you know this is the person talking. It took me that for DVC to accept that it's true, what this girl is saying, and start following. I wish if I'd had an NGO come to me then, I think I would have turned myself in, because it was a whole lot of emotions for me, coming from somebody that is struggling to pay her school fees herself.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. We don't take it for granted, and I think these conversations are critical, and I hope that in this space here, I'm hoping, is there any NGO here or any initiative or courses that are in that space? Are there people doing anything in this space that, we can reach out to for future? So we need to also be gathering contacts here, and let's shop for contact. Let's know who's doing what. So if there's anybody here that addresses issues similar to what the Against All Odds raised and what Habiba just shared, let's drop in the comment section so we can also work with your NGO at some point. Thank you so much for all that you are doing in your spaces. Habiba, thank you so much for sharing your personal space with us. We don't take it for granted. That is bravery on your part. Thank you very much. And the conference continues. We are going to go into the first panel session. So this first panel session, integrating spirituality, I'm just going to set the tone for it. And then I'll introduce the moderator for the session, and of course the panelists, and then we hit the ground running. So we're going to be looking at integrating spirituality. Now, don't look at it isolated. Let's link it to the entirety of this conference. What the theme is: collaborating for a resilient Africa. And what we're trying to do is focus on solving Africa's biggest challenges. So we are going to be preparing solutions to all the challenges that we know exist and we've identified. Okay, so Adela Olua is saying something also. This actually happened to me. This doctor in my department suddenly realized that I existed, made advances, and I refused. Moved to be my final year project supervisor, frustrated me as much as he could, made me print the project twice and still failed me. At the time, mobile phones weren't available like that. It was in the late 90s and early 2000s. I took my price and style. I'd rather hold up my self-respect. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. And, look at you today. I think that shaped you or sharpened you. And this is how much you're giving back to the society. Well done, well done, well done for sharing your personal thoughts. So these things we read in the news aren't, they are not far-fetched. They are not, it's not like it's unreal. It's actually true. There are humans going through all of this. I think so. I'm hoping that we can work together more. I'm hoping that more NGOs, more initiatives can come up in that space to address this elephant in the room, because it is an elephant in the room, especially because people are not able to talk about it openly. People are going through this much. Imagine your final year after working so hard, and then at the nick of time, you are denied your glory. So it's painful, and I hope that we can do more for those coming behind us so they don't have to work in the exact shoes that we worked in. All right, thank you so much, every single participant here on Zoom, and also those watching from YouTube. They have shared the live link for those that would like to join, share with family and friends. I love that you are helping us promote this conference. It's going to be regular. It's not a one-off, by God's grace. This is the successful one. It has been successful from the time we kicked off at 10 a.m. till now. I will pray for successful deliberations and powerful sessions till the end of the day. So I did say that we're going to go to the first panel session. But let me do a quick run through of what we've gone through today. Earlier on, so you can catch up on YouTube with our previous ones. We've looked at volunteering, leveraging volunteering and collaboration for social impact. We had a masterclass on it this morning. Another masterclass happened in the morning. It was delivered by Femi Adams. How can stakeholder management bring about effective collaboration? And actually, school does give us tools to work with, and it was a very engaging session. Those that attended can testify to that. When it will be available, the team will make it available. The clips will be available for wider reach so that more people can take the lessons and work with it. We've also listened to Dr. Ditola Salau. She delivered a keynote address. How can Africa solve African problems? That's what we're looking at for the entirety of the conference. This time around, we're going to the first panel session, integrating spirituality. We're going to have, so I'm going to introduce the moderator first, and then I'll introduce the two panelists for that session. Bear with me 1 minute. Our moderator, Abdul Latif Lanre Abdullah, is also known as Ibn Abdullah As-Sudaizi Al-Ilori. He's a lawyer, marriage counselor, a writer, a reciter, and public affairs analyst. He graduated from the University of Ilorin in 2009. He was the Amir, Nigerian Association of Muslim Law Students, MAMLAS, University of Ilorin chapter between 2008 and 2009. He attended Abuja Law School campus and was called to the bar in 2010. He joined the service of the Nigerian Corporate Commission, NCC, in 2013 as the prosecutor of copyright offenders. He has 4 professional certificates of the World Intellectual Property Organization to his credit. Abdul Latif is the founder and proprietor of Mawadda Consult, home of Islamic Family Counseling in Ilorin, Kwara State, Nigeria. So far, he has written 3 beneficial books, one of which is the best-selling Halal Intimacy from the Islamic Perspective, published in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in 2022. He's also the author of 50 Common Vita, Religious Innovations in Our Contemporary World, as well as Polygyny with Mercy, Synopsis on Plural Marriage According to Islamic Law. He's happily married with children. Mr. Abdulatif, you can just wave to the house or say hello so they know you're here. I've seen you. Just let us know we're here. Mr. Abdulatif. Admin, please get on your pad. You need to mute my speakers. The next of speakers, Mr. Abdulatif, of course, Pastor Jeff and Ustaz Abakar. So you need to unmute them so they can respond as I introduce them. Mr. Abdulatif will moderate this panel session, and he will be working with Ustaz Abubakar Mohammed and Pastor Jeff. Ustaz Abubakar Mohammed is the chairman of Niels Group, the founder of Alamana Aid, and the powerhouse per excellence. He's a devoted student of knowledge based in Abuja, Nigeria. With a strong educational foundation from King's College, Lagos, and the University of Abuja, where he earned a degree in computer science, he has also pursued extensive religious studies under renowned Nigerian scholars. After a decade-long career in the oil and gas sector, Ustaz Abubakar resigned to educate himself on Islamic scholarship. He has since become a sought-after speaker, sharing his insights on international Islamic channels, including NCA, ITV, and Huda TV. As a humanitarian, Ustaz Abubakar has worked tirelessly to support internally displaced persons in Nigeria. He serves on the Advisory Council of the International Center for Islamic Culture and Education and leads the One Ummah Islamic Organization here in Nigeria. Through his founded initiatives, Column Tours Limited and Al-Amana Aid, he continues to promote Islamic values and provide vital support to those in need. Ustaz Abubakar will be working with Brother Abdulatif Larry Abdullah. I hope, Brother Abdulatif, please unmute yourself. I understand you've been granted access to your mic. You can unmute yourself and turn on your video now. You're the moderator. I'm going to turn off my video once I yield the mic to you. So please put up your video and say hello to the house. I'm now going to, thank you very much. Right. I'm also going to introduce to the house Pastor Jeff Oluwagbemiga. He's a multifaceted coach, psychologist, and family expert dedicated to human capacity development. With over 25 years of experience in public health programming with INGOs in Nigeria, Pastor Jeff has honed expertise in leadership, emotional intelligence, and mental health. As lead consultant in Mindbuild Emporium, he provides holistic capacity development solutions. Also as a lead pastor at House of Torrential Grace Church in Abuja, Pastor Jeff inspires spiritual growth. A passionate advocate of family and relationships, Jeff hosts the popular Jeff 316 family talk show and Love is a Living Thing program. He's also the convener of the Abuja's Parents Project. He's been married for 27 years to Ayodele Jeff. Jeff is blessed with 3 children. As an author and sought-after speaker, he empowers individuals, families, and communities to achieve their full potential. Jeff's transformative work spans personal, family, community, and national spheres, fostering a legacy of positive change. It's actually very interesting. I hadn't met him before, but he's been very engaging on all the previous sessions. He's actually engaged with all speakers. So I think he has this passion for learning and learning. So it'll be an awesome time on this panel session with Pastor Jeff, Pastor Abubakar. I think he'll be joining shortly. But Mr. Abdulatif, it's over to you. I'll mute my mic now and turn off my video as I hand over the driver's seats to you. You'll take us for the next 1 hour on the spiritual integration, and then we'll be back. Thank you so much. Please, everyone here, invite your friends and family, share the link share our YouTube link. You don't want to miss this. We tend to say Nigeria is a secular place. Africa, we copy the wrong things. Let's know the place of God. So let's see how we can integrate spirituality in all the works that we're doing and all the causes that we're pursuing. All right, Mr. Abdulateef, I yield the mic to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly. Can
Loud
you hear
and
me
clear.
clearly?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the organizers of this conference, I welcome each and every one of you to this important panel. The theme of the panel session that we are going to have now is spirituality and social change, exploring the intersection of faith and humanitarian work in Africa. So this session is very important because it goes to the root of what we are here for. But before I move on, my role in this session is to moderate the panel. But before I move on, it is important for me to begin by setting the ball rolling before beginning to throw questions to members of the panel. I'm not sure if Ustaz Abubakar is already with us.
He'll join shortly. He's aware. He'll join
okay.
shortly. Yeah.
We have Pastor Jeff on ground, and I'll be throwing some questions to him. But like I said earlier, let me just start by setting the ball rolling by talking about the perspective of what we are here to do this afternoon. I had been anticipating this kind of opportunity for a long time, where humanitarian stakeholders would have the opportunity to come together to brainstorm and collaborate for a better future. I want to use this opportunity to thank my sister, Dr. Aisha Adams, for giving me this great opportunity to be part of this great initiative. And I pray God continues to strengthen her. There is no doubt about the fact that one of the greatest challenges that Africa is facing right now is poverty and hunger. In the same vein, we have a lot of people who can't put their health bills, who have educational challenges. Then there are some people who have their rights trampled upon, like the case of the video that we have just watched, and the case narrated to us earlier by our sister Habiba. This is an example of what a lot of people are going through in our society today. But many of these people, they lack the courage to come out and defend their rights. They also lack the resources to achieve this objective. So the need for us to collaborate with like minds to bring the problems that we are having under control is long overdue. It is also important for me to say at this juncture that the present economic climate in the country, especially in Nigeria, I don't want to narrow down the problem to Nigeria, but sometimes because we are in Nigeria, some of us are in Nigeria, so we have to talk about what we are facing directly. Climate change, the economic climate in the country, especially in Nigeria, has gotten to the situation whereby some people cannot even feed themselves. The inflation rate is very high. Then many have now resorted to self-help. A lot of people are committing crimes just to make ends meet. So in this panel, we want to look at how spirituality comes in, and we want to look at a way by which the different faiths in Africa can come together to solve the problem for us. So let me start by asking my brother, Pastor Jeff, the question that I have here with me. So I'm putting this question to you, sir. How has faith-based humanitarian work influenced community resilience in Africa? And what unique strengths do faith organizations bring to humanitarian efforts? Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for this opportunity. I hope you can hear me well. All right, I think one of the oldest humanitarian organization in the world is the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. And they decided to merge the two together from the Christian and from the Muslim areas. Because the first thing about spirituality has to do with a life journey of service through demonstration of love, empathy, mercy, compassion, and kindness. So that is actually the foundation. So each person might be doing pocket of things, but I decided to just talk about this global organization that we all know, who have been doing so many things in this area, who have done a whole lot of humanitarian things. And if you come down to the locality where we are, we find that a lot of religious houses are doing things in their own way, in the way they could do. I remember when I was living in Lagos, my neighbor then, Elijah, I can't remember his name now, it's late now, blessed memory. He will deliberately create a situation where he will give people things on Fridays and on other days. He does it as a lifestyle. That is humanitarian support at his own level, at his individual level. Every Friday, at least twice a week, his own individual contribution. Well, I grew up in Ilefe and Elisha, that's in Osun State. I saw this also even before becoming a pastor, before working in international organizations, NGO, and all the rest. You see, the issue of humanitarian something is first of all a thing of personal value first. Like I said, spirituality is a journey. It's a journey of service that includes a demonstration of love, compassion, empathy, kindness, and mercy. You can go on and on. So organizations in Africa or in Nigeria have, we won't be able to mention names now because there are quite a lot of them. And I personally too have been involved in quite a lot of humanitarian services. I've been to a lot of IDP camps in the Northeast, and each time I come back home, I know that whatever thing we are doing might not be enough because it's so devastating. Each time I go there, I come back home crying, what else can we do? I've been to Gala, I've been to many of them, Gamboru in the Northeast, and quite a lot of them. So people are doing it at their level, but it's time for this kind of program that we have it. It's not time for us to collaborate so that the effort can be seen, effort can be bigger. When Femi was talking in the morning, by the way, Femi did a very brilliant job in the morning, and he was talking about stakeholders, and this is where it starts. What am I doing? What are you doing? What is he doing? What is she doing? Whatever thing we are doing in our corners are just pockets of things. And so to answer your question, Mr. Abdullahi, we need to aggregate those individual things to flow into what organizations are doing as NGOs before we can actually know what we are doing. So where we start from is this place where we are. What is everybody doing? Individual, and don't forget that individual activities or effort builds into NGO. People now create an organization to formalize what they are doing, and then they might have
Hello, it seems your network is dropped.
We can't hear him again. Let's just wait for some seconds. Maybe he's going to join us. Is there anything wrong with his network? Can we confirm that?
Yeah, there's likelihood that he has dropped off the call. I can't see him here.
Okay.
But we'll try to reestablish contact with him.
Okay, thank you. But as he was saying, we need to get to understand.
He's back. He's
I
here.
think I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, sir, you're back. Well,
Okay, sorry, internet knocked me off. So I knew a lot of churches. That's what I mean. I can talk from that angle. Who are doing humanitarian things, but going back to Femi in the morning, I'll keep referring to Femi. He did a brilliant job. It will be difficult to know how much we have done until we are lying. I know each time that I know some churches that have a standing program on scholarships, who have feeding program. When I was being invited for this, I was checking Aisha's profile. I saw the Feed the Street program that she's been doing. That was the first time I'm hearing of it, for example. Now, now I've heard of it, I can, if I know other people that are doing something like that in Abuja, I say, there's somebody doing that in Lagos. Can you collaborate? That is the real thing we should be talking about here. So I know churches who have motherless babies, orphanages in different nooks and crannies of this country, raising help for people. But it will remain as a small light, one small candle light in one corner, but we bring all those lights together. That's where we can say, yes, we are doing this together. And thank God that we are all looking at it from different angles now. Somebody asked a question when Femi was closing early in the morning, and the person said, if I want to partner with somebody and their value does not agree with my own, what do I do? I said there must be at least one area of value. What that value alignment? We are talking about humanity. Humanity is the only tribe that exists. Every other thing that we have created around tribe and ethnicity, it is just emotions, a response to our emotions and our feelings. Humanity, unconditional.
The network is really dealing with Pastor Jeff. Don't know if it is possible to change the location or to change to another network.
In fact, I have 3 networks. I've been changing from one to the other. I've been changing from here to MT or whatever.
You should use Airtel.
I'm back to Airtel now.
Okay, sir. Go on, sir.
Please, can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes,
please, sorry about the going off our praise. So what I'm saying is that we need to know what each other person is doing at our corner, put those small lights together and let it become a big bonfire. And then the whole world can see what we are doing.
Hello, you can check your mic. Also, Stamina, I think you wanted to say something.
Okay, yes. I'm back.
Okay. Are you done with the...
Okay, so that's what I want to say for now, Mr. Bulai.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very interesting, and that was brilliant from you.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the response. I don't know if Ustaz Abubakar is with us right now. I don't know if he's with us.
I think we're still waiting for him. So, Dr. Josh,
I'm back now. Am I not back?
You are back. You are back.
Okay.
I can hear you clearly, sir.
All right, sir.
So I understand.
Okay, I said, what's the next question? I think I'm done with that. question.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. It was a brilliant response. I don't know if Ustaz Abubakar is with us
Yes,
now.
he joined also. He's also having network glitches. So I was just going to tell Pastor, please don't apologize. You are not the network. It's nothing to do with you. We'll just keep managing until, you know, we have strong network that can go around the country. So Ustaz has joined a few times, but he keeps getting off the call. So let's just keep forging ahead. Pastor, thank you so much for being resilient. I mean, this is what we need, is that resilience. So no matter how many times the network kicks you up, keep coming back. Thank you so much. Well done, Brother Blessing. Keep going, please.
Thank you very much. So we thank Pastor Jeff for that response. It was a brilliant one, in the sense that humanity is at the center of our discussion today. Whatever we are doing, let us keep humanity in the first row. We need to have it at the back of our minds that everyone must be okay. And I don't think there's any religion that preaches something that is against humanity. But before I ask the next question, it seems that our political class in Africa, and I'm very sure of Nigeria, have over the years used poverty and hunger as a tool of exploitation of the people. Perhaps they believe if people are able to feed themselves by themselves comfortably, they will not be able to use them for their political gains.
Correct.
The rate of hunger in our society is alarming, and it is one of the reasons why vote buying is getting the attention of the people. So you see a situation whereby politicians come with a very small change to get votes from the people. So some of these voters that we are talking about use the proceeds of the sold votes to feed themselves. So they can't help the situation. So it will be hard for people to sell their votes if they are able to feed themselves. I want to strongly believe that people will be able to defend their votes, vote properly, and they will not be influenced by any politician if they are able to feed themselves. Because food comes first. That is what keeps us alive. So this is what takes me to the second question that I'm going to be putting to my brother, Pastor Jeff. The question goes thus: in what ways can religious and spiritual leaders influence policies and practices that address social inequalities across African communities? So I want you to please match this problem that I have mentioned with the duty of religious leaders to ensure that people are properly fed and their problems are met so that they do not become tools in the hands of selfish politicians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me first of all say this, that like I heard you say a while ago that all religion celebrates humanity. All religions are supposed to do something about humanity. And I remember Jesus also saying that in the scripture that, help your neighbors, do this and that and that. But where the problem now comes is in the human selfishness. Religious leaders, political leaders, and community leaders are not the rest. And I'm going to tell you this without missing words, that the reason why politicians are able to hoodwink people in the community is because our religious leaders too have been hoodwinked by politicians. They have been able to see only few of religious leaders can come out and stretch his hand and say, I've never collected stolen money from a politician before. As soon as you collect money from a politician that is stolen, that's misappropriated, let me use that word. Not let me just say misappropriated, then you cannot come out and say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? That's one. Two, I'm an advocate of people being in politics, either influencing policies or contesting to influence policies. But the challenge we also have is that as soon as people get to political power, whatever thing they have been saying during the campaign will change. As soon as they get there, either as a Christian or a Muslim, it's an humanity problem, a human problem. So our religious leaders have been more or less anchored in this matter. So now what can they do for the people that they are leading as religious leaders? The very first one, that either must come to the place of equity, must come with clean hands. So who are the people that we are dealing with? What are the needs of the people first? I would think that the first need of people were, Maslow said it is food. You also said it now that it is food, basic needs. But I think it's more of empowerment of mindset. Poverty is more of a mindset than an occurrence, because some people can be poor in the midst of plenty. And that is why donors, I chatted something in the morning. I said, donor fatigue setting into Nigerian space of about 10 years ago. They pump so much money to the country that they are not even seeing results, because some of those money too are misappropriated. I've worked in the NGO for over 20 years, and I can say that. You understand? So when it comes to the religious something, it's almost the same thing. We've had a pastor that misappropriates money. Is that the same pastor now that will tell people that want to feed you without condition to it, without attaching condition to it? So we have to solve this humanity problem of individual greed first. Because before a politician can come to a community and you say something, the religious leader there, the community leader there must also have a voice. Let me tell you something. If a pastor stand like this and a politician stand like this and people talk, people will believe pastor, but they will do what politician asks them to do. Our pastor, thank you for what you have told us, but this man is giving us food. He will collect one bag of rice. Okay, pastor too wants to give you food, but can he afford this every day? Can the church afford this every day? No, probably not. But politicians too cannot afford it every day, but you that want to buy for the next 4 years, and that becomes a problem. So we have a problem that is very, very interwoven. I mean, very interwoven. For example, the principle of the United Nations for humanitarian is humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and what's the fourth one now? Let me see, I wrote somewhere here. And I think about 4 of them. And those are the things that every religion is preaching. Yes, neutrality and independent, neutrality especially. I heard when Aisha was talk about neutrality, meaning that this person is coming as a Christian, as a Muslim, you must give them the same thing. Don't let their religion or their expression of their faith become a problem against them or a challenge against them. Let it not be a disadvantage. So what I'm saying, sir, is this. Politicians that are doing what they are doing, using hunger as an opportunity to hoodwink people, the same politicians have used that same hunger against religious leaders. So when they come to the religious leader and they give him 1 jeep and 15 million or 200 million, what would you expect him to say? So his hands are already tied. So people will always continue, I'm sorry, but people will continue to suffer until some things are sorted among our leaders, religious leaders, political leaders put together. In conclusion, let me quickly say this too, that we need to, I as a person believe in empowering people's mindset. The church I'm leading does not have the money to give people food. We do still once in a while, go to the prison once in a while, go to community once in a while, but we don't have money to sustain that. But how can we empower people so that when somebody is coming to tell them a lie, they can get through that lie? But if they are still hungry, they will know it is a lie, but they will still follow the lie because they don't have anything to fall to. So how can we empower people to use their hand? Because spirituality should not lead people to laziness. Yeah. That's why I ask a person, I'm careful about what I preach. You cannot come to church and pray from Monday to Friday. When are you going to work? You can't pray all day and you don't work. You are not sleeping. Will anything come and meet you at home? No, you need to step out. So the thing with the spirituality we are practicing is sometimes making people to be lazy. 7-day prayer and fasting, yes, good. After the prayer, what next? So I'm of the opinion that if we empower people, let our spirituality be responsible spirituality, meaning that people will know that they have a role to play. That's how they can tackle hunger. Because handouts will never solve people, will never take them out of hunger. Sir, if you look around, sir, the empowerment that we have seen that has been happening since I was a teenager, check the empowerment. It's not sustainable.
Yes.
They can give somebody machine, give somebody a napep. It's not amount to buy fuel. Every money is getting from napep is going to feed his family. One day we sell napep and disappear from that area. You come out to square zero. But if we empower their mind to become transformed, then we can handle them something and they can go on their own. Handouts will never take away poverty. And politicians know it will not take poverty away. One day, sir, before I close, sir, one day I was at Ngala, IDB camp. Ngala IDB camp is in Borno State. That time there was outbreak of cholera. And then we went there to do something on HIV. And everybody was so sad. I wasn't happy all through. The politician came to campaign to them. It was during particular election. Politicians came to that place to campaign, and people followed them. They should, that's what I'm saying. These people got you to where you are. You left your home, you are inside one shackle. And then the same people came and campaigned, and they followed them. They were healing them because they were giving them bottle of water, but water was scarce. But if people have been empowered to be transformed, poverty is a mindset, sir. If they are transformed, they will see between the lies and then they'll be able to empower themselves. So, Oga, it's a long way to go, sir.
Thank you very much. There are some points that you made earlier in the course
But
of
I'm
your
like, people start it here now, just so you know, so you can always push his
Thank you
questions
very much.
away. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. The next question will go to Ustaz, inshallah. But before I go to Ustaz, I just want to bring out some of the points that Pastor mentioned during the course of his responses. He spoke about Dr. Aisha's street feeding program. I had participated severally in this, and it has been very effective. So, but one of the major problems that we are facing right now is what you also mentioned regarding donors fatigue. Wallahi, it's a big problem. It's a big problem. Donors fatigue is a big problem. Today, I have so many flyers with me that I even find it difficult to share them because there are just too much out there and people are not even willing to give again. Talking about the international donors, they know, they have verified the fact that some of our politicians are embezzling monies that are even meant to keep for the needs of the people. These people brought the money into the country for health care, for feeding, for empowerment. And at the end of the day, you find this money in the hands of greedy politicians. So you are very correct in what you have said. But the concern now is that the faith leaders, they need to do something. We need to check ourselves. We need to be truthful to ourselves. We need to enlighten members of our congregations. We need to let them understand the fact that they need to be self-sufficient so that politicians will not come and use them for their cheap political gains. Thank you very much for those responses.
Thank you, sir.
Let me go to Ustaz Abubakar now. Ustaz Abubakar is one of the people that we look up to, especially in the Muslim community. Is the Amir of the One Ummah. He has done a lot when it comes to humanitarian effort that we all know very well. So I welcome you to this panel. And the first question that I'm going to be throwing to Ustaz Abubakar is, what challenges arise when merging faith-based initiatives with secular humanitarian principles, and how can they be navigated effectively? So now we are talking about faith-based initiatives. How can we match these initiatives together, looking at secular humanitarian principles? So how can this be of help to the African communities? Thank you very much, Sheikh Abubakar. You are welcome.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pastor. It's been a pleasure listening to your points as well. It's a pleasure meeting you. And my dear brother, Brother Abdullah, who is the moderator of this session. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah, Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi at-tayyibin wa sahabati ajma'in wa man da'a bi da'watihi wa sunna bi sunnatihi ila yawm ad-din. I start with the best of greetings to each and every one of you who are here, participants, listeners, and everyone who has joined in this session, looking at something very critical in our community, with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, which means may the peace and the blessings of the Almighty be upon you all. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to have been invited for this very initiative and this very apt conference, which is looking at humanitarian aid in communities across Africa, and how we can actually look to sustaining them and growing them and making them more impactful. I'll give a bit of personal experience based on some of the things that I have encountered in this work, and also from the angle of being a faith-inspired organization, not just a faith-based, but a faith-inspired organization. Now, for us as Muslims, one of the pillars of our faith actually has to do with an act that is called the zakat. And zakat is basically you're taking about 2.5% of the wealth of the wealthy that has reached a certain level and using that 2.5% to impact your immediate community. Obviously starting from not your immediate family now, but maybe your extended family, and then gradually expanding that to the entire community. The essence of zakat is that it serves as a poverty alleviation tool. It also helps those who are able to receive it, because once they receive the zakat, the idea is that after a year or after a few years, they should also be able to pay zakat from the zakat they have received. So it's sort of like an initiative known as paying it forward, right? So when someone does good for you, what you do is you pay it forward. And that is how you continue to impact on the lives of people. And generally, you are able to create an ecosystem of wealth, in terms of wealth creation, wealth generation, and sustainable wealth transition, whereby it's not just one person that holds on to everything, but you are spreading it amongst multiple people. Now, unfortunately, we live in times where a lot of people stopped paying their zakat. A lot of people don't know how to pay their zakat from amongst the Muslim community. And the truth is, zakat is not restricted. Zakat can be given to the 8 categories of people that the Quran has stipulated in the 9th verse, the 60th chapter, where the Almighty talks about those eligible for receiving zakat. إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين عليها والمعلفة قلوبهم. That all the way to the end of the ayah, which means verily those who are entitled or eligible to receive the zakat include the poor and the needy, and those who administer, even those who are giving it out, are also eligible. And those who are not Muslims, but who have a heart that is soft to Islam, they are also eligible to that. So zakat can be such a huge and powerful weapon that helps in curbing poverty and can help in really spreading the wealth of the wealthy into the underserved communities. Unfortunately, That is not what is happening today. And due to that, we've had to see the proliferation of numerous NGOs, some being original and some just using it as a conduit pipe for generally creating ways and means of getting in funds and wealth generation, not even for those who are deserving, but for others who feel, oh, I should also use this as a way of getting A, B, C, D, E. So this is where a lot of the faith-inspired initiatives, especially from Muslim-based or Muslim-inspired initiatives or Muslim-inspired organizations, harp on this aspect of zakat being used to empower the communities. Now, when you look at the larger organizations out there that are involved in humanitarian work, a lot of them are really not from any faith-based or faith-inspired. They don't follow that. They are not inspired by anything. They are inspired and driven by humanity. And so when you look at the UNICEFs of this world, the Red Crosses, and when you look at a lot of other organizations, although some of them also faith-inspired, but a lot of it comes from even humanity and being able to serve humanity, which the real thing that you see from that, and that's why there's a lot of success there as well, is that when you put humanity first, it also helps you in dissecting and breaking the barriers that sometimes faith could play. Unfortunately, the truth about what we see today is that humanitarian aid should not know faith or color. And that's why whenever I speak to NGOs, whether it is Muslim-run or Christian-run NGOs, I always warn about a tendency that would happen or could happen whereby people feel, I want to serve only people of my religious following or my religious inclination. So you look at religion first before helping the person. And when you do that, you even come to the detriment of the benefit that you hope to get from the Almighty in the hereafter. That comes as a detriment. Because no human being should allow their faith make them distinguished from another. And so when it comes to faith-inspired initiatives, especially those of today, not those of the past, those of today, one of the greatest challenges that has existed or that has arisen from the existence of these two entities is where people begin to feel, I only want to help people of my faith. And I don't want to look at what the other faith is going through because they are not of my faith. Whereas the secular humanitarian principles focus on humanity, focus on the generality of people. And this is what we have to go back to as faith-inspired organizations to look at. In Islam, we are taught about generosity and kindness to every single creation of the Almighty, to the degree that even animals are deserving of our generosity and kindness. There is a narration that I'm sure Brother Abdullah knows of this, of a lady who was a prostitute. And you know, prostitution is regarded as one of the most heinous and one of the most grievous crimes a woman or man can be involved in, where you sell your body to earn a living. So you are, first of all, giving out your body, which is meant to be a spiritual vessel, and then you are getting wealth from selling your body, which is also prohibited, and you are feeding off of that. And this lady lived her life for a long time until she had repented and one day was walking and saw a dog that was thirsty and used her shoe to fetch water for that dog to ensure the dog would quench its thirst. Because of that singular act, this lady was granted paradise. So we are taught to understand that our level of generosity and kindness even extends all the way to animals. So if animals deserve such kindness, and as faith-inspired organizations, there is a reward for that, then why shouldn't we also show and extend even greater kindness to our fellow humans? Because remember, before faith divides us, humanity unites us. I want us to get that clear. Before faith divides us, humanity unites us. And a verse in the Quran talks about that importance of understanding humanity, that the Almighty says, verily I have created you into male and female, and I have created you into tribes and nations لِتَعَارَفُوا, that you may know one another. إِنَّ أَكْرَمَكُمْ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ أَتْقَاكُمْ. Verily, the best from amongst you are those who are most pious, those who are most upright, those who are most righteous. And one of the things that leads to righteousness is charity. The more you are charitable, the more you are inspired to do good, and the more you are closer to the Almighty because of that effort that you make in being as charitable as you can. So amongst these challenges, one major one, which I have mentioned obviously, is the fact that they sometimes exist this dichotomy to or there's this, sort of barrier that is placed between some, not all, because there are many faith-inspired organizations today that look beyond that. But when you look at the secular humanitarian organizations or not-for-profit organizations that exist, they tend to cover more of as many people as they can, and that's one aspect that we can work on. Now, another aspect when you look at maybe the negative with respect to the secular is that sometimes some of the values that come with some of the aid that could be brought could be inimical to our values as religious people. And I don't want to give examples, but I'm sure all of us can agree that there are certain things between us as Muslims and Christians that till the end of time, you will not get us to do it. You can't. It's not even possible. And the day that you start preaching to a congregation that, oh, let us accept these people for this, there's going to be a problem. A typical example, a few months ago, we know the country wanted to get a loan, a particular loan that many people did not really understand what the conditions for that loan was. We only needed to see one term in that loan, and the entire country was in uproar. That is what some of these humanitarian organizations, in quotes, will come under a blanket of, oh, we are coming to help, and they want to promote such principles. And it's so important that as faith-inspired organizations, we must exist and we must push back such values because they don't conform with our values. They would never conform with ours. And the only way you can push back is by setting up credible organizations that can equally match or even do better than those other humanitarian organizations that are coming with such values. Because one of the things I tell people about faith is that when the Almighty prohibited something, He always provided an alternative to it. For us in Islam, and this also exists in Christianity as well, where the Almighty prohibited fornication and adultery, He provided something that was an alternative, and that is marriage. For you to find solace or for you to find sexual pleasure in your spouse, there is even a reward for that. We are prohibited as Muslims from drinking alcohol. We can't take alcohol, even if it is just a cap. You can't say, oh, it's just a little. It's prohibited for us. And there are similar texts as well in the Bible that prohibits the consumption of alcohol. Exactly. But every other thing that exists, you can consume it, so long as it's consumed in healthy proportions. Many of the commandments of the 10 commandments today are also literally what you find in verses 153 to 155 of Surah Al-An'am. If we study that verse, you would almost see like it's almost the 10 commandments, right? Yeah. So there are so many similarities between our faith that helps us to understand that, look, there are things that we should never compromise on. We should never allow our faith to, or we should never allow our principles to be taken for granted because some people want to, in quote, promote a humanitarian or an all-encompassing entity that ultimately puts your principles in the back or puts you in the backside, and they drive something that is a completely different agenda. So for many faith-inspired organizations, it's for us to improve, for us to have the level of quality, the level of sincerity that is required to run such entities, for us to be as vibrant as possible, for there to be a level of monitoring, evaluation, corporate governance. You need to put in the kind of structures that makes people see that this is a transparent agency or transparent entity, and whatever you give, the impact is going to be felt. There are many other things I would love to share, but I'm also conscious of time, and I don't want to take so much because I know there's still a lot to be said. And so I'll just like to pause here. And once again, thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope be around to answer more questions, even though some of the questions that we would love to put to you, you have answered them indirectly during this response. One thing that I want to bring out of your response is the fact that humanity is at the center when it comes to all faith-based or faith-inspired humanitarian efforts. So thank you very much for that brilliant response. I love the way you try to match the two faith-based books together in your response. The provisions of the Quran, the like provisions in the Bible and some other aspect of the two books. And the hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, of the woman that used her shoe to give a dog. You know, if it is another animal, it should have even been something that people would not look down upon, but a dog for that matter. So she used her shoe to give the dog water, and by that she got the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are also able to get the fact that the role of faith-based humanitarian organizations in achieving the objectives that we have set cannot be overemphasized. Both the Muslim and the Christian humanitarian organizations can collaborate to fix all these problems that we have mentioned, not just the problem of poverty and hunger, but several other problems that people have talked about today. Then, as an expert in the field of intellectual property, I also strongly believe that the greatest of the divine gifts that Almighty Allah has given us is the intellect. We need to make best use of our intellect. As Pastor Jeff said earlier, we can go beyond feeding the poor. We can empower the younger generations to become innovative and for them to also create wealth for themselves. So the Zakat fund can be used for these efforts, and as well as tithe fund that the pastors get, they can use it for this effort. We all understand that one area in our world today that is fast selling is IT. We should try as much as possible to train the younger generation so that we can reduce the rate of poverty in African communities. Now, let me go to, you are going to answer another question, sir, because Pastor Jeff had answered two questions before you arrived. So let me just put this question to you, but I would want you to manage to answer the question within 2 to 3 minutes, because it's a straightforward question. It's something that you had also spoken about earlier, but let me just put it straightforward to you. How can interfaith collaboration improve humanitarian outcome in regions of diverse religious beliefs? You know, we have societies with diverse religious beliefs. So how do we cope in that kind of environment? I know you've spoken about it earlier. That is why I wouldn't want you to spend much time on this, but I just want you to put it in few words. So how can we conduct ourselves in a diverse, in a religious, diverse environment where we are to work to lift the standard of the people? Thank you very much.
Okay. So, but because I have very short time, I'll just keep it simple and straightforward. Dialogue. Dialogue. And when we say dialogue in layman's terms, talking to each other. We just need to talk. We need to sit down, talk about our problems, talk about the issues that bother us, and talk about how we want to go about resolving those issues. Once we are able to have very effective dialogue between faith-inspired groups to a degree that everybody understands that our mission here is to provide a service to a people. Because, for example, if you go to a village where there's no water and you drill borehole there and you say water should be accessible to anybody, should that water be restricted to Muslims alone or Christians alone? Shouldn't it be accessible to everybody in the community? Even those who don't worship, they don't have any faith. They are not even, they're atheists, or those who say they don't even have, they have idols that they worship. Should they have access to that water? The answer should be yes. So having dialogue, understanding one another, and understanding why we are doing what we're doing would help us to work collaboratively to improve humanitarian outcomes in regions where the people are deserving of those outcomes. That's just my simple and short answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Let me quickly go to Pastor Jeff. But before I go there, I want to make this remark. There is an aspect that we need to talk about here, and it is very important. We understand that no religion supports begging. In fact, from the Islamic perspective, it is better for someone to go into the bush, fetch firewood, and sell it to make a living. So if this is the case, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate that many people that you see out there begging are faith-inclined people. You see Muslims begging, you see Christians begging, and people of some other faith. In fact, recently, I read the post of one of our sheikhs on his Facebook platform. I've forgotten his name. He's in Saudi Arabia performing Hajj, performing Umrah. He saw so many Muslims begging on the streets of Mecca, very close to the Muslims' biggest land, the biggest mosque in the world. So this brought a kind of mixed reaction for this scholar. The case of Al-Majiris is well known in the northern Nigeria. The problem of child and human trafficking that we have also seen in the videos that were shown earlier is common in many parts of the Black world. Then there's this practice by which some religious leaders beg for money. They extort members of their congregations for money at events. Even many of the faith-based organizations that I have worked with rely solely on begging, whether online or offline. You see people creating flyers, we begin to share them. So it makes things so difficult. Can't we have a kind of a kind of arrangement by which people who are supposed to help the cause of humanity can come without people needing to beg them? Because the rate of begging in the society is so much. I want you to please address this, Pastor Jeff. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to appreciate Ustad for that presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Like you said, none of the religion that we know supports begging. It takes me back to what I said before, that individuals will still have their own hidden agenda. I remember a particular state in the north, where the governor was taking beggars off street. I was paying them 10,000 naira per month, but they will still get back to the road. I was personally in that particular state because the person that was in charge of clearing the beggars off the road was a friend, a senior police officer, and he became frustrated. So that means people still want to do that. That poverty mindset is what will make a pastor to stop hoodwinking people for money, and will still make people to go to the street and beg or look for any corner way of getting things from people. It's the mindset. That's why I believe in leading people through a transformational journey. when they get to a point where they know that, okay, I am able to overcome this particular area of my life, and I'm not going to beg again because I can walk. You know how many people have been empowered and they're still begging? Because it's a mindset. So I don't know. Let me just say this. The statement you just made now that Islam does not support begging means that begging is now cultural. Then it might not be religious again. So we might put religion so that we can justify religion. Just put it out and say, okay, religion, you are not involved in this. It is people's culture or mindset that's taking them to be on the road, but they are using the cloak of religion to cover. Anybody that wants to beg, say, I want to beg in the name of Jesus. And I tell people, don't use Jesus' name to. You cannot blackmail me with Jesus' name. You can't. I lead a church and people call people that don't even know where our church is. But because we have flyers and whatever, I say, I was in your church last Sunday. My daughter is this one. I say, where were you seated? Good enough, we are not very plenty, so we know each other. I said, no, we don't give money to random people. We have a process. So we discourage that thing as long as we can. So we keep discouraging it. But people, see, there's something that we cannot take people away from. That's, for example, let me give an example. You see beggars on the road that have been doing this business for 50 years. Where would they start from? They were small and they have grown into it. It's a lifestyle. They can't detach from it. Yeah, exactly, professional. And they are not poor. Some of them have houses. When I was growing up in Ife, we know one that has 2 houses and was still on the road.
They have multiple wives. Multiple wives.
Exactly. Yes. And so it's, I don't know. Actually, it's something that called for a bigger debate. You know, that is already become a debate in Abuja when the minister said wants to clear them off the road. It's triggering religious, but it's not supposed to be religious. It's supposed to trigger proper thinking. But you know, in Nigeria, I said that we use religion to fight each other. And we use, religion is easier, or use culture. Say, because I'm a Christian, you are victimizing me. As soon as you say that, you begin to set off the fire. So we need to sit down and our leaders, I don't know how many of our leaders that are here listening to us who are able to push this thing further, that this thing needed to be taken off from our society. We need to sit down and ask ourselves, which of this is cultural, which of this is religion, so that we don't just give religion a bad name for what people are doing with their own intention. The same thing happens in Christianity. A lot of people, like when you mentioned that, I just smiled. Because that is one of the most controversial things in Christendom. It's a very controversial, very, very controversial. So when you mention that people should do, it's not as easy as that in Christianity. It might be very easy like that in Islam, but it's not easy to put, okay, this tight money, you want to use it to feed the poor. That's why it's okay. Have your own budget to feed the poor. Let the church have a budget to feed the poor. And some churches do have it, and we have it at a church, we're a growing church, but we have it to the little of our ability. So individual differences, individual greed is what we need to address in this. And people have been hiding under religion to demonstrate guilt. It's not religion, it's greed. It's a personal greed. That's what I think.
Okay. Thank you. What I've been able to understand from your response is the fact that one of the best ways for us to cope with this problem of begging is to begin to identify those who are truly in need and to assist them to the best of our ability. Then we need to bring our rich class to understand the situation on ground. They do understand, but we still need to talk to them further. The rich in our society need to rise to these challenges through the institution of zakat. It is not only zakat that we have in the Muslim community, we also have waqf endowment. We have sadaqah, that is just mere charity. Then we have too many rich people in our society that can champion this cause of faith-based humanitarian organizations. But the problem is who to trust. So some of these rich people don't know who to trust, because some of these religious leaders that we're talking about, you can remember the case of Professor Oloede, what he did at the National Mosque then. I don't know how true this story is, but we had that he had to set up some of the people that were collecting money for the mosque. And at the end of the day, some of the monies were found in some people's pockets. So these are the problems. So faith-based humanitarian need not to beg in this humiliating manner that we are begging. I want you also to understand that faith-based organizations need not to be begging in this humiliating manner. If you know what Dr. Aisha Adams does to feed the people, sometimes you cry for her. And she's always fulfilled when she's able to feed people. I can attest to this because we have been in it together for a very long time. So a lot of our rich people are lavishing their wealth on frivolous things instead of using it to uplift the standard of others in the community. And if you look at the verse of the Quran where Allah said, وَآتِ ذَا الْقُرْبَى حَقَّهُ وَالْمِسْكِينَ وَابْنِ السَّبِيلِ وَلَا تُبَذِّرْ تَبْذِيرًا. The meaning of this verse, that is Quran 17, verse 26, is, and give the relative his right, which means that your relatives have right over you, that you have to spend on them. And also the poor, then the traveler. It means that the poor may not even be your family member. The poor may not be your people. The poor may not even be a Muslim. Then a traveler. These are the people that we need to take care of. And God said, and do not spend wastefully. Just a few days ago, I heard that someone wanted to organize birthday, and before the next day, they had already gathered 600 million naira for birthday celebration. And the Dika Foundation, funded by our sister, Dr. Aisha Adams, needs only 100 million. We need 100 million to fund feeding projects. So we couldn't get it. So these are the issues that we are facing in our society. I want our Ustaz Sheikh Abubakar Muhammad to please shed light on this. How do we get the rich to respond? I know you have been doing a lot in Abuja and in the Northeast. I was at Anur Mosque the day you had a program for those that you are sponsoring in different schools, and it was a very wonderful project. How do you get people to support you in this manner? We also need to get a clue from you. Thank you very much, sir. Sheikh Abubakar, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry to be a short spoiler, but Ustaz, please keep the response short. We are out of time for this session. We're going to the next session. Let me also put Pastor Jeff on the spot. I know you were not officially informed, but by the powers vested in me, did seat. I'll see you back to the next session as well. So please just shoot. We're putting you on the next session. Peace and conflict resolution. So you'll be joining Ustaz Abubakar, and we'll be adding one more panelist. That's just to tell you. The organizer didn't send me this. This is my own personal power veto. Ustaz,
okay. Sister Amina, those powers you have are quite powerful powers. By the way, you said it, very powerful. so I will keep it. Yeah, I'll keep it very short. In brief. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Ustaz?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Time. I would want you to also add this to your response. Why is it that our energies are tilted towards Ramadan? In Ramadan, we see a lot of humanitarian effort from the Muslim community. Aisha Adams can bear me witness. After Ramadan, the remaining 11 months, we are not usually active. What can we do to this? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Two very important questions. One on sustainability of faith-based humanitarian work, and another with respect to how to motivate people outside Ramadan, especially Muslims, whom, as we know, Ramadan is one of the months that we tend to exhibit the most connection to the Almighty, and we're most generous. I'll start with the first and keep it very brief. Now, we must understand something very important, right? Wealth is a gift given by the Almighty, but it's not a gift in some regard as well, because it is actually in some areas seen as a trial. Wealth is a trial, because as some people say, you don't know a person until you give them wealth and power. When you give people wealth and power, that's when you know them. You might see somebody and say, oh, this man is very humble, very gentle, very nice. The moment he's able to afford a Ferrari Testarossa or a Cadillac Escalade, and he's able to fly business class and first class, wallah, you will never see him again. You realize that this man is not who he portrayed himself to be. And the Almighty does not accept except what is pure. So when you tell me, or when you say that you can see people organizing birthday parties and they're getting 600 million, yet you want to feed about 1,000 people, and that's when people remember that, oh, I don't have money, I'm struggling. The reason is that a lot of people prioritize things differently because the Almighty has not allowed them to see the work of good that they can earn with their wealth. So I stopped worrying about this because I was in a similar state. Like, how is it that I'm trying to provide a scholarship for 400 children with money that one man was using to sponsor one child to school? And when we were starting this project, a lot of people thought it wasn't doable. So we had to build in sustainable means. And what were those sustainable means? As an organization, we equally had to look at investing in things that can bring returns, which we use to support the works that we're doing. So we had to now begin to think as businessmen and businesswomen. In another way, we also had to begin to report to those who we saw as consistent donors. So we cultivated people and we made them consistent donors to the organization by them seeing the works that were being done. When you do that, you build confidence in people. You make people feel like, oh, these people are credible. And then they can take those reports and give to other people and say, are you looking for someone to support? This is an entity for you to support. And many other ways and means that we had done as well, which because of time, I can't really go into in detail. The second aspect of why is it only in Ramadan that a lot of people tend to do a lot of work? Remember the famous narration, the famous hadith of the noble prophet of Islam, where he talks about how Ramadan is the month in which the shayateen, the devils, are chained, and the doors of paradise are flung open, and the gates of hell are shut. And why that narration is given is that people need to understand they must work as hard as they can in that month to get as many deeds as they can, because the gates of paradise are now open. So it is easier for people, you motivate them to that. And for Muslims especially. After Ramadan, almost everybody goes back to the same way of living. In fact, I've had people that on the day of Ramadan, after Ramadan was done, the next day this guy was in a beer parlor trying to say, awe, ati, bawe. What's the word? We finished the past year here, so let's go back to our normal lives. So that is something that you have to continuously preach to the Muslim congregation, to tell them that it's not just in Ramadan you should be charitable. Give as much of your wealth as you can. One of the things that we are trying to develop today in the entity I've basically set up is a kind of initiative whereby for workers in certain places, as they receive their salary, they should have like this deduction form, salary, from their salary deductions. Immediately it hits their account. There is an instruction that they immediately ask for the bank to take out certain amount and remit it to a charity organization that is doing ABCD work. And people can select whatever intervention that they want to go for. So in Al-Amana Aid, for example, which is an aid organization I recently founded when the flood incident happened in September in Maiduguri. And Maiduguri, I've been going to it very often. I have been there. I have been very active on ground, especially when the insurgency was taking place. Maiduguri has the bulk number of children that we have in the SILK program, that's the Scholarship Initiative for Less Privileged children, and these were children affected by the insurgency. Some of them, their parents were killed before their very eyes. Right? So they had nothing, they had nobody. So we provided scholarship and we provided for them, a means of sustenance and a livelihood. This was done by one Ummah. But Al-Amana Aid, when the flood happened, and after a decade of doing a lot of the intervention there was a completely different hit. And this was a hit that came as a result of negligence. The dam that broke, yes, it broke and it was something that we understood could have happened, but there was negligence attached to it.
Yes.
There were monies that were allocated for the maintenance of the dam that was not being done.
Yes.
I met with people from that particular area called Alau that said they had been complaining for months, for years, that this dam is going to get damaged. One of them told me about how they had told the state government and they gave them 1,000 bags of sand to use and protect the community from a dam that had millions of tons of water.
Coming
How
Canada.
do you do that? Coming from not just from different parts. And unfortunately, to add to all of this, the government, well, let me not go into it in detail, but the state government had sent a delegation that said everything was fine on a Thursday. By Tuesday was when the dam broke, and the rest is what we see today. So it's sad, but it's also a realization that because we now have the ability, then we have the responsibility to do the work. We don't need to wait for government anymore. We've seen the failures on very simple things. And it's something that I always hold myself accountable. I don't hold the government first. I tell myself, if government had failed, did that give you the right to also fail? Did it give you the right to also say you couldn't do anything? Because we have something that we can give. We have our net worth. We have our education. We have our access to certain things. We have our initiatives that many of them don't have. The blessing of education you have today is a blessing not just to you, but to everybody around you. And if they cannot benefit from that, then it means it doesn't make sense to have that. So I will stop here because of time again, and considering our dear sister who had given a warning sounded in my ears to that. And I want to thank you again for having me, and may the Almighty bless you all for this wonderful initiative, not just connecting Nigeria, but the entire African continent to the need for us to really work assiduously and work together to promoting a healthier environment and promoting peace through humanitarian work.
Thank you very much. We're going to round off the discussion right now, but before we close the panel, I have this statement to make based on what has been said earlier in the course of this session. It has been noted very clearly that every faith-based or faith-inspired movement needs humanitarian effort to survive. So there is no faith-based effort that can succeed without some welfare packages. We need to focus on welfare packages for the members of our congregation. If we want people to listen to our sermons, if we want people to listen to our lectures, if we want them to follow our admonitions, then we need to feed them. We need to also help them to solve their problems first so that they can listen to us effectively. Thank you very much for coming, Pastor Jeff and Sheikh Abu Bakr Muhammad, the Amir of One Ummah. May Allah continue to protect you. Thank you very much. So
thank you so much, Mr. Abdul Latif. That was brilliant. Well done. The convener kept us saying, don't keep them few. Actually, I'm asking you because you kept on telling me, don't. This is a very impressive session, mashallah. Well done to everyone of you. And like I said, this is just going to transition into the next session. So what I'm going to be doing now is introducing the moderator for the next session and also introducing the other panelists that will be joining the gentlemen here. And that's, I'm retaining Pastor Jeff just to give that extra balance, because we're going to be looking at peace and conflict resolution as part of the sessions that we're deliberating on, all in the bid to fulfill all righteousness. Don't forget that the theme for this year's conference is Collaborating for a Resilient Africa, focusing on solving Africa's biggest challenges. And so if we are now at the point of peace and conflict resolution, and the two top religions in Africa are Islam and Christianity, so I think that balance is absolutely necessary. And this is where I bring on the moderator for that session, Jennifer Mukasa. She's an international relations expert and sustainable development champion. Jennifer is a renowned international relations expert who specializes in sustainable development within Africa. She holds a Master's of Arts in International Relations and a Bachelor of Arts in Global Politics. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the forefront. As I read out her profile, I hope the admin has given her access to unmute herself and also turn on her video so we can see her. She has a proven track record in research, advocacy, and addressing complex regional and global issues. Her expertise spans political analysis and development, strategic partnerships and stakeholder engagement, conflict resolution and peace building, human rights, and social justice. She's passionate, or she has passion for advocacy, sustainable change. She's driven by a deep commitment to Africa's progress, and so she is dedicated to promoting innovative, sustainable solutions to the continent's pressing challenges. Her work focuses on environmental sustainability, economic empowerment, social justice, and equality. Humanitarian response and development as well. Some of the things she's done as a moderator for this year's conference, she will be facilitating dynamic discussion, fostering collaboration, and inspiring actionable solutions for sustainable development across the continent. Her expertise hopefully will guide all of us participants at this conference towards humanitarian response, promoting sustainable development initiatives, enhancing regional cooperation and partnerships, and of course, empowering African-led solutions. Jennifer, you're welcome to the conference.
Thank you so much for having me.
And you're joining us from?
I'm joining you from Kampala, Uganda.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to introduce your last panelist. So you have 3 panelists this time. I know you had just 2, but I've factored in Pastor Jeff to join the panel. So other panelists joining right now is Dr. Aisha Adabiru, DPs, FPMC, FCIAP, FCICRPC. She's passionate and a visionary founder and CEO of Master Coach, a coaching and mentoring firm limited. She holds a professional doctorate in peace and conflict resolution from IBTM and a degree in English literature from the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria here in Nigeria. Dr. Aisha's educational journey is as diverse as her professional one. She's a certified master practitioner and trainer of neuro-linguistic programming NLP. She's a master results coach and a holder of the Chartered Islamic Finance Professional Part 1 certificate from INSEAD, Malaysia. Her training also includes credentials from the Anti-Corruption Leadership Academy, Nigerian Institute of Management, and the Aware Academy in Australia. With over 10 years of experience in the banking sector, Dr. Aisha's expertise spans non-interest banking, treasury, sales, customer service, risk management, and she also has a working stint in real estate. Her transition into entrepreneurship saw her leverage this experience into a successful career as a performance consultant and human development expert. She's had her hands in so much that I carry on with her profile. We'll be here till the end of the conference. I'm going to leave you now in the able hands of Jennifer, who will stay at the ship for the next 1 hour as we look into peace and conflict resolution. Happy deliberations.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here today. I'm really honored to be moderating this discussion on peace and conflict resolution. It's a topic that is not only urgent, but incredibly relevant to many of the challenges Africa faces today. As we know, conflict does not just create immediate crises. It leaves long-term impacts on communities, economies, and individuals. Whether it's people being displaced from their homes, children missing out on an education, or the loss of livelihood, the ripple effects of conflict are immense. But alongside these challenges, we also see hope across the continent. There are ongoing efforts, both big and small, to bring peace and sustainability, from grassroots movements to international peace processes. People are working tirelessly to resolve conflicts and create a better future. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from a group of people who are deeply involved in these efforts. Our panelists will bring forth a wealth of experience in peace building, humanitarian efforts, and conflict resolution. I'm really looking forward to hearing your insights on this topic. Today, we'll explore not only the current situation, but also look ahead at how we can collectively support efforts to build long-lasting peace in Africa. What role do communities, women, youth, and civil societies play in this effort? And most importantly, what are the practical steps we can take to moving forward? I hope today's discussion sparks ideas, inspires action, and gives us all a better understanding of the way forward. With that, let us dive into our first question. I'm not sure who will respond to the question first, but I'll just shoot the question. What are the primary barriers to sustainable peace in Africa, and what role can grassroots organizations play in overcoming these challenges?
Aisha, please go first. I'll follow you.
I think, Dr. Aisha, you muted your microphone, so we can't hear you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Jennifer. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, madam.
Thank you. You're muted again. You're still muted.
Hello, can you try to speak now? It seems you've been unmuted.
Hello, okay, so I've been unmuted. I was getting the message that the host is not allowing participants to unmute.
No, I think
we're
trying to put this to unmute.
You can hear me clearly now.
We can hear you now.
Yes, I can. Yes, we can.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Nice to meet you, Jennifer. Nice to see you again, my brother, Pastor Jeff.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
So I want to commend the organizers of this very important program. The first foundation is sensitization on these very key topics. Sensitization, then action. And I want to encourage, everyone listening that we need to hold ourselves responsible and accountable for the parts we play. Like Ustaz Apakal said, he said he's holding himself, responsible for what he can do with respect to some of the challenges that are in his own space. So when we talk about peace and conflict resolution, there is no progress without peace. If we look at countries today where peace is being challenged, we look at Sudan, we look at some other parts of the world, and we know that education of the young were destabilized, infrastructures are being vandalized, and families are being torn apart. So if we look at Africa today, we would say that the primary barriers to peace, to sustainable peace in Africa, include ethnic divisions, competition over natural resources, weak governance, poverty, and we would also talk about neocolonialism and the impact of neocolonialism and the ongoing rape of our resources in Africa. So what can we do as a people? How can we contribute to peace in our own niches, in our own, just a moment. Okay, I'm getting a message. Okay, so I have responded to the message. So what can we do in our own, spaces to contribute to peace in this regard? We would continue to preach that as human beings, we are first of all the human tribe. And as the human tribe, we owe it to ourselves first, then our family, our communities, and the world at large to contribute to peace. So how can we address issues when it comes to ethnic differences? When we look at ethnic differences, it's just, sometimes it's fighting over resources or boundaries, but we would know that the bloodshed that accompanies some of these grievances is not what we're fighting over. It's not what the piece of, is it the piece of land? Is it the piece of whatever that we're trying to gain control over? So as long as we live, there would always be, PMS, power, money, and sex. There would be, struggle over these elements. There would be struggle to control boundaries. There will be, but as Africans, we need to understand that we are first of all Africans. As members of a family, we need to first of all understand that we contribute to the peace in that family. As members of a community, we need to understand that we contribute to peace in that community. As citizens of the world, we need to know that we contribute to peace in the world. So when it comes to also politics, we should hold ourselves responsible to play politics fairly, rather than the jungle type of politics that we have in some instances today. So these are some of the threats. These are some of the ways as individuals, first, we need to hold ourselves accountable. And then, which is why this particular program is timely, we need to have more of this type of programs to sensitize individuals of the part they play in contributing to the peace in the world. And then we go to, how do we ensure that in our family unit, we're modeling peace? Because every individual you see today in the world is from one family unit. And if we do not model peace in our family unit, there is no way that we'll take it into the world. So it is our responsibility in our family units to ensure that we're living peacefully with our family members, and we're also, modeling how to take this into the world. So these are some of the ways that, like recently, I compared an event that had to do with election security and the role that the security agents, especially the police force in Nigeria, plays in election security. And it's about holding the key players responsible and sensitizing them that this is your call and these are the resources you need to do it. So across this broad spectrum, we need to pay attention. We need to pay attention, and we need to make our contributions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your response. Do you have anything else to add?
That's that for now. I'm sure that Pastor Jeff has something to add.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Good to see you here. All right, I want to wear my cap as a psychologist now, and having done a few courses on conflict management, I'd like to narrow it down first to the individual, because a person with intrapersonal conflict is going to bring it out to affect the people around him or her. Then it will affect the group, to affect the community. It will go through to the nation and then to the continent and to everybody. So let's come on back. Who are the center of gravity? The people that are carrying this particular conflict we're talking about, who are actually the people championing it. What is their mindset? What do they think? What is their value that they are sharing with people? And how are they so, what do they have that others are following that pattern? So I want to, I'll be talking about that. That's what I want to add to it. The individual side to every conflict, because the individual person is capable of doing things, but how far the person will go, we might not know until he or she will start. Let me just put it at that point. So let me listen for the next question. I'm looking at the individual now in the midst of conflict solution. Who is that person? Who is the center of gravity of that conflict? Okay, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm not sure if I should go on to the next question, but one thing that I want to address that I am actually happy, Dr. Aisha, you brought it up, is neocolonialism as one of the primary barriers to sustainable peace. Because with the ongoing political climate within Africa, we seem to have countries coming in disguise as helping our nations, but in reality, it's a form of neocolonialism, putting African countries more in debt. And this is actually causing internal conflicts within governments, which is leading to more instability or not really sustainability for the future. Do you have a comment on that, or do I move on to the next question? Any comments?
For me or for Maisha?
From both of you.
Oh, okay, she made a point and you have elaborated on that point. And unfortunately, that's the truth. From every corner of Africa now, we have people who are coming from outside the continent. And the first thing they do for us is that they learn our language, and we think this is a friendly gesture. They learn our language, they speak our language, we think, oh, these people are coming to help us. But as soon as they come inside, they take our mineral resources. It's happening again, it's happening everywhere. So it's a second phase of colonialism, so that they dictate what happens in our country, so that we are even owing them. In some countries, the countries are even owing them. You are owing your visitor. You know, it's somehow, and it will create conflict, because it's now like we have been declared independent many years ago, and we are managing our independence, and now you are coming now, and what you have introduced is now economic slavery. You have taken, or you inside they're not operating from outside, they're already here. So it's a major thing, very, very major thing. And that one, we that are here, we can only start the sparks, but the people that can actually help this are our leaders who issue licenses to them, who sign pacts with them without consulting us, who sign our life out and give them without us knowing. But there's one in Nigeria that said we are owing one particular organization money, the entire country. How? Who signed the paper? How did we know? Was there a referendum to sign those things? Those are tough points, actually. I'd like to stop at that.
Thank you so much.
The government needs to look at the fine print. You know,
Yes.
The fine print, the dangling ropes are actually, placed. So government needs to pay more attention. Government needs to involve more of, the legal individuals to actually peruse these documents intensively before signing any agreements.
Yes. There's actually a saying that someone said the other day, today's solution is tomorrow's problem. And I think that is something that we are dealing with. And both you, Dr. Aisha and Pastor Jeff, have addressed that. So the next question is actually a very interesting question. I believe that African problems have an African solution. So the next question is, how can traditional African conflict resolution practices be effectively integrated into modern peace building frameworks?
Pastor Jeff, you can go first, please.
Okay. Before people came from Europe, Africans already have a system that was running well. We heard of all the wars in Africa in those days. They have a way, there was a system in place to manage their conflict. Unfortunately, we threw away that system. We went to university and we learned a system that's not working for us. Now, we need to go back, and the main thing they do then, we know, is dialogue. From the things we have read, either depending on the culture, they come with different sticks or something. There's a way they send they have paraphernalia of things that they send to the other group, and then there's a conversation that goes on, and then they agree to come to a sitting position where they can dialogue. Can we go back to that? Can we go back to the community? Can we adopt those things that has worked before? Number one. Number two, can the government try and also involve other stakeholders? Because now, let's assume that there's a conflict now between Nigeria and the people, the so-called expatriates who came to the country and have now more or less hijacked our mining system, for example. In that conflict solution, we still go and look for Harvard way of resolution. We have learned this as it works for us. Now, two different countries, two different mindsets, two different cultures are sitting down to resolve a conflict. What is the common value? What is the mutual value point that we can align to that will help us? Do we know why the other person is sitting with, okay, we are seated there now, two of us, we are trying to resolve a conflict. What is my mindset? What do I bring to the table? What exactly was my vision for coming here? So I think the community leaders could be involved in terms of, in the morning we spoke about stakeholders. Let's bring in the stakeholders who will bring their own ideas into this, and then we can harmonize the ideas and present it at a round table. So I'm of the opinion that people at the grassroots could be involved in this resolution, not just from the top. Because by the time they agree at something at the top, a lot of time, people at the grassroots are the ones that will suffer for it, and they don't even know exactly what happened in the first place. Sometimes you just see some guys in your community with drilling equipment. You don't even know how they got there. They say they have collected paper from who? And they bring paper. And they now tell the community that, please wait, I'll be resolved from hub. Which hub? So people should be involved. There should be a lot of a broad-based stakeholder system, stakeholder analysis, stakeholders engagement for us to be able to resolve conflicts effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Jeff. Would you like to add on, Dr. Aisha?
Yes. Well done, Pastor Jeff. Well done, Jennifer. When we talk about, our local ways of resolving conflict, as Africans, we have very unique ways, especially when we involve the elders. And when we involve the elders in dialogue, and the elders are able to facilitate, mediation between the parties. We also have a system, from my research, we have a system in Rwanda where post-genocide, they had what we call the Kaka courts, where, some of the perpetrators of the violence would confess and make redress as much as they can, and then they are reintegrated back into the society. So it promotes forgiveness and healing, and also, whatever lingering traumas are there would be healed through this process of, seeking redress and actually forgiving each other and moving forward as a society. So these are some of the practices that modern peace and conflict resolution, machineries can benefit from traditional African practices.
Thank you so much for your insight, Dr. Aisha. It's actually quite interesting when you both brought up how in Africa we've had practices before the Europeans came. And there's a study that I actually read about Nigeria, where they talked about how the Igbo had their own democratic system that worked so well that neighboring areas did not have conflicts because of how their model of democracy worked and how they related with other tribes that neighbored them. I just wanted to welcome Ustada Abubakar. I think he was on and then left. I'm not sure if he's still on. let's move on to the next question, because I know we're a bit short with time. How can humanitarian organizations work with local leaders to prevent youth radicalizations in regions affected by conflict? Ustada Abubakar, are you there? I think
the network has pushed him out again.
it's pushed him out. I think he's
I'm
here.
sorry.
It's muted. I think if he could take the next question. Did you get the question, Ustada Abubakar? I'm not sure.
Maybe you should repeat it, please.
The question was, how can humanitarian organizations work with local leaders to prevent youth radicalization in regions affected by conflict?
He needs to be unmuted. He's muted. So if the admin can please unmute him.
He's been unmuted.
And I think his network went off. Dr. Aisha or Pastor Jeff, would you like to take the question as we wait for Ustada Abubakar?
So when we talk about youth radicalization,
okay, go on, man, go on. Please go.
When we talk about youth radicalization, we know that the local leaders understand the mindset of the youth, so they are in a better position to understand why they are agitating, what they are agitating for, and how can they channel the energies they currently have that they're using for radicalization to creative pursuits. Now, we have a case in point when we reference the Niger Delta in Nigeria. There was a lot of challenges with the youth in the Niger Delta until the Nigerian government stepped in and worked with the leaders in the region to actually rechannel the energies of the youth to creative pursuits. Some of them were given scholarships to study what they wanted to study, and some of them were set up in business. And then there were some form of empowerment programs that were actually created for the youth to plug into, rather than allow them use that energy for radicalization. And these are some of the ways that the Nigerian government has been able to rechannel the energies of some of the youths in the Niger Delta. And now how can we now borrow from this, for other regions, other trouble spots where we have youth radicalization? How can we borrow from this particular model that has worked? Because there are, since then, there's been reduced incidences of kidnapping, oil bunkering. They are still there, but not as much as, I don't have the percentage, but not as much as, what we had before the programs were implemented.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. Pastor Jeff, you also wanted to address the question?
Okay. Yes, let me just follow on what Dr. Aisha said. Getting to know the mindset of the young people, because what happened in Niger Delta was they were doing a top to bottom approach. We just talk to people at the top, down, and the youth will just see people coming to their community. I lived in that community that area for a long time, and I was involved in a few of these, the solutions, so to say. And one other thing that we need to do, we cannot use the system that works in Niger Delta to take to the north. We need to understand that there are diversities. The youth in the north have a different mindset from the youth in Niger Delta. Very, very different mindset. Culturally, religious-wise, in fact, societal-wise, they are different. So we need to understand, go to the basics of what are their values, what do they place value on? What's an average young man thinking about? If you pick 10 random people in Kano, for example, young people, pick 10 randomly from Lagos, pick 10 randomly from Warri, their mindsets are going to be completely different. And those are the things we need to look at, their value placement. What are the major things that influences their action? Do they have a community? It's easier. Okay, I live in Abuja, for example. It's easier to gather 200 youths to go and do anything in Lagos than to gather them in Abuja. They will ask you, do I know you? Because you didn't grow together. The mindset here is different. In the north, it's even a lot easier because you only need to speak one particular cliche, and that is all. Everybody follows you. So we need to look at that in working with these young people. One formula we want to work for the regions. It has to be specific, and that takes us back to stakeholder engagement that I will mention early in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Jeff. Ustada Abubakar, can you unmute your mic? And then I'm not sure if...
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Should I say the question again to get your insight on the question?
Yes,
so the question
please.
was, how can humanitarian organizations work with local leaders to prevent youth radicalization in regions affected by conflict?
So I think for that would probably be one of the driving areas for any humanitarian work, especially when you have to work with grassroots entities and organizations and leaders. One of the major things that I'll give with an example of our organization, One Ummah, when it was established, one of the things that helped us in terms of its growth and its success was we were able to have very smart, and when I say smart, like sustainable, measurable goals that we wanted to achieve. But we realized that in order to get those goals or to achieve those goals, we needed to work with individuals, leaders in communities, areas that we were going to where we knew there was a lot of tension, for example. We would go there and work with them and get them to identify themselves as being a part of us. And what that gave them was like a sense of there was a direction to this. There was an ownership to what was being said and what was being done. And through that, we were able to make inroads into those communities whereby what would have caused a lot of resistance, we got a lot of acceptance. And we got acceptance because they saw us with faces of people or persons they were familiar with. And it was a case of, look, this is what they've come with, listen to them and see how this can help drive a solution in this community. And through that, some of the leaders who were adverse to some of the ideas and ideals that we promoted of peace, of generally looking out for one another, not seeing one person as an enemy to yourself, but looking at the general benefit that could come to you both. Because again, in Africa, one of the things that really exasperates conflict in our part of the world a lot of times is politics. A lot of politicians harp on the differences within Africa to cause a lot of divide, thereby wanting to have full access on resource. So there's fight for resource control, for relevance, for power. And all of these things can cause people to take certain actions or utter certain utterances in order to exasperate the polity. I'll give an example, obviously, with Nigeria. All right. So Nigeria being the most populous African country, having over 300 tribes. So you have a nation with over 300 tribes, and every tribe at one point or the other feels that they want to have power. So you're going to deal with not just the major tribes in the country, you have these other 200 plus 290 something plus or 300 plus that are also vying for the same resource, for the same relevance, for the same power. And everyone has different mindsets in terms of how they operate and how they, their cultures, what they attribute to culture. So it's going to be something, if not mere impossible, for you to be able to bring the entire 300 plus people, tribes together under one objective in order for them to work together towards achieving it if you do not walk through the grassroots, if you do not align yourself with them, if they don't see you as being one of us, you're part of us, down to even speaking the language, down to even the accent. You know, there's some parts of Nigeria that if your accent isn't a certain way, they don't even believe you're from from their area. So it's a very deep issue, deep-rooted issue that a lot of humanitarian organizations have to really focus and study about. Because if you study and you're able to understand it and implement it, you would have greater success and you would have less resistance.
All right, thank you so much, Ustad Abubakar. I like how you said that you have to adapt to the language. And I think when it comes to preventing radicalization among the youth, you actually have to speak the language of the youth.
100%.
Yes,
Yeah.
so the next question is, what role do women and youth play in conflict resolution, and how can their voices be amplified in peacekeeping efforts or peace-building efforts? Dr. Aisha, would you like to take the question first?
Yes. So, when we talk about women, we are the womb of the world, and we carry dreams, we carry hopes, and we birth this and we nurture this. So, as women, we have tremendous influence in shaping the processes of peace. It starts from the cradle, right? From how we nurture the young in our homes. It is said that the laps of the mother is the first school of the child. So how do we translate, how do we transmit peace right from the cradle? And then we go forth, right, in nurturing. So as women, our voices carry weight, our wombs carry futures, and we can deploy this gift, this tremendous power that God has gifted us in contributing our voices, our energies, and the work, dedicating our lives to building peace in our communities, in our nation. And the influence of a mother, the influence of a wife cannot be underestimated. When we talk about women and peace, we look at Liberia, where, the movement led by Lima Bowie led to the end of the protracted war that was going on in Liberia. And today, Liberia is peaceful. So as women, we have our voice carry power, which is a gift from God. Our energies, and we need to use this, not just out there, but we need to start from when we carry the future in our wombs. We need to start from here, and we need to, not only this, we also need to sensitize women about the tremendous power that they hold other women, because some women do not understand the power they hold to contribute to peace and, building the future as women. So it's not enough to know. Avenues like this provide platforms for women to be reminded about the tremendous influence they wield in contributing to peace in their homes and in the world at large. And when we talk about the youth is energy. It's that time where you have all of this energy. And sometimes, when we talk about early youth, if we do not seize and channel that energy to the right purposes, it will get derailed. So the youth can contribute to peace by how we, in our own different spaces that we inhabit, actually help nurture their potential to contribute to peace. So the youth and women, they're two powerful forces that, if well nurtured, if well harnessed, can actually sustain peace or restore peace in whatever community, in whatever nation that we pay attention to channeling the energies, the influence of women and youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. And I really liked when you said women carry, our voices carry power and our wombs carry the future, because within African society, most people feel like a woman's voice is not powerful, but we do hold a lot of power. And I love the example you used of Liberia, showing a female leader bringing peace within a nation. Ustada Abubakar, can you speak more on the question? I'm not sure if he's on.
Yes, I'm here. Obviously, from the backdrop of what Dr. Aisha has said, and just concurring with that, because even faith-wise, there's a statement where it said, if you train a man, you train a single individual, but if you train a woman, or you educate a woman, then you educate a nation, right? And every individual that exists today came from a mother. There's also the father as well, so we must always remember the role of the father in bringing life to this world, as the Almighty has stipulated between male and female. But the role of the mother is even more emphasized, because that is where you have your first connection with kindness, with compassion, with love. And a lot of times that is what the world needs to heal. A lot of wars today are fought by men. They are started by men. They are engaged, or we engage in them, sometimes as a means of sport, sometimes as ego. And that's how the world has continued in this cycle. But women, because they are more nurturing, they always guide to peace, to reconciliation. And that's what's needed in the world of today. We need that voice and that, ear of sanity, at least for a lot of the women who have that and who push for that. Right? That is something that we must always recognize. And as individuals who are involved in this work of humanitarian aid, the role that women play is extremely important in us getting to the places that we get to. And that's what I can say with respect to that. And I agree completely with what has been said by Dr. Aisha. Obviously, the question well articulated and also well answered by her, but coming from also hearing from the male perspective, it's also important, I know, for us to edge this on, because we live in a time and in a world where women are more objectified than they should be. And they're not giving that credence in society for them to understand the critical and pivotal role that they had played and they continue to play in the existence and prevention of conflict, right? So in the existence of peace and in the prevention of conflict, women have played an extremely important and pivotal role in the past, at present, and hopefully in future.
Thank you so much, Ustada Abubakar, for your insight. Pastor Jeff, would you like to add on before we move on to the next question?
Yes, women are very powerful. In fact, I refer to women as a hybrid human being. From the scriptures, when God created Adam, he brought it down from sand. But when he wanted to create Eve, he had to bring something from a completely finished product, and then went back to the sand and molded something. So meaning that woman has more than what Adam had. Hybrid human being, and they're very resilient. But one thing that I think that people that are working in that area need to do more is to take women through the act of governance, train them in governance. Because a lot of time we train them to sit at the back. And so when there's conflict, because they have been trained to sit at the back, they are not going to get involved. But getting them involved is going to bring a lot of solutions. And I have an instance. There was a project I worked on, and there's a particular community in Taraba State in Zing LGA where women are not allowed to use mobile phones. I'm talking about recent, I'm not talking about 10 years, I'm talking about 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 2, 3, 4 years ago, 2, 3 years ago. And then, so when we want to reach these women, we need to call their husbands to give them the information, and that was becoming difficult. But these women started going through training with our organization, and then they started building things. The first thing they did was to rebuild the primary school. with their own effort and whatever. And this school have been dilapidated for a long time. Students go there and sit on stones, but they start working on it. So it's like, these people are doing something great. Ingenuity is coming out. And the men met, the community men met, and they reversed that decision of not making them to use phone. Now they use phone. That village is called Inyeleng village community in Zingeji in Taraba State. So meaning that if we can put more focus on governance for women, conflict solution is going to be easier than we're having it now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Jeff, for that. Just to add on to this, I would say there have been studies that have been made. As women become more empowered within African societies, there's more development. We can achieve most of the sustainable development goals as we empower women, because women, in a way, are the driving forces of most of our communities. To go on to the next question, it's how can we use economic empowerment as a tool for peace in regions impacted by prolonged conflict? Stada Abubakar, would you like to take the question first? I think you're muted.
Okay, so I think with respect to economic empowerment, and this is something quite key for every community that you go into. A major reason for conflict, or every community we've gone into, the major reason for conflict that we find in some of these communities is actually tied to the lack of gainful employment or lack of having anything sustainable that helps them to cater to themselves and their families. So economic empowerment has a huge role to play in getting people away from conflict. Because once you're able to provide food on the table for your family, you're not put under pressure to feel like you have to commit some heinous crime in order for you to protect and provide for your family. So a lot of times when people go into humanitarian aid work, they should also have, as part of their key areas of intervention, economic empowerment, whether it's through providing seed capital or seed funding for innovative entrepreneurs who have come up with ideas, and you create a monitoring and evaluation system to ensure that whatever seed capital is provided for them or provided to them follows through on what works that they're going to do. Or it's by providing training, because there's some who might have the access to funds, but they don't know how to utilize the funds. They don't know how to convert certain assets that they have from resources to making it generate revenue for themselves, and that helps them in their communities as well. So a lot of what we must begin to do, especially at the top tier level, is as we look into the areas of providing humanitarian aid to those who need it and those who are deserving of it, we should also begin to think critically as to how to make it sustainable by not making them fully dependent on the aid you give. Because one of the things that constantly giving out aid does is that it deadens the heart of the receiver to begin to completely depend on the aid that they get. And they can't go out and become men that stand on their own, right? Or women, because in a lot of cases, and this is such a shock, and I'm going to say this, a lot of cases of our women, of our programs, empowerment programs, and we even had to make a specific women empowerment program. We realized that the women were more industrious and they were more forthcoming, and they were able to give proper and regular reports when funds were given to them to invest and empower themselves. Because when you empower a woman, she doesn't take the money and go out for frivolities. She thinks of her family. She thinks of her kids. So one woman can get funding and use that to take care of the school fees of her kids and provide food on the table. Men, we need to do better, right? And I would say this to a lot of the men, a lot of us who are seeing this change today. And this was not meant to be the case. A woman is not created to go through that hassle and difficulty. She's created soft and gentle. She's meant to nurture the home. But when you switch that role, and the woman is not just nurturing the home again. She's now also the provider in the home. That will surely create a huge rift and a huge conflict. So economic empowerment is extremely important, and we are currently at that stage where, in addition to all other works or all other areas of intervention, we also try to harp and to emphasize on the need to make more communities economically empowered so that their hearts don't become deadened by the continuous dependence on charity and relief aid given to them, but they could even at some point begin to pay it forward, meaning they could create wealth and then empower others as well, or support others in need as well. So they don't always have to wait for people. They can now become first respondents in situations of crisis or crises, depending on how those things have escalated. Wallah. And this is just basically some of what we've tried to do and we are doing currently. And that's what I feel could importantly, or that's another way that I feel importantly, we could impact on societies that are facing conflict as well.
Thank you so much, Ustad Abubakar. I do agree with you that economic empowerment is one of the solutions to conflict. Would you like to add on, Pastor Jeff?
No, yes, exhausted it, honestly.
All right, thank you so much. So we're running out of time, and I'll just pick two more questions that I'll ask. So the next question is, how can we address the issue of trauma and psychological harm among communities affected by prolonged conflict? And what role does healing play in sustainable peace? Would you like to take the question first, Pastor Jeff?
All right, thank you very much. It's a whole lot. In May, I was in Adamawa State to provide a training on psychosocial support. And the more I hear from the people, the more I know that we have a lot of work to do. We are not talking about a community trauma project, not even individual. So I think we still need to go back to individuals. We have to go back to individuals. We have to go back to individuals, then families, and then the community. It's going to be a whole lot. Now, the very first thing is to try to do a reconciliation approach. Because one of the things that we discovered was that the pain is still there, and the pain is targeted at the source from where it came. A community, for example, said when they were reintegrating people back to the society, the community refused some set of people to be reintegrated back because their presence alone is traumatic for them. But these people were members of their community who came around to attack them, and now we are bringing them back because we want to do reconciliation. So that's a lot. So there will be individual approach to psychotherapy for them. There will be family approach, then community approach. And it can be done, but it's going to take time. It's going to take commitment, and it's going to take us understanding the pain. What kind of value do they attach to those things in the community? So it's something that could be done, but it's going to be a lot of effort at individual, at family, then at community. So psychosocial support is available, is possible to help them reduce trauma. Don't forget that trauma is not going to, people respond to trauma differently, and you are not going to beat your chest that after 3 months of therapy, this trauma has gone. It's individual responses are also there, but there a lot can be done. A lot can be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Jeff. I like how you brought up the reconciliation approach. I know how it worked in South Africa with the end of apartheid, and what you said is true. Trauma doesn't just end with an individual within months, because when you look at South Africa now, even the younger generation that didn't live through apartheid is still faced with the trauma of apartheid. It's as if it's generational. So healing has to be continuous and education has to be continuous. Would you like to add on to that, Ustad Abubakar?
I mean, sure, I would. And, coming from the point of, just what you said and what also Pastor Jeff said about having to relieve things and experiences that happened in the past with those who were the perpetrators of such acts, it is one of the most harrowing things, which, if not properly addressed, could lead to generational and animosity between the perpetrator and the one who is a victim, right? And these are things that we've seen happen in different African countries. I mean, when you look at Rwanda, for example, you look at the fight between the Hutus and the Tutsis. When you look at South Africa, you talked about apartheid and how they were able to overcome that. Nigeria, we have our own history. I mean, the Civil War and how that, particular incidents in our history has beclouded or has caused this, generational animosity between certain tribes in Nigeria. There's certain people that have, certain view of other tribes saying that, oh, you did A, B, C, D, E. So now generations on board, generations after, and when I say generations, I don't mean like, long years, but, just a few great-grandchildren, grandchildren after, and even now those who follow, are also given the same narrative. And it's caused a lot of underlying animosity that sometimes you don't see it on the faces. But if you go on social media, a lot of times I avoid social media, especially Nigerian social media. It can be very traumatic as well. Yeah, it can be very traumatic. So you try to avoid that. But that's what's the innate feelings of people, and that's what's being shared. And that's what a lot of work that we have to do today is going to be centered around. How do we build bridges and not burn them? How do we reconcile with communities? How do we pull people closer to us? Yes, we know you are hurt. We know you are angered. But how do we help you to overcome that? And that's what a lot of the experts today on mental health are working very hard to do. I've seen Dr. Aisha, she's done extremely good work, in fact, great work when it comes to the issues of mental health therapy, and so many other, entities that exist that are focused on this particular aspect, because it's something that we have to do as a people, especially within Africa, because, in Africa, we have a culture, right? Toughen up, right? You should be hard. You should be tough. You shouldn't have to feel sad. You shouldn't have to feel this way, A, B, C, D, E, especially for men. There's this thing of men don't cry, men don't crack, black don't crack. You have to be strong. You're not meant to have an emotional breakdown. You're not in ABCD land that gives you that liberty. You are built like iron, exactly. You're Iron Man, right? Even though you don't have the armor and the shield, you're Iron Man. So that's a culture that we have to work on, because the quicker we do that and address that, the better we'll be able to build our societies. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dada Abubakar. So I think we have time for 2 more questions. I'm not sure, but let me just ask one of the questions that I would like to get insight on.
If I can jump in, I think you asked me a question directly. Yes, you are out of time, but I'll let you have this last question so you can wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the last question is, what success stories in African conflict resolution provide a model for current conflicts, and how can we adapt these lessons to other areas? If Dr. Aisha can answer that, I'm not sure. I see you on. You're muted. Could someone unmute Dr. Aisha, please?
Okay, I am unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so when we talk about success stories, we would cite the Niger Delta example that I stated earlier in my talk. We had, understanding the mindset of the youth led to, the resolution of some of the challenges that were being faced by the region, which were caused by the youths. And would also look at the case of Liberia, where the women said enough was enough, and that led to the resolution of years of war. So these are some of the success stories that I think that we can learn from as Africans, as a people, and we can look at the strategies and then modify and utilize some of those strategies in other regions of Africa that are undergoing challenges right now, and in other places where we need some of these solutions. Thank you so very much for having us. It's been a pleasure speaking, and I do pray that this is the beginning of many more of this, creating platforms like this to share our success stories, to share strategies, and more importantly, one of my mentors said something. He said, knowledge is power, but practice is the key to it. So it's not enough to speak about this. We must put this in action and we must hold ourselves responsible. Like Mr. Zapaka said, start from yourself. It starts with you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha. Pastor Jeff and Ustad Abubakar, do you have any comments or any? Would you like to add?
Let me just say that what I said earlier was that Africa already has success patterns in conflict solution. Can we revisit those things and try and adapt it to current situation? If that principle can still work for us, then let's adapt it to today. Because that was the way they were doing it then and it worked for them. We can also do that again today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Jeff and Ustad Abubakar. Any final thoughts or comments on the question?
Okay, so I think my final comment, in line with what has been said, is to also look at something. Hello, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So a final comment, and in line with everything that has been said, just the act of dialogue. The act of dialogue being one of the key ingredients that helps in resolving conflict, in conflict resolution. Once we're able to sit and dialogue with those whom we feel we're in conflict with, and we understand them, we understand where they're coming from, and we're able to work with them to address those concerns, that will surely lead to a resolution of that conflict. It's communication, and the right kind of communication, not going into such dialogue sessions with the thought that you are above, but going in there seeking a pure resolution of whatever challenges are being faced. So those are just my final parting words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ustad Abubakar. So thank you to our panelists for your insightful contributions, and to everyone here for listening to our discussion. I hope today's discussion has highlighted the need for continued collaboration on all levels to achieve sustainable peace across Africa. So I think I can hand over to the host now.
Yes. I'm right here. Thank you so much to everyone for making this conference successful so far. And like I did promise everyone, it will be an outstanding one. The Lord is in charge of this conference. He is in the driver's seat. He has led us from 10 a.m. till this point, and we still have this many participants. It's awesome. And of course, for those of you watching on YouTube, we're live streaming on YouTube. You can always catch up on all the previous sessions, the master classes that we've held. They're all been documented, so you can be a part of it. And I'm not going to waste any more time. The next power-packed session, we are ready for you. It's the youth set, with the youth have taken over right now. They are taking over. And we're going to be looking at how storytelling can advance the African humanitarian works and youth development. Brother Inaju will be moderator of this. She's a broadcaster, an award-winning trained, talented screen stage actor, and an event host. She's a graduate of BSc Mass Communication. She also attended the Ebony Life Creative Academy, where she studied acting for screen. She would go on to study presentation at the National Broadcast Academy. Having won Best Actress at the 7th intake of the Ebony Life Creative Academy, she went on to also win the Best Actress Audience Choice Award at the 2023 Bielsa International Film Festival. She has featured in numerous films, TV shows, and stage plays, and she continues. She had her cinema debut playing Fumi, What Happened at St. James by Mark Akibesi. The film won Best First Feature Film at CINFM 2022. She also went on to play Enito in Beckman by Best Okodua. He won the Toronto Douglas Award at 2022 AFRI, and Young Kate in African Magic Slum King, which won the Best Scripted Mnet Original in the year 2024 AMPCA, to name just a few of her works. Rhoda has years of experience in working in the media industry, having worked radio and TV stations in hosting shows, newscasting, and reporting. She has recorded tremendous success in the media field, and she is the founder of Real Media, a media outlet providing exclusive news content, coverage, and advertising services. She currently runs an NGO called Project Impact a Child, with a team of people with focus on orphans and struggling children. Having dedicated her life to the craft, her versatility, passion, and spontaneity over the years has made her a force to reckon with. Brother, you'll be in the driver's seat for the next 1 hour as you handhold this team of, awesome youth trailblazers. And I'm just going to, in no particular order, I'm going to introduce you to the panelists. Rhoda, please, admin, kindly unmute Rhoda's, or grant her access to unmute her mic and also turn on her video. The panelists for this session, great, good to have you there, Rhoda, hi. The panelists for this session, I'm going to bring on now Dawn. Dawn Ntekim Rex is a young and confident screenwriter and filmmaker with a relentless passion for creating impactful stories and pushing the boundaries of filmmaking. His career is defined by commitment to excellence, innovation, and deep love for the art of visual storytelling. Dawn has been recognized as one of the leading screenwriters of his time, winning several awards and achieving notable recognition as a finalist in the 2022 Nollywood Screenwriting Competition and a quarter-finalist in the International Screenplay Contest 2024. Before screenwriting, his role as a script consultant allowed him to lend his expertise to various projects. He refines scripts and offers insights that elevate the storytelling experience and production. He has the privilege, or has had the privilege, of collaborating with talented professionals in the industry, resulting in critically acclaimed works that have garnered recognition at film festivals and captivated audiences worldwide. Notably, some of the projects he has worked on, such as Against All Odds, Baby Factory. Fortunately, you here have been the privilege of watching those two. We've played the 2 short films earlier. We have teamed as well, having been selected for international festivals. Dawn is also a co-founder and program director of Film Joint, the platform dedicated to description and promotion of short films. Film Joint aims to equip young filmmakers worldwide with essential skills to thrive in the film industry. Fortunately, they're one of the sponsors of this current conference, the African Humanitarian Conference. Thank you so much to the team at Film Joint. Since its establishment in December 2022, Film Joint has organized impactful initiatives, including the Film Joint premieres, which showcase some of the best short films globally. He also launched the Film Joint Awards, exclusively recognizing short films across various categories, such as Best International Short Film and Best Actress in a Short Film. For more information, of course, you can hook up with them at www.thefilmjoint.com. I'm going to move on to the next panelist. So, admin, kindly unmute Dawn. Oh, there you are. Good. Good to have you here, Dawn.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. The next panelist I'll introduce to you this afternoon is VJ Adams. They call him VJ Adams. He's a multifaceted entertainment personality renowned for his work in TV, music, fashion, and gaming. Starting as a commercial model, he debuted in 2008 on TV and went on to host various shows, including the Sound City MVP Awards and Nigeria Top 20 chart show. As a rapper, he has scored over 80 million streams and collaborated with top artists. His fashion brand, Embroto and Beef, VIF, has achieved sold-out collections. VJ Adams has consulted for gaming tournaments, founded Content King Studio, and produced shows like Know Your Music with multiple award wins and brand endorsements. VJ Adams remains unstoppable, inspiring audiences across Africa. Good to have you, VJ Adams. You can unmute now. You don't go. That's one of the from the collection, from the VIP collections, the cap here as well. Right. My brother is here as well. Correct. Akorede Ajayi, aka Big Correct, is a Lagos-based screen, stage, and voice actor who has played in a number of independent films, short films, TV shows, and numerous online skits videos, playing a variety of characters. He's popular for his character as Otumba Olabi Johnson in a number of online videos alongside creators like Mr. Macaroni, Senator Bayu, Talma, Kiki, just to name a few. He's also featured notable works like Daddy Oshibaro's blockbuster film, Brotherhood. He also featured in Biodo Stevens' Small Talk on Prime, the Netflix comedy film One Lagos Night, unscripted on Showmax, and embodied the arrogance of Prince Chidrade in the award-winning African Magic's 260 episode show Itura. Akorede is a theatre-trained actor, having a bachelor's degree in theatre from Redeemers University, as well as a screen acting certification from the Ebony Life Creative Academy, where he studied screen acting under the prolific actor and acting coach, Rickles Bolshank. Akorede elaborates characters with his strong vocal prowess and character range that enables him to give a variety of unique personalities to various characters he plays. He's fluent in English, Pidgin, and Yoruba, and he can do numerous accents across cultures and across continents. As a voice actor, he has worked on a couple of animated films and voiceover projects. His brand name, The Correct, serves as an umbrella for his multiple skills. Correct, I've seen you. You've been here for hours. I know you've been joined us since morning. You can unmute and also turn on your video. Right.
Okay.
Last but not the least, joining the panelists here is none other than Precious Imwahe Ajoni. Precious is her own thesis. It's a textbook, so I'm just going to skim through, portions of it. Otherwise, that'll be the entire session for today. Precious is the pioneer director general of the John Odige Oyegun Public Service Academy, JUPSA, in Edo State, Nigeria. She was appointed to drive the institutionalization of the academy in line with global standards. Her vision is to make the academy a leading learning hub for civil and public servants in Africa. She has trained over 10,000 civil and public servants in the course of her work. She was formerly the head of youth engagement and learning at Jobberman Nigeria, where she led the program implementation effort of the MasterCard Foundation Young Nigeria Works project, which aims to upskill 5 million young people and place 3 million of them in dignified works in 5 years. I have to stop here so that I can hand over to Rhoda to lead the team for the next 1 hour as we deliberate on how storytelling can advance the African humanitarian works and youth development. It's over to you. Rhoda.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, MC Aminat. Yes, that's your name, yes?
That's a yes, Aminat.
Thank you so much for a job well done. Thank you. A very beautiful day to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rhoda Inaju, and it is such a great privilege to be amongst great people this evening. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and thank you for having me. Now, like she rightly said, this session we would be talking about how storytelling can advance humanitarian works and youth development. Now, when we talk about storytelling, we're talking about filmmaking, we're talking about music, we're talking about books, we're talking about dance, we're talking about artistic works. Now, you'd agree with me that storytelling is a very powerful tool, and if we use it correctly, it could actually help in the advancement of human welfareism. But if wrongly used, my goodness, this can actually endanger the society and humans, most especially. So yes, I'm really excited for us to be talking about this particular topic, which is storytelling. And I am so excited to have great minds here on the panel session with me. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to know that you're really excited to have my panelists here. So yes, let's use the comment section. I need you to use your favorite emoji or just jam your hands together for them as I bring them on stage, right? I really can't wait for what they have to dish out for us this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I have BJ Adams. Thank you.
What's up?
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. It's such a great privilege. Also, I have with me here, Don Ntekim Rex. I hope that's the correct pronunciation of your name, Ntekim.
You 90%.
Okay.
You're there.
I was
All right.
afraid I was going to bother your name. Thank you
It's
so
good.
much for being here with us. It's
Thank you
such
for
a great
having me.
privilege to have you join us. Also, I have Correct, right? Thank you. Thank you so much for joining
great
us
to be
on
here.
the panel session. Thank
Great to
you.
be here.
Yes, and here I have Precious Imwahen Ajonu. I hope that's the correct pronunciation of your name as well. Can we jam our hands together for her, please? Thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of the panel session. Now let's dive into why we are here, right? I believe we have creatives here, so I really know that this session would be very interesting. So I'm going to start with this question, which is, how can storytelling create more meaningful engagement and empathy for African humanitarian causes on a global scale? So I'm going to direct this question firstly to Precious Imwahen Ajonu. Can you unmute, please? I didn't see your face when I called your name. Precious Imwahen Ajonu. Okay, yes. Please, can we unmute our mic, please?
It's unmuted. Precious, is it working?
Yes. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Hello, Precious.
Thank you. It's good to have you.
Nice to see you. Correct, Aisha. Thank you all, everyone, for having me.
It's a pleasure.
I'm sorry you will just have to go over that question very quickly. I didn't quite catch it.
Oh, okay, great. So the question is, how can storytelling create more meaningful engagement and empathy for African humanitarian causes on a global scale? So we're taking it globally. We know that here in Nigeria or in other countries, we can, could have achieved that. But now let's talk about a global scale. How do you think that we can create more meaningful engagement and empathy for African humanitarian causes?
Yeah, thank you so much. Great question. I think the first thing is to just understand the power of storytelling, right? One of the ways that humans connect with each other is through our stories, and our stories reveal our shared humanity. But something to say though, there's something fascinating about the hero story. Some of us have seen Cinderella, how the prince comes, rescues her. Some of us have seen even our own stories, the stories of the tortoise, slow and steady wins the race. And we all like the good hero story. There's a reason why with all these reality shows that people have to vote for, Nigerians especially, and it's a global thing actually, people like to vote for the underdog. If you look at the just concluded story in the electoral story in the United States, depending on whatever side of the divider you're on, but the man who won, you will find a lot of people say, oh, he was the underdog, he beat the establishment. There's something about human nature that connects to the hero story, the potential of heroism, right? So I think that there's so much that we can do in terms of how we tell our story. However, and especially since you mentioned empathy, I think oftentimes when we tell our story, especially from a humanitarian standpoint, we are usually too AIDS driven. What do I mean? So we tell stories of, families that need, villages where people need water. It's true. We still have all sorts of challenges plaguing the continent. However, we've told powerful stories with our music. We have so many Nigerian artists, who are now being selected to win a potential Grammy. We've told a lot of powerful stories with our films, We have all those stories. I think there's a need now for us to tell our story beyond Africa needs aid. Africa needs you to give us handouts so that we can survive, because there's something about the African, right? And that's something we need to also do. I am very privileged. I'm from one of the second kingdom, the first kingdom, the only two kingdoms in the world where I'm from, and then the one in the United Kingdom, right? That's the other one, the second kingdom. That's a powerful story. You know, growing up knowing that I'm a Benin girl, I'm from the Benin Kingdom, it's a powerful story. And my ancestors were not out there begging for alms before they were, unlawfully invaded. We need to connect the story of our grit, the story of our resilience, the story of Africa, the story of when you put an African and you give us something to do, we get it done. The story of humanity that says that human life emerged from here. The first known ancestor is Lucy, right? That's a powerful story. If we had some of the ancient universities here, we need to redefine how we tell our story. And I don't think our story starts from asking for aid, and I don't think that's where it stops. We do have plenty stories of heroism in Africa. It's about changing our mindset in terms of the things that we want to, and then you find more and more again. When you were reading my bio, you talked about how I worked, I managed a product for a MasterCard Foundation project for Jobberman. And you would wonder why they would give grants to a for-profit company. The thinking around giving aid, foreign aid especially, is shifting from typical NGOs to give it to sustainability. Everybody's asking the sustainability question. I give you money today, I feed you for a day, what happens tomorrow? It's good to give a meal, but people want aid, people want interventions that are sustainable. And it's the reason why, a MasterCard, for example, will be focusing on making sure that we get millions of Africans having dignified work. Because if you have dignified work, then you can lift yourself and your family or the people in your circle of influence out of poverty. So I think it's for us to rethink how we approach, these interventions and tell our hero story. I need this intervention to be able to, because I'm an African, hello, I'm already this, I'm from one of the greatest civilizations on earth. And this is why. So we need to tell the stories from a place of strength, as opposed to, I'm helpless, just come and help me, because we're not helpless. We do have a whole lot that is in our hands. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Alrighty, thank you so much. That was very, very insightful. Now I'm throwing the same question to VJ Adams, but I'd like to ask a question. Do you think that we have a story problem when it comes to, talking about empathy, then meaningful engagement? Do you think we have that story problem in Nigeria? That question is for VJ Adams. Thank you so much.
Right, Rhoda. I don't generally think we have a story problem, but just to back up what Precious said, I think it's very important we tell success stories. We need to tell the stories of people who have decided to do things the right way, because it's all a perception game. The stories represent, for the most part, your entire existence without people even meeting you. So when anyone thinks of Africa, the stories we tell them is what they know about us. So we're not only going to tell the stories of how things are hard and how things are very difficult, even though that's the reality, but within that space, there are things that are also very spectacular. Like she rightly mentioned, from the music perspective, we're doing exceptionally well. Those stories must be told as well, because for the next person who needs intervention, they need to constantly stay inspired. And staying inspired comes from across board, whether or not it's education or entrepreneurship, or maybe talent or skill. And that's why those stories must be told. And we need to not tell it only from one perspective, because it definitely shapes perception.
Alrighty, thank you so much for that insightful answer. We really appreciate. So I'll throw this one to Corex. All right, the same question, but I want to know if you think that so far, talking about Africans generally, not just Nigeria, do you think we've been able to create meaningful stories for humanitarian work? Comparing to what we have, in other side of the world, right? bringing it down to Africa, do you think that Africans have done justice when it comes to telling their own story for humanitarian works and especially for empathy purposes?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can be
Okay. I'm going to piggyback off what Precious has said, and Precious actually really made a very, very poignant and good point. It's how the story, yes, we tell stories, but our stories have been one-sided for the most part. It's funny, recently I saw a piece of content online and we see these two boys who are going, they put themselves as the BBC, that's the caption, and they're like, okay, sure, they want to share a story of Africans, and they're in front of a rich man's house, and the guy says no. They go, they see people dressed in their traditional regalia, this popular festival in Ondo State, and the guy says no. Then they get to a place where they see boys eating from the gutter, eating dirt, and they're like, yes, this is what we want to portray. This is Africa. So I would say to a large extent, we haven't really owned our own stories, because most stories we see still facilitate things like that, still facilitate narratives like that. That Africa is a poverty-infested continent. We are people who are suffering, and for me, I just think that it's important that we show that there is more to us than just suffering. From the previous panel session, they were talking about how I think it was Mr. Abubakar who raised the point about how they were trying to raise 100 million for a cause, and someone was trying to raise 600 million for a birthday party, and they were able to do that for the birthday party, and for the cause they couldn't do that. And now it got me thinking, and I was like, it's because of the story behind it. Someone would want to give someone who already has money more money because they feel like this person has something to offer me in return. So we tell stories from a place of, we are suffering, we need you to give us something. Just give. But what about, what can we export to them? We have culture, we have stories, we have our tradition, we have mindsets, we have fables, we have art, we have music, and these are things that through storytelling we can also export. We invite people to say, hey, come and see us, come and experience us. This is who we are. We are different, we are unique. And this fosters more connectivity and gives people more incentives to say, you know what, I want to see what's happening in Africa. I want to see what's happening in this state in Nigeria. There was this piece of content, because I'm a content creator and an actor too, so I have to draw my examples from there. I saw this guy go online and he says, this state called Taraba, it doesn't exist in Nigeria. It's just made up. And an indigenous of Taraba came out and said, this is Taraba. And you should see the beautiful scenery, the landscape, the people, the culture, the food that he just showed in the piece of content. And I was inspired. I was like, oh my God, I would like to visit this space. These are the kind of stories that I feel we should be driven towards, rather than from a place of, oh, please help us, we are suffering. I feel with that, we can aid humanitarian work.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Corex, for that insightful point. We really appreciate. Don Interkim Rex, right? You're a writer, I suppose.
Yes,
Okay, great. So I'm gonna direct this question to you from the point of what you do. I want to ask, do you think that African writers have done justice to, now Rex mentioned something about we make it look like Africans are suffering from our stories, the stories that we tell. So do you think that writers have, done justice to telling our stories in the way it should be told, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Fostering humanitarian works, yes.
Yeah. So I first of all, I want to say that I totally agree with everything that everybody has said. But I like this question specifically because it delves into the process of storytelling itself. Can we tell the stories of people that are suffering in a way that is more dignified? What I think happens in many times where we have these NGOs come and they want to tell stories about poverty, they have propagandas. They are called propaganda stories to me, and that's what I call them. And what they do is because they are trying to manipulate people to, giving funds. You see them, the whole film is just showing someone, for example, I'm going to use because that's what I do. But like the whole film is probably just showing one guy eating bread on the floor. And for me personally, I'm the kind of person, by the time I watch films like that, I just switch off. It's the same way a guy that comes to you and is just preaching, even if you want to be converted to Islam or Christianity, you just feel put off and you don't necessarily get the effect that you want as a preacher. And so many people that come in and say they want some kind of humanitarian aid and they want to use storytelling, they think that the way that they can get the story across is by pumping people with emotional scenes or emotional stuff. But I don't think
don't you, sorry to cut you, but don't you accept that? Wouldn't you agree that stories like that actually sort of touch people? When you bring story of somebody that is suffering, someone that is going through hell, I don't know. What do you think? Right?
They touch people, but I can tell you for a fact that it's more manipulative than actually really storytelling. And I'll give you the reason why I'm sticking with this stance is because they're actually stories that do proper storytelling and are still very emotional. There's a film that I watched. It won some festival. It won some festival competition like that. I think it's African, and I can't remember. It wasn't Nigerian. I think from another country basically, but it was telling a story about people that try to escape from Nigeria using the ship and all those kind of things. But what you see is that they show the personal lives of these individuals. These people are beyond just the idea that they want to travel abroad or that they are poor. It's beyond. Those people have girlfriends, boyfriends, they have families, and so they are able. They have lives. So you are able to see it from a perspective that is more dignified and less of just trying to show that these people are bad. So I think if we shift our mindset or our perspective to which we tell these stories, we have more dignified and better stories that really resonates with everybody, whether you are from Nigeria, Uganda, it doesn't really matter. If you tell universal stories, you connect with people. So that's what I think.
Rhoda, sorry, I would like to add something. I would like to add something to this because the question is about African storytellers, right? Or script writers.
Yes.
I would say I've read phenomenal scripts. I've read phenomenal books by African writers. I mean, Precious is here. Your book is amazing, by the way. Okay. like we have a lot of phenomenal writers, but there's a process that stories go through before they eventually come out, especially in filmmaking process. So we have producers, we have execs who sort of they try and cut things off or remove things or infuse things so that the story becomes more marketable or it becomes more, it is tailored towards a particular subject matter. And at the end of the day, it ends up not being what the writer intended from the get-go. So I feel majorly for me, for books, for Nigerian books, I still see a lot of that authenticity. But for movies, I see a lot of dilution. That's why we have what we have. So yeah.
But you know that there is this thing about once a writer is done with a story, the writer is done. Once you sold your film to whoever you're selling it to, you're done. Your work is done. Now the director takes over, and that is why I think that this session has to even be for directors as well, because like you mentioned, when you read the book is very authentic, but when you go on to seeing it in film, it's looking like something else. So I would really say that one has to be the forte of the directors as well as the executive producers, the producers as well. I wanted to talk about something, but I don't think time will permit us to do that. So let's just move on. So if we still have more time, I'm going to come back to that. Now, to the next question. By the way, thank you so much, Don. Thank you so much, Corex. Thank you, VJ Adams. Thank you, Precious. The second question is about trauma. Now, I really like this particular question because I was recently talking about how if you bring a lot of Nigerians, I don't know about other African countries, because I have not really experienced them personally. If you bring a lot of Nigerians, you'd realize that a lot of people have one trauma that they haven't dealt with, right? Passed on from the mom, passed on from the dad, passed on from the environment, passed on from the job or the work that you do. passed on from even film, right? You have a lot of things that you've not really dealt with, and it is sad because we just pass on the trauma from one person to another person, and it keeps going. The circle keeps on going. So let's talk about how we can now use storytelling as a tool, right, in addressing generational traumas and then empowering youth to take active roles in humanitarian efforts. I'll direct this question firstly to VJ Adams. All right. I'll come again. How can storytelling play, what role, I beg your pardon, can storytelling play in addressing generational trauma and empowering youth to take active roles in humanitarian efforts?
Okay, so I think generally in terms of storytelling being used to address trauma, I think I might say that Nollywood might have been able to do that a lot. You know, when you watch a lot of those YouTube movies, a lot of times you see it and it feels like it's a situation you've been in before, or you know someone who's been through that before. So in terms of it being represented, I think Nollywood is on its way. It's on its way. But youth involvement in humanitarian work is the question that I think is very important that it was asked, because humanitarian work, I think for the most part, people perceive it from a financial standpoint.
Yes.
You know, so it doesn't necessarily feel like you're excited or you are really paying attention to it because you're like, I don't even have enough money yet. I never even chop yet. Well, which concern me, how I'll take help person. You know what I'm saying? So, and I can understand, but and I think that's why these conversations are important, to even break things down to. There are a lot of times when these humanitarian works, they even just need volunteers. They don't even need you with your money. They just need you with whether or not it's just with your expertise in whatever field you represent. So I think that's what needs to be done in terms of it being broken down for anyone who's working or who's still trying to thrive, to say that whether or not you have money, you can still be a part of something very special in helping others, you know, fine tune and sort out the problems that they might have in whatever areas of their lives.
Alrighty, thank you so much for that. Precious, are you here with us? Are you still here with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So what do you think can be done, right? We know that storytelling can be used as a tool, right, for healing. But what do you think can be done? How do you think it can be tailored? And do you think that we have done well enough in using storytelling, right, to fight trauma, to heal people who have been traumatized before, and to talk about trauma itself?
I think that's a very, very good question. And like Vijay said, we do a whole lot, you know, with Nollywood, etc. However, I think that there's still much work to be done. We still have a culture of silence. We still have a culture where people shame people for sharing their stories, especially when powerful people are involved. There's the lady who's been sharing her stories for years now online about how she was, you know, quote unquote abused by a religious, you know, a pastor. Those are stories that we're still not ready for because of the touch not my anointed person. And anybody who knows anything about trauma, myself included, you know that there is power in release. When you put your story out there, you take your power back. When somebody abuses you, they can only thrive in darkness. When you keep quiet about it, when you're shamed out of it, or I'm a divorced woman, and you know there's some sort of shame around that. So we need to tell our stories. And I also say this as someone who likes to think that I tell corporate stories. Even in the business spaces, I still remember the first time when I started working, everyone, and this is me telling a story now, everyone would introduce me as Mrs. Precious. I'm not married anymore, I'm divorced. But I think there was just some shame around it. Oh, how can this woman be, you know? So they would introduce me. And I remember being in front of the governor and everybody, you know, executives, etc. And I took the microphone and I said, I'm divorced, so that makes me miss. And I said it with so much pride. Yes, because I was happily married and I'm happily divorced. Nothing's changed, right? Two conscious states that are valid. And I remember living there, and a lot of different young women in the service came to me to say thank you and share their story. Because the thing is, when you put lights on it, on something, you help another person shine their lights, right? The minute you are able to come out and say, hey, me too, this sort of thing has happened to me. Because the nature of trauma, especially when you're going through something really, really life-threatening, is you think it's happening to only you, and you think it's the worst thing that can happen just to you. You know, whether it's incest, whether it's anything really, really diabolical that has altered your own consciousness, right? But the minute somebody else comes, and somebody who is healing from it, somebody who is doing the work, and they're surviving, they're thriving, it gives hope to the other person. So I think that there is need for us to share more stories. I want to watch movies about rape of boys, because I think that's another thing that we're not talking about enough. I have friends who would say that they didn't even know they were raped. It's almost like accepted for boys to be, you know, in our culture. It's a scary thing. You don't find people vilifying the women who raped little boys. Because, you know, a man can't talk about it, shame, a man can't talk about it. So I'm really, really looking forward to us normalizing healing trauma, because the challenge of not healing trauma is you get a society like ours where people are just running around bleeding on the people that didn't hurt them. So it's important. It's important to tell the stories, whether it's through movies. It's important to share the stories when you have a microphone in your hand. It's important to share the story via social media. You'll be surprised how far social media can go in the world that we're in. There's such a thing called new media. There's a world where you share it in traditional media. We need to have these conversations, and we need to normalize channeling our pain, talking about our pain, releasing it so that we can live free. Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Precious. That was very insightful. And I like the part where you talked about I think the word is you can't shame the shameless. That's what we call it, right? I liked that experience that you shared with us. Very, very good. Thank you so much for that. So the same question, but I'm going to be asking Dawn, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to be asking you questions from the writer's perspective, right? So I want to ask you, how do you think we can tackle trauma shaming people, if I can use that word? I beg your pardon. Yes. Precious mentioned that a lot of people, you know, after sharing their trauma would be shamed, silenced, and all that. So how do you think we can now use storytelling to address this issue of shaming people who have been traumatized or who are currently being traumatized?
Yeah, I think, so first of all, I'm a writer, but I do a lot more, but it's fine. I think one of the things we have to realize is that storytelling is a very, very powerful tool, and it can shape our minds in positive light and negative light. And I'll give you an example. When I was very young, I used to watch a lot of Hollywood films, and I would watch once they call 911, like within 5 minutes, the police will get there. Once they call 911, within 5 minutes, the police will get there. I can tell you for a fact that there was one day I picked up the phone and I called 911 when I was very young. You know, and I just grew up with this perception that the police force in the US was just, you know, probably next door. And there was this idea that if anything was wrong, I could call 911 and, you know, the police would get there, even though I wasn't even in the US. So you realize that that kind of impact can be made on someone where they are constantly seeing that this kind of thing, you know, can happen. You know, if you do this, this is what's going to happen. But we don't tell those kind of stories. So we still see, you know, this trauma and still see these things as a bad thing. But the moment we start pushing the information out there, we have more stories about things like this. It becomes normalized. It becomes a part of us. And the truth is that films, for example, and any form of storytelling, they get to us in a very subconscious level. We don't know that we're even picking these things up. So we have to find ways to actually tell more of the stories that involve some of these traumatic events. The moment we start putting out stories like that, we kind of normalize it in the society, and then that stigma eventually, I believe, will go. So I think it kind of pivots on what Ms. Precious said in terms of how, you know, we need to put more of these things out in the society so that people then see that, okay, this is not a problem. And once people see it like that, I think the world will become a better place. So that's it.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for that. So my next question would be to Corex. And since you're a content creator, I want to ask how you think that storytelling can help to, fight trauma, address trauma, tackle trauma. And then do you think that the content that we have, I think it's a content period, a lot of content here and there, but do you think we have enough content that are addressing the roles of youth when it comes to humanitarian works? And do you think that we also have content that are addressing the issue of trauma in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you for that question. The truth is, for me, I've realized that trauma is very, very diverse for different people, because some people don't even know that they are traumatized, because when something has been normalized in a certain environment, it is taken as this is the lifestyle, this is how things are done here. So you don't even know that maybe your father sleeping with you is a bad thing when it's happening to maybe your cousin, it's happening in your environment, and everyone takes it as, oh, it's a normal thing. So one thing I've seen content do is content creation, because of how short it is, and how accessible it is for people to create content. People are able to own their own stories and share bits of their own experiences on how they think about things. So you see someone share a short content about what their mother used to do to them when they were younger, and we laugh about it. And you check the comment section and you see a lot of people say, "Oh my God, this was happening to you too." Look, like they can so relate. They can so relate. And someone gets to see that, and then you realize that, this thing that I thought that was normal, it's actually crazy. That my mom will wake me up at 2 a.m. for a beating. It's crazy. So you realize that, okay, these things are actually things that have affected me, have sort of influenced my life for me to think a certain way. And when you see that, okay, this is actually wrong, you begin to start doing that work in your head that, okay, this is not how it's happening everywhere. I feel like the content industry has sort of shone a light on a lot of dark places, that a lot of dark things that we don't talk about. And it necessarily doesn't have to go through the entire filmmaking process. It's just you, your phone, an audience, and sharing your stories. How is it happening in your mind? What is your own individual experience? What are your opinions about it? And you get to share with other people. And then you see people who can resonate. You see people who say, "Oh my God, this is wrong. Oh my God, I feel for you." And you see things like that. So I feel like that we are having a sort of mini online group therapy session through content. I feel that happens with content creation. So in my own opinion, I believe content creation has given people a platform to share what their own type of trauma or their own type of their own traumatic experiences living in Nigeria or in other parts of the world has been like, and other people can see and relate. So I say that.
Alrighty, thank you so much for that, Corex. I like the part where you mentioned that a lot of people don't even know that they are traumatized, right?
Yeah.
I was recently saying that there are a lot of things we do, and then we come out as, "Oh, that's who I am. That's how I do my thing. Oh no, I'm very stubborn. No, I don't agree." We say all those things. And sometimes it is actually because of how we were brought up or some of the traumas that we experienced. It doesn't make it right. So yes, thank you for highlighting the fact that some people are actually traumatized and they don't know. Thank you for that. All right, moving on to the next question. So yes, I see that some of us are dropping our questions in the comment section. Please do that. I hope that would have enough time to pick your questions. So once we round up, I'll try as much as I can to pick your questions so that my guests can attend to your questions. So the next question is, how can local languages and cultural expressions be preserved in storytelling while still reaching international audiences? Recently, I see a great change, right? Especially in Nollywood. But now let me throw this question to DJ Adams. Let's get to hear what you think about this. Do you think that at this point, for Nollywood, I mean, we say it's a new Nollywood, right? talking about the music industry as well. I'm not restricting it to just Nollywood right now. I'm talking about storytelling generally. Do you think that we are doing well enough to, express our cultural differences, the things that we have, right, in Africa, the beauty of Africa? Do you think that we have done well in preserving them when it comes to storytelling? And do you think that we are reaching international audience if you compare it to 90s, right? Do you think that currently we are doing well enough? And if you don't think we are doing well enough, how do you think we can tackle this issue? That's for VJ Adams. Thank you.
Right. I think in terms of cultural representation, I would say we are on the way. There's obviously so much that we can do better, but we're on the way. And when I say we're on the way, I mean you've seen an influx of, even though it tilts towards Yoruba a lot, but I'm Yoruba, so it's all good. The Yoruba movies, the Lisabis, the Anikulakos, those
Jagun
are
Jagun.
indigenous Jaguns. Those are indigenous stories being told on a global scale. Even almost feels like a natural filmmaker now. That's where they are trying to go. With Ibrahim Chatta's film village as well. So I think we make incredible efforts in holding our own, and we're very proud of who we are as Nigerians and as Africans. That without a doubt. Even anywhere we go in the world, that is being represented. And even in the music, you can see people singing, white people singing along to Ashake, who is singing predominantly in Yoruba. So from a cultural standpoint, I think we try, we hold our own, even though it could get better. But also, from a filmmaking perspective, what I think we never should forget is the financial part of the conversation. So whether or not you write a script that is so incredible in your opinion, I'm sitting here with the money, for example. I'm not saying I'm doing with the money. I'm saying I'm sitting here with the money and I'm looking at the story and I'm like, I can't sell this. This is not sellable for me. So what I think we need to do is we need to start adopting what Hollywood does from an advertorial standpoint. So Dawn mentioned something very incredible with the 911 conversation. You don't even need to go to Hollywood to know that when you're in trouble, you're going to die 911.
Yes.
Whether or not you've ever been to America, it's almost there mentally for you. And that's the repeated use of it in movies. It almost feels like it's an advert. It feels like it's a advertorial placement in the movie.
Yes.
So I think Humanitarian Works needs to take that approach as well, because Humanitarian Works needs to be almost addressed as though it's a company where you need to draft out marketing budgets and treat these things deliberately like that, because you're not just going to fold your arms and feel like Nigerians are supposed to be telling stories about trauma.
Yes.
You're not just going to act like, oh yes, so everyone is now obliged to start telling stories about, no. If you're a professional and you know the importance of how these stories shape our lives, because a lot of us don't even know. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen. And that can only happen, I think, it needs to be given in small doses, for starters. So you are telling a supposed comedy story, which is fantastic. You're supposed to get people to laugh, but you infuse these moments just there. Versus telling an entire story for 145 minutes or whatever, which is, so that's why I said you need to treat it from an advertorial standpoint. You need to look at it from an advertorial standpoint to give it in small doses. And eventually you can now flesh things out when you have maybe a better budget, and then you can control your destiny going forward.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. That was very profound. Thank you, VJ Adams. Precious, you're here with us. You're still here with us, yes?
Yes, I am.
All right. So I want to ask that, how do you think VJ Adams mentioned something which is very valid, the fact that you look at it from the perspective of the person dropping the money and the marketability of the film, the song, whatever artistic work it is. Now, how do you think we can sell our local languages, our culture? How can we sell this to the international audience without feeling like our stories are not good enough, our culture is not good enough? You know how they've sold their own culture, they've sold their own language, they've sold everything to us. They've made us, they've made us learn all these things because they sold it to us and we bought it. Now, how do you think we can sell it to them such that when I have a film or I have a song or I have a book, that is, culturally talking about Africans, their way of life, I would not be scared because of funding. I would not be scared that it would not appeal to the global audience because it is talking about Africans and not about, the US. So how do you think we can actually tackle this issue? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who is definitely going to be a billionaire in 10 years or less, I'm betting on Africa. I'm going to make most of my money here. And I think this is a good time to be African. And I think it's important for anyone who's on this call not to miss these opportunities. I don't know of any time. I was in Amsterdam recently, and almost every single shop I went to was playing either a Burna Boy, a Thames Music, an Aria Star, etc. Like, the future is African. That's the truth. You find young Caucasian girls who want to braid their hair. Sort of, it's funny, like we buy weaves to have their hair. They want to start to look like us. It's very interesting. So there's so much, and I really hope that we're taking advantage, we're paying attention, taking advantage. People are getting tired. There's a reason why Wakanda happened. There's a reason it happened. It wasn't, a lot of research in Hollywood, they follow where the money is. It was not an emotional decision. It was big money, and the success of Wakanda is good for us as African filmmakers, right? So you need to now start to think about the stories that we have that we can tell. One of the things that have done us dirty is our mindset around religion and all the things that we've been taught to believe here. I really do hope that as we start to think a little bit deeper as Africans, we can migrate. Because think about it, Zeus is somebody's mythology. It's Greek. And we've all seen movies about Zeus. We know Antaeus, we know Thor, we know all these people, and we don't hate them. The minute you call, I want to make an Ogun story, all of a sudden Africans remember their Bible, the Quran, and then we're scrambling. However, when we go to the cinemas to go see a Thor movie, I went to the movies today. I saw a movie called Venom with my children, and they were explaining to me all the things that happen in the movie. Nothing to them seemed demonic. But the minute we make it our own, then we are the first people to start to question it. So we need to now think about the differences in our minds as Africans. There's a big difference between religion and culture. There's religion, and then there are things that are culturally appropriate. And we also have think about a story about Ogun, or like the god of, iron and all of that. And then making it really cool and making it something that everybody wants to buy. What's interesting about movies, and I started by talking about the hero story, is there are connections in almost all mythologies in the world, right? If you think about our Ogun story, that's Thor right there, right? Thor is their own god of that. Our own equivalent is this. Why is it that we're very comfortable as Africans embracing Thor, but something is wrong with our own? So I think that there are opportunities there, people who would have first mover advantage, because I don't think Africans will always hate African stories. I think it's changing. I think our musicians are helping. I think the movies, the whole new Nollywood is helping. And then there's going to be need for animations, cartoons that are African stories. I mean, I wish, my kids had enough African-looking dolls to play with when they were growing up. And of course, anybody who is going into that business, I want to invest in it because I genuinely believe that the future is African. So I think more and more we're going to tell more stories. And then just out of research, I think I was in some meeting a few months ago, and somebody was talking about how they're even looking for new stories, right? We've done so many remakes of Cinderella. I'm sure we're all tired. Yes, it's useful. They keep it fresh in every generation, like Coca-Cola. But there is a one, like these days you go to the cinema, especially foreign films, and sometimes they're like, I've seen this before. Well, there's nothing new here. So the world is hungry for new stories, something ethnic, something that we haven't seen before. And it's an opportunity for Africans to bring out all those great stories. If you come to where I'm from, I really love what the Yorubas are doing with their Nicolacos of this world and all these are different stories. We have so many stories that we haven't told and we need to tell. And then just finally, what storytelling does. It gives you an opportunity to situate your history in a way that makes you powerful. The more films you make of yourself, there is power in it. Back to the 911 thing, is deliberate. So the more stories of power, not African voodoo. And if you're even going to tell the voodoo story, please tell it right. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Tell it from a technological standpoint. Let people see. The more powerful images we have on television, the more powerful we will feel and the more respected we'll be in our world.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for that. That was very profound. I lost my network around there, but I think I got most of what you said. Thank you so much. So Corex, now let's talk about how you think we can sell our story to the global audience. How do you think we can sell our culture, languages, the beauty of speaking Igbo, speaking Yoruba, speaking Igala, different languages? I mean, we have a lot of them, but we've not sold it to the international audience. When we want to tell our stories, we need to speak English, which is not really our own story. So how do you think we can sell this to the international audience? Thank you.
One point I will first make, my first point would be creative packaging. We have to package it creatively and differently, because that is one thing that I always tell people, that America's super weapon is not even their strongest weapon is not their nuclear weapon, it's their media. Like their ability to package anything and make you want it. So we need to do that with our own culture, but also beyond just creative packaging. One of my pain points, and something I'm really passionate about, is the younger generation. I remember growing up, and we were encouraged not to speak our own local languages, because you were either seen as local, you were seen as not posh, you were seen as uneducated if you spoke in your local dialect. So we were forced to learn English. You had to know English songs. You had to know foreign movies to have relevance in society back then. Well, to have that, I would say that social capital. So you just had to have that social influence, and you had to have all those foreign knowledge. But things that were indigenous to us, things that were local, our way of life and culture, was only restricted to the elders. It was only restricted to times of maybe worship, times of respect. But when it came to living everyday communing and meeting, relating with people, you had to be Western. You have to be Western. So I believe that when the work now lies in us making our culture entertaining enough and interesting enough for the younger generation, like Precious rightfully said. I mean, it's going to be amazing if once you start seeing a lot of young black animations, Yoruba animations, Igbo animations, Hausa animations, that you see characters that children fall in love with, and you see them speaking languages that are actually very, very relevant to them, relevant to their own culture, and authentic to them. Because some things that we have grown up loving, these are some things that we watched when we were younger. I mean, some of us started watching Iron Man, Thor, all these mythologies, and we wanted to know them. We gave them so much energy, so much interest and curiosity, because we could go out to our friends and have these conversations and talk about these things, and we were seen as, oh, this guy knows what's happening. He's an interesting person. But then you couldn't go out and you're talking about Oduduwa when people are talking about Samwise Jack or Megas XLR or something on Cartoon Network. Like, who are you? So I think it's the work of storytellers right now to make our stories and make to make our stories and our resources make it more entertaining for the younger generation. That's my own take on this. That once the younger generation key into this, they grow up loving their own culture. They grow up falling in love with their own languages, and it's easy to export it then because we love our things first. So yeah. She gone. Oh, I think her network is gone again. Hello?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with her network. She's not here at the moment. And I do not have her questions. Just give me a minute. Let me just see.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, my network was going on and off. All right, yeah. So I would direct the same question to you, Dawn. Thank you.
Okay. Could you just repeat the question for me, because I also was going off and on. So, yeah. Oh no, she's left.
Sorry, if anyone remembers the question, you can actually help reiterate it.
Yeah. I think the question was around the use of storytelling. How can we tell more African stories? I'm paraphrasing now because I'm thinking about what my responses were around. So how do we make it more mainstream? And then our languages, how do we make it more mainstream? And yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I think I remember now, just remembering when Corex was talking. So because there were a few things that were running through my mind, and I was asking myself the question, why is it that we are more inclined to watch foreign films, or easily inclined to watch foreign films? Is it because they have a lot of movies, and because we watch those movies, and so we are like, we assimilate with their culture, or it's because, historically speaking, we've just been made to embrace their culture. So because we have embraced their culture, when we see their films, we have this natural inclination to like, identify with it and whatever. So the question is then, do we try to make the world embrace our culture, so that when we have these films, they identify with it, or we continue making these films and force them to, kind of embrace the culture? But I think it's a two-way thing. I think, the groundwork has to be done. I think people have to, I think in different ways we've been doing it already yourself. We said, you see people doing the hair, so there is already that embrace of the culture already. So, but what I think we just need to do generally is to just tell universal stories. I think there's this idea that there's some sort of, say, Africanization of our stories. So if you don't have what's it called? If you don't have somebody jumping on a tree or doing some zambuza, it's not African, and we try to just do stuff like that. Oh, this is African story, this is African story. I think Africa is beyond just that. But as much as we try to do that, we also try to be very authentic and universal in our storytelling. Like most of the stories that this Hollywood and the rest they tell, they're almost the same thing. They're just in different ways. We cited example of Thor. The difference between Thor and Shango is one is black and the other one is white. Really, that's just really the difference if you read the mythology. So you find out that they are telling their stories, but they are, telling it in a very universal way that can relate to everybody, and not necessarily about whether it's European or whether it's American. They're just telling a story that has a universal message. The moment we start telling stories that have universal messages, regardless of whether you make it Shango or you do it, Shango can find love. Why isn't Shango finding love? You get that kind of thing. Everybody is human. You get that kind of thing. So let's tell universal stories. Let's tell stories that resonate with people. There are usually three things that people try to find in stories. They are looking for money, power, and some sort of validation. So the moment you start trying to tell stories that kind of connect with many of these three things, no matter what it is that you're telling, whether it's about Black Panther, or whether it's or Ishabi that you're talking about, it will just really connect. And I think we've started keying into things like that, and we see that many of our films now, whether it's Yoruba epic specifically, you see that people watch it from across the world because they are now, yes, we have it in Oyo Empire, but it's about the king that loves this person. It's about this person trying to gain some sort of power, and we connect with people. Eventually, I think people embrace the culture more and embrace our stories more.
Sorry, sorry, I want to reiterate something about what I said about the branding, creative branding and packaging. I remember when MTN first came to Nigeria, when they started, and how the idea of MTN was synonymous with, oh, you are chic, you are luxurious if you had an MTN SIM. I remember because I was too young to have one then. I remember my aunties and uncles talking about it that, oh, then if someone gave me an 0803, like, oh my God, this person was the in thing. This person was the happening person. So I feel that is something that we need to do with our stories also. Make it cool. Make it cool to have conversations about our stories and like, oh my God, you know about this, then you're cool. You know, because people want to feel like they matter, and things like this that give you some sort of acceptance out there when you can flow into conversations about, oh, maybe this movie or this story. Have you read this book by this African author or something like that? And it gives you moments to communicate and bond with people and connect with people like that. So once we can brand our stories, once we can brand our entertainment in a way that people want to associate with them, I feel that can also help us export it more.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Corex. Thank you for stepping in, Don. I sincerely apologize for the break in transmission. Okay, I think I got some of the points you made, and I wanted to emphasize on the story of Thor and Shango that you mentioned. How, you know, when we see the story of Thor, everybody wants to watch it. But I don't think I've even seen a proper story of Shango being told by Africans. I think I saw one that is coming to Netflix very soon, but I don't think it is actually from us. I think it is from them, you know, telling our stories. There was a time that there was like an outburst from Nigerians because this book, Children of Blood and
Bones.
Yes.
Blood and Bones,
So we saw that they wanted to tell our stories for us, and you know the fact that they said it was going to be an audition or something like that, and then we now saw the cast list. We saw that they already got cast, and we didn't see that the people they cast for it, we didn't see Nigerians among them. And I think I saw the outbursts on Twitter. People were really angry. Even people that were not, you know, storytellers or filmmakers were angry that why would you tell our stories for us? Why would you want to pick a British actor to come tell the story of a Yoruba person? Like it wasn't it at all. And I saw the advert. I'm like, okay, yes. So this thing you mentioned now, I could relate it back to what happened then. So I really hope that we would move to that stage where we tell our own stories ourselves and we make it appeal to them just as they make their own stories appeal to us. Thank you so much. Please do let me know if our time is up. MC Aminat, please do let us know so we can rush things up. All right. So moving on to the next story. How can we?
Like 9 minutes. Sorry.
Okay. Very well then. So let's talk about the digital media. It has taken over, and there's just a lot going on in the digital space. Now, how can we leverage digital media to reach a broader audience with African stories, right? Especially those that highlight underrepresented humanitarian issues. I will direct this question to Vijay Adams.
Sorry, the question is regarding digital media?
Yes. How can we leverage digital media to reach a broader audience with African stories, especially those that highlight underrepresented humanitarian issues?
I think it's a function of how we tell these stories. Now, digital media is what? Social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube.
Yes.
You know, are we going to put Netflix and Amazon within that space as well? Perhaps.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, to a certain degree, right? So, I'm saying that to say that already Nigerian content creators are doing spectacular work, but we can never ignore the power of language. Now, the power of language is the fact that if you're a Nigerian by default, you're obliged to speak English because even the president addresses its people in English.
Yes.
So how do you want to narrow down or prioritize what language or what native language? So we cannot ignore and act like that's not an integral part of this entire conversation. You know, whether or not people still watch Korean soaps, but I don't like it because I don't understand. I don't like the language. I'm not going to stress myself watching only subtitles all through. You know what I mean? And psychologically, I think they would also think of a full Yoruba movie from that context as well.
Sure.
And that is why it depends for us what matters in terms of commerciality and what do we really want out of this. The Wakanda story tells a fictional African nation,
Yes.
but it's communicated predominantly in English. So what I would say is, what I would think is, if we're going to tell these stories, whether or not we're using our digital platforms, while we're trying to keep our identity, but I think our identities go way beyond just the language and how we communicate our personalities. It doesn't necessarily have to zone in to a language conversation. Now, unfortunately, you can't want to tell a Shango story and not tell it from a Yoruba perspective.
Very correct.
You know, but what they've also done internationally is, while they are telling these stories about Zeus and these other guys, they're telling it in English. They're not telling it in Greek, even though Greek was perhaps the language Zeus spoke. So I think we need to find a balance of some sort. Because digitally now, everyone is a news anchor. Like, you can literally go from your Instagram account, as I'm saying, let's say Precious, for example, can just post and say, guess what? There's a road in Agungi that is burning right now. Please avoid. You've communicated to the entire world. And whoever zones in or cares about that information would get it. And that's what is going to happen with the humanitarian stories as well. What humanitarian stories are we trying to tell, even from a digital perspective? Because it's a function of interest. Because even within the humanitarian conversations, people zone into various angles that matter to them. Some people, widows is the angle they care about. Some people is food. So if anybody tells anything from a food perspective or hunger perspective, it might get somebody's attention even further. And that's why I think generally to go from all of this is, it is imperative we celebrate these stories and even the talents more, because you wouldn't have any Hollywood person trying to tell a Nigerian story and use a Hollywood star if they thought a Nigerian star was commercially viable enough. You know, so we need to big up our stars and make them, position them from that global perspective as well. Because you can never want to tell an African music story and not think you're going to put Burna Boy's name, because you've seen him fill up stadiums all across the world. So the trust is there. So I think there are multiple folds to it. So, but overall, from a digital perspective, how do we tell our stories? I think we're on the way, but there's so much more that is even still hindering the storytelling. There's still data. A lot of people don't even still have data. People are still going off when you're on Instagram Live because they're like, oh, my data don't go. I don't did 10 minutes for you. I need to go. You know, and the entire digital space is controlled by data. So, and that's even beyond you and I. The conversation of data is beyond you and I. You know, because how do you explain that if we say, for example, Wizkid is one of the biggest stars in Africa and is Nigerian, and if Nigerians are over 200 million people, and we reportedly say out of that 200 million people, there are over 120 million youths, by virtue of, if data was accessible to every youth out there, and if every youth out there had access to the digital space, Wizkid alone should be controlling over 120 million followers from Nigeria alone. Before you even talk about anywhere else in diaspora. So it's multiple layers. Even if you do a movie now, you put it on YouTube, not even everyone within Nigeria can even watch for an hour, 30 minutes. And that is why short form content is almost the go-to now. So from a digital standpoint, you have to tell these stories from, I would recommend, from short form pieces, the way skit makers have been able to tell a funny story in 120 seconds or less.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is she gone again?
Oh, I think she's gone.
Yeah, she's dropped.
I think that she's having network issues. I don't know. I have a hard stop, so I don't know if we want to
We were
Well,
actually about to, I was actually going to tell her 2 minutes more.
I just
So
I'm sorry. I just want to say something. I just want to say something as to the question she asked, and yeah, using digital media also. But my own where my focus is on is we need more content that asks people or shows people why. Like I'm not talking for humanitarian work. Why we do what we do? Why should, like, because you ask yourself, someone shows you a video of some people suffering in Maiduguri, and I'm in Lagos. I mean, I'm suffering things in Nigeria, but I'm still more comfortable. Why should I care about people suffering in Maiduguri? I have my own issues too. Why should I care? So I feel for humanitarian work, more content should emphasize why it's important that we care about people who are less privileged than us. Why we should be able to lend voices to people who are less privileged than us. Why we should be able to send support to people who are less privileged than us. Because I feel like most humanitarian work just delves into the, okay, this is the what, this is the how, this is the when, but why? Why should we do this? Why should someone send their support? Why should someone care so much enough to want to do something about someone suffering in 500 meters or 500 kilometers away from them? So I feel that is something that we should really look into story-wise from humanitarian work.
I agree with you. So I'm just gonna help you guys close because I don't think she's back yet, and we have to jump into the next session. And thank you so much to everyone for your contribution. To round up this session, I just would say that there's been a lot of conversation, there's been a lot of insights. For everyone, like just to wrap up, what are 3 things you wish that are actionable steps? Because one of the things we said at the beginning of the conference is that we hope that we can take action on the things that we discuss in this conference. So what are 3 things you would say? Like, we're going forward. These are some of the things that humanitarian storytellers or storytellers that are really involved in impact stories should do so that we can move forward the humanitarian works that we're doing across Africa, across the world. Okay. I'll start with VJ, go to Precious, we'll go to Correct, and then we end with Don.
To wrap things up, 3 actionable steps. I would say, like I said earlier, I would believe that if you tell these stories in small doses, might help instead of trying to tell it from a long format. And also, I think humanitarian work needs to be treated as like companies move. Like you need to treat it like it's serious work. Whether or not you need help from people, but when you're trying to do these important projects, you need to look at it from the perspective of how would a company address this instead of from an individualistic standpoint. For the most part, I think is how people move around humanitarian work. And last but not the least, I think everyone have a certain part of them that is given. And regardless of how hard things might be, people still have that part of them where they're still willing to help, no matter how small it is. And I also think that we need to constantly reinforce the fact that humanitarian work needs a lot of money, but also needs a lot of manpower. So if you have manpower in place of money, it would be nice to, go that route as well. And then if you have enough money to, do whatever you can for people, I think you can always do that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think, thank you so much, BJ. You've covered most of the points. I think for me, 3 things will be think, act, review. Think, we need to rethink how we sell our humanitarian stories. We need to be very strategic, very intentional in terms of how we sell our stories. Somebody gave an example here about birthdays. So you needed birthday for humanitarian work, and then you needed monies. People needed to fundraise, not birthdays, fundraising. So you needed to fundraise for humanitarian work, and you needed to fundraise for a party, and people were more willing to give to the party than humanitarian work. There's a lot of distrust in the humanitarian sector. People just don't believe. Some people think people do humanitarian work because they want to cash out. So we need to rethink what we call humanitarian interventions, whether it's storytelling, and we need to position correctly. And then we need to act. After you've planned, after you've thought about it, there needs to be a course of action. How do you want to tell your stories? What sort of media form do you want to use? Is it new media? Is it, and it's so important to know how to distribute your story. Some stories seen in new media for some groups of people, especially funders, is seen as, okay, maybe these people are just having fun. But you need to know what channel to put whatever story and what audience. You need to think from your audience in mind. Who am I targeting and where can I find them? And then finally, you need to review. I think we don't do enough postmortems around here. Whether it's successful, we just go back and sleep. And it's one of the reasons we're not able to replicate success. So whether it's successful, whether it's unsuccessful, we have to come back and do postmortems. What worked? What didn't work? What did we learn? What can we replicate in the future? And once we have all of those written down, what sort of data do we have? What's the market saying? What did the people say? How was it received? When we have that, then we can repeat the process, think again, act again, and then review. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for joining. That was really insightful. Okay.
Okay. For me, I wouldn't say I have as much as 3 because they've mentioned a major of the things that I would like to say. But one thing that I would also reiterate is the fact that I believe it is important that we encourage and empower the less privileged, and I do air quotes because everybody has a certain level of privilege. We encourage them to also tell their own stories, encourage them to tell and share their own stories, and not from a place of victimhood, not from a place of we are suffering, we need your help, please come and help us. Yes, that is there, but it is also from a place of, oh, this is what we do here. This is our lifestyle here. We have something to give. We have something to export. We have art. We have music. We have people here. We have culture. We have agriculture. We have agriculture. So sell yourself. Sell yourself to the point that it makes someone interested enough to want to invest or want to give or want to support what is the work that is going on. When there's no work going on in a particular place, there's no reason for me to sink in money there. When I see life is happening here, people are living right now, but they don't just have enough to support themselves, but they are doing things, not from someone who's not doing anything. So I feel like when we encourage them to tell their own stories, and how do I mean encourage them to tell their own stories? I mean, with the new media, with phones, great content about their environment, about the things happening in their society. I remember one time, because I know we're pressed. I remember a video I saw in America where there was a hurricane and the flood washed away people's houses, and someone he made a story about it. And before you know it, people came together like, oh my God, this happened here. Let's come and fix it, because someone shared a story about this happening to them. So I feel when people take charge of their own stories and share their own stories with the world, it can also further humanitarian work and people to give towards humanitarian work. Thank you so much. This has been a pleasure. Amazing people here. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bert. That was really beautiful. And Dawn,
Yeah.
last but not the least.
Yes, so thank you very much. Like some of our politicians would say, they have said it all, but I don't know what I'm going to say. So I'm going to still try to say 3 things. So I think one of the first things I'm going to say is that I think many of these humanitarian companies that want to tell stories, I think the first thing that they need to do is to change the mindset in terms of how they want to tell these stories. They should stop telling propaganda or agenda stories, like I call them, and they should start telling universal stories that still highlight these humanitarian issues, because that is the best way to they should come and employ me. I'll teach them how to do that. And that is the best way to connect to people. So the second thing I think is also about branding. I think there's a way you can put out there. I think Correct talked about it, and that is there's a way you can tell people about something and it seems cool. But I think there's this idea of how telling a humanitarian story is. It feels like some kind of cash grab. There's just some kind of bad aura about it, so people don't want to really affiliate themselves with such kind of stories and stuff like that. I think they need to probably find a way to rebrand. And then the last thing I think is just to do more and do more, because the more we do it, the more it becomes in our faces, and it gets into us subliminary. And so by the time we continuously do these things, it becomes a norm in society, and we begin to see changes subconsciously. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me.
Much for this panel. This was such an amazing panel. And on this note, we close this panel. We have the next panel. Thank you to all our panelists. VJ Adam, thank you so much for your time. Precious, thank you for such an amazing contribution. Corex, it was amazing having you. And Dawn, it has been our pleasure having you on here. Okay. It's the MC is unavailable for now, so I'm going to just take charge rather, because I'm supposed to moderate the next panel session. If you're just joining, if you do not know me, my name is Aisha Adams, and I'm supposed to moderate the 4th panel session. But I will just say that, if you've been sitting down for a while, just stand up, just shake your body, just move around. Movement is good for mental health. It's a good thing we're going to be talking about mental health. Movement is good for mental health. So just stand. I just sat down, so I won't be standing. But, just stand up, sit back, breathe in and out, and then we will start in just a minute. And after the mental health panel session, we will take a 5 minutes, a short break, and then we'll bring on the final panel, which will be talking about finance. Because in all of these conversations, everything that spoke about storytelling spoke to the importance of money, funding. And so what are some ways, we can utilize digital platforms for funding of humanitarian works in an effective way? And we have a lot of amazing people coming on that panel. I'm really looking forward to that panel, as well as the one I'm supposed to moderate. So once you're ready, if you've gotten up, sat back down, just give me a 1 in the chat box. I want to see the ones. Let's have an engaging session. Please, please, please. Let me hear your voice. I'm looking at the panel. I'm looking at the chat. I just need 3 people to signify that they have gotten up, they have sat back down, they have stretched, and I would start. Just 3 people. Any 3 people? I haven't seen any message. Get up, sit back, stretch. Done. Thank you, Mother. Okay. Another person. Anybody else? 2 more people. 2 more people to go. 2 more people. And please, call in your friends, call in your family. This is a very important session. You would have observed that in all the conversations that we've been having today, what's going on here? Sorry. Okay. Okay. So you would have observed that in the conversations we've been having today, I just kept smiling behind the camera. There was conversations going back to mental health. There was conversations going back to trauma. The conversations kept leading back to this panel session. Interestingly, and even when they talk, addressed, discussions around conflict resolution, even when they addressed conversations around spirituality, there was conversations leading back to mental health. And so it thus means that, the mental health session is not something that we can negotiate. So if you don't have your friends on here, please do share the link with them, share the live, YouTube link, gather around with your friends and family, and let us have a conversation about mental health. And the mental health conversation is something that I am really passionate about, because I work in the human and community development space, especially as it relates to holistic well-being. And I believe that the mind is the bridge between the body and the soul. And if we do not take care of this bridge, we are just joking with ourselves. And all of the conversations we've been having about development would not be achieved. So I think I have seen a couple of people say yes in the chat box. So what I'm going to do right now is that I am going to bring on the panelists for this panel. The panelists, in no particular order, Dr. Aisha Adavirutu had been in the panel 1. And so she's going to be joining me here again for this mental health panel. Dr. Aisha, I hope you're here. Please do turn on your mic and your video, and let's be ready.
Good evening.
Okay, welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so I'm going to read the profile of the next panelist. Her name is Wuraola Young, and she is the founder and lead of Sisters in Business Leadership Network, a non-governmental helping women build profitable and sustainable businesses network. She's an innovative psychologist and behavior change expert who pioneered conscious cognitive behavior, CCB, a groundbreaking framework that transforms how individuals and organizations achieve exceptional results. By integrating psychology, neuro-linguistic programming, often called NLP, and subconscious remapping, she helps clients create deliberate success through conscious choice and behavioral design. Welcome.
Thank you for having me,
Yay!
Aisha.
Good to have you here.
Thank you, Aisha. It's been an amazing evening listening. I was able to join only later in the day and totally blown by the brains who have been sharing. Well done. Well done.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I'm going to go next to Dr. Jamada. He's the man in this panel, the only man, sorry, Dr. Jamada, that we have put you in the middle of plenty women. I feel like in the mental health space, it's very easy to think and find women. I don't know if it's just me, but I tend to see a lot of women working in this space more than men. So it's a breath of fresh air to find, men who can, speak to the challenges of mental health, because there was something that a panelist said earlier about the fact that we do not address the challenges of men enough. So I'm just trying to drag up and pull up your profile so I can read it. Dr. Jamada is joining us all the way from Uganda. He is a multifaceted medical professional dedicated to delivering exceptional patient care. As a medical officer and emergency medical technician, he provides critical emergency response and treatment. Additionally, he holds advanced cardiac life support certification, ensuring expertise in high-pressure situations. Beyond emergency medicine, Dr. Jamada is a certified mental health facilitator, recognized by the National Board for Certified Counselors. He leads various healthcare organizations, including Masters Medical Center as Managing Director, and the Hepatitis Aid Organization as the Founder and Program Director. He also serves as the Clinical Director at Swiha Charity Organization. Personally, he has overcome challenges as a person living with an autoimmune disorder, fueling his passion for empathetic and comprehensive care. His unique blend of medical expertise and lived experiences has informed his compassionate approach to healthcare delivery. Welcome, Dr. Jamada. It's so
Thank you very much.
to
Nice to always work with you.
It's my pleasure to have you here. Okay, so I'm just going to be reading the profile of the next amazing person who is going to be on this panel rather, and it is none other than Dr. Margaret. Dr. Margaret, I hope you're ready to show us your pretty face. Is Dr. Margaret with us?
I am, but something is going on with my camera, so I don't know what's happening. Well, I sort that out, but I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay,
So Dr. Margaret, did I pronounce? Please, I'm sorry about this pronunciation. Olopo. Did I get it correct?
Olopo.
Olopo. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So Dr. Margaret Olopo is a clinical psychologist, mental health consultant, grief and trauma specialist, wellness and therapy coach, and human resource consultant. She has a PhD in counseling psychology from Prowess University and an advanced MSc in clinical psychology and hypnosis, as well as an MSc psychology from the University of Coventry, UK. She's trained in ACT, which is acceptance and commitment therapy, with expertise in various clinical populations and diagnoses. She specialized with certification in trauma-focused therapy for families, children and individuals, emotional wellness therapy, and grief therapy. She has a postgraduate diploma in human resource management from the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, United Kingdom, and about 20 years of experience in HR and consultancy. She has an advanced diploma in youth counseling from the Institute of Counseling Scotland and has been working with adolescents and young people in high schools in Abuja. She designs tools that enhances effective learning and excellent coping and life skills. She is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Coaching and Mentoring Nigeria, as well as the Institute of Arts Management and Professionals. She's also a member of the Chartered Institute of Personal Development United Kingdom, the Association for Child and Adolescent United Kingdom, the Association for Counseling and Psychotherapy in Nigeria, and the Institute of Counseling Group Scotland. She's a mental health advocate and the first aider with a certificate in global mental health practice from Washington University. She designs mental health promotion programs, seminars, trainings, and workshops to increase awareness of mental health challenges amongst adults in the workplace, as well as in management, as well as in society. She has a certification in drug and substance abuse prevention, management, and policy in the workplace, and presently runs employee assistance programs for some organizations in Abuja. Her core values include commitment, dependability, excellence, and the need to learn and grow as an individual continually. She's married with 3 children. Welcome, 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 welcome. I hope you're there.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, just
okay.
I don't know what's going on with this camera, but thank you so much, and I'm really, really glad to be here. And it's been an amazing afternoon, listening to all the great speakers you've put together. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. So I'm just going to throw my first question. We're going to be talking about breaking the silence, addressing Africa's mental health. And this topic I thought was important because even though, all of the sessions leading to this one kept, referring back to something about trauma, if you've been on here, and I know Dr. Jamada has been here, and I think you have been here as well, you'd have observed that they kept, there was a reference to something about mental health. There was a reference to trauma. And I personally believe that there's a huge burden of trauma in Africa that we have not even started the discussion. The conversation hasn't even started. Although in the previous session, they talked about storytelling and said that, stories had started being, the storytelling has started on the trauma situations in Africa. But I beg to differ. I feel like they haven't even really scratched the surface, because like something Precious said, because of the shaming and the stigma, the stories are just, they're half-baked, right? They don't go to the root of it to really say, these are the real causes. They don't go back to discussing the place of, caregivers, the place of, adverse childhood experience and all of that. So my first question is that what do you think are the biggest cultural stigmas surrounding mental health in Africa? And how can they be addressed effectively in both the urban and rural communities? And I think I will throw my question first to Rural Lion. Are you there? Oh, I don't think I can see her online. Okay, so Dr. Margaret, would you respond to that, please? What do you think are some of the biggest cultural stigmas surrounding mental health in Africa? And how can they be addressed effectively in both the urban and rural communities?
Okay, so sorry once more about my camera. I'm sure before we finish, I would have sorted it out, but let me just start by speaking without that. So for me, one of the key things, I know we've talked about stigma and all that, but I think for me, whenever I talk about mental health, I talk about language, because going through, having spoken to so many people, having done a lot of awareness and advocacy, I realized that one of the things that affect us, especially in Africa, is language. If we look back years ago, when we didn't even understand when we didn't have words or definitions like what depression is, bipolar and all that, there wasn't so much talk about trauma and all these things, let's say 10, 20 years ago and all that. Not because these things didn't exist, but we didn't have the right kind of words to put that meaning, you understand? And so like I think when we're talking about the storytelling, somebody was talking about, one of the speakers said like a lady being sexually abused by her dad, wouldn't even understand that was something traumatic and all that, until now that we're able to read these things, understand what they are, and then we're now able to kind of apply that knowledge to it. And so that's the same thing goes with language for me, because no matter, for every community and every culture, there's a way that mental illness is described, you understand, or the way it's perceived. And language is about this, symbolism, as well as the context in which it's being said and all that. So when you talk about mental illness, you're talking about that mad person that is on the road, that is violent, that is going to that is maybe possessed by evil spirits, all those sort of things. So we have in all our culture, different in all our different settings, we've carved out what a mentally ill person it looks like, or how we perceive that kind of person. And so our language has is already is kind of entrenched in that. And so when you talk about mental, the minute you mention the word mental, one is not able to just say, oh, it's depression. Oh, it just means, okay, you're going through you're not able to sleep, you're not able to eat, you're not able to function normally, as anybody would, as far as anybody is concerned. Not being able, having depression, in if you're describing it in Nigerian language, it just means like maybe you're sad, you understand, but not taking it as for what it means, as this is a mental health challenge. So when you talk about mental, the initial thought is that this person is mad, or this person is crazy, or this person has psychosis, as the case may be. Yeah. And so for me, I think that's the biggest problem that we have, because no matter, as long as we keep, maybe within our own groups here, we understand this is because we have the knowledge and we're talking about it. But the minute you take it out of the circles of those who have the right kind of education to understand it, the minute you're talking about, they're talking about something that has to do with somebody who is crazy, or somebody who is this. And so if that is the case, then it still boils back to like what the panel before us were talking about, the storytelling strategy, of continually talking and continually speaking about what mental health really stands for, from whether the churches, the communities, and all that, and trying to rephrase this language. Thankfully, the language symbols and all that are flexible, so it can be changed. There are things that we used to call a certain thing, and now it's not maybe perceived that way, so it can be changed. It's flexible, but the problem is that it's not something that can be done within 1 year or 5 years or 10 years. It's something that has to be consistently talked about, consistently spoken about. And so we have to get to the point where we're now making people understand that when we talk about mental health, we're not saying that it's that person that is totally crazy. And then even when we talk about, when we bring it down to this, okay, the person that you think is maybe bewitched, or the person that you think is crazy or is mad, in inverted commas, sorry, as the case may be, that person can, if he's taken to the right place, that person can be treated, that person can come back and live normally again. So until we begin to expose these things and make people understand that this is what it's all about, that language, that idea, that perception, the cultural understanding of what this whole thing well, I'm trying to find the right word. Sorry, I thought you were saying something.
No.
Okay, I thought you were helping me out with the right word. Okay.
No, it was someone else. No, I was saying maybe what mental health really is.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So until we get to that point, then I think, for me, language, I think it's one of the key areas. So maybe I'll stop that and stop there, and someone else would add up to that.
I couldn't quite agree. I agree with you completely. When you said language, at first I thought you meant language barrier, but then I understood it as languaging. The way we language the meaning of mental health makes it difficult for people to actually be open about talking about it. And I couldn't agree more. Dr. Jamada, I just want to pick your brain on the same question, because you are in Uganda. And although, I feel like we have similar attitudes to the mental health crisis in Africa, but I just want to hear from your perspective. What do you think are some of the biggest cultural stigmas in your own country vis-a-vis what's happening in Africa? And what do you think?
Yeah, recently we have been carrying out something related to culture and behavior and practices in regards to taking up healthcare services in certain districts in our country. And I realized that Africa, you see, the most in the same locality, You know, just having Uganda as a whole, you have Uganda and you have like 500 cultures, all different. You know, it turns out so difficult to address really what you want, even if you have the right words to use. Then look into Africa. We are divided into around, I don't know how many tribes. Nigeria alone has around 500 something, though those that carry at least 70% are around 4. But having different backgrounds, born of different people, born of different beliefs, and being raised in a certain way, a culture means to me actually it means past, how our ancestors have been carrying out things, and knowing that mental health issues have been addressed that way. If we remain that illiterate, we will of course carry on the trait to the next generation of not knowing still what mental health is. So they will believe, even if they are not, it's not a religious practice, they will still believe it might be a curse from their ancestors, right? So they name it anyway. I will not differ from Dr. Margaret, because they will not come up with direct words to use to understand that this is attention deficit disorder, or any of any mental health disease. Let's say a panic attack. Somebody gets a panic attack, and you don't have the right word to use to a Muganda or to a Yoruba that this is a panic attack. And even the way the symptoms arise, a person is overreacting, a person is behaving in a funny way. Even if it is a religious aspect, we Muslims will say he might be possessed with a jinn. Like other religious people will say, now that is an omen. Now those are things that were sent to them. So coming up with a certain directive, a certain language, a universal way of how we can address this, even in urban and rural communities, has to be it's a multi-sectoral approach, not an individual approach of only healthcare. Like really, we have to bring together religious leaders, we have to bring together sports fraternities, we have to bring together healthcare providers, we have to bring together local leaders. Like everyone has to come on board, be it any language, be it any tribe. If they come on and we build their capacity as healthcare professionals who have learned these conditions, I think we can better attack the biggest stigma around mental health. The most important thing is healthcare workers are really operating in silos. Like even if it is a different, let me say, organization in mental health, it will have its own data, it will have its own locality, it is not a multi-sectoral approach of tackling disease, and yet you cannot operate the whole Africa. So I think if we come up with a multi-sectoral approach, we can tackle the stigmas and everything relating around mental health. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Dr. Jamada. I'm just going to go on to my next question, which is that, it's just a follow-up to what we're just talking about. So we're saying that there is an approach we can use that brings together the different stakeholders, which goes back to the conversation we had in the morning that Femi Adams said about the importance of stakeholder engagement in tackling humanitarian crises and challenges that we face. So Dr. Aisha, I just want to say, what do you think, off the back of the first question, of course, how do you think we can integrate mental health services into humanitarian work, particularly in regions where resources are scarce? We've already identified that, we have the challenge of the languaging, and Dr. Jamada has highlighted. So from your own perspective, how do you think we can start to integrate, mental health services into humanitarian work? Because I think that from the work I do in the humanitarian space, I constantly see a behavioral change challenge. I don't want to call it problem, but a behavioral change challenge, which we obviously know is a mental health related issue. So how do you think we can start to, integrate mental health services on a larger scale?
So, good evening, everyone. Well done to you and your team. You know, one of the ways we can do that is what we're already doing right now, by creating awareness, by creating platforms like this, to share some stories, because we have all agreed that stories are the ways we can also share our experiences and also position ourselves for the change we want to see happen. I once had a medical doctor, female. She was carrying a 3-month-old baby. When she came to see me, she was referred to me by a seasoned medical doctor. And, you know, because I have certificates in prophetic medicine and Islamic, you know, counseling, they actually referred her to me because they felt she had a spiritual problem. Now, I asked her some basic questions and I realized that what she had was postpartum depression. Now, look at, she said years ago, her sister had the same type of challenge that she was currently going through. And, you know, they felt it was postpartum, they felt it was a spiritual attack. You know, so asking her questions around the time her sister experienced the same thing was around the time her sister had babies too. So her sister's own worsened over time because it was not attended to. Now, when she came to see me, she said she would sit down and then she would be seeing things, she would be hearing voices, she would be, you know, not to the extent of, you know, not to a very large extent, but, you know, I was able to realize that what she had was not full-blown schizophrenia. It was actually postpartum depression signs. And when I told her, you know, and I told her what to do, she went and she did these things and she got better. So she kept referring people to me. So in essence, we're saying that even some health workers don't know the basics when it comes to mental health. And, you know, I also had somebody who attended some of our trainings, and she's a medical doctor. And she tells me that, do you know that about 70% of individuals who come into my consulting room actually have stress-related challenges? They are unable to cope with the normal stressors of life. And, you know, when I ask them some basic questions, because of the training I had from you, I now understand that what they're actually going through is not medical. So I just give them advice, or I refer them because I can't take them on. And some of them that I even refer come back to me and say that, no, I want you to continue with me, to give me counseling, not even medication. So you see, we have a gap in knowledge. And I think we should include this, you know, basic mental health awareness in our secondary school curriculum as a general course in the university too.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree. In fact, when we started the street kitchen and we incorporated like a bit of counseling where we're addressing people in the community, it was from the perspective of the fact that most of the behavioral you know, change programs, trainings are needed by the people who cannot afford it. People need emotional intelligence classes. Every human being requires emotional intelligence classes, especially in Africa. We wear our emotions on our sleeves. Very emotional, very empathetic people who do not know how to manage their emotions. We need to literally, you know, take these classes to the grassroots. Financial trainings. How many people can afford financial trainings? They cost an arm and a leg and some more. People who are barely eating, how are they going to be able to afford, you know, financial literacy classes? How is a person who is bothered, overwhelmed, going to start to take the steps towards, you know, discovering themselves? Sometimes, you know, identity crisis, as basic as it is in the, you know, psychology space, is the real issue that is happening to people and causing them to have, you know, those mental health instabilities. But they don't know that because they don't have the access to the information. So I couldn't agree more. I think that it's really important that we take this thing. So the question, and I'm going to ask Wura Lion, because I know you're also very passionate about education, because I keep asking myself, and you know, Dr. Aisha, you would agree with me that in administering, you know, the psychological tools, oftentimes it's more effective on a one-on-one basis. There are times here we can do group therapy sessions as well. But because of the nature of Africans that we are, there's a lot of secretiveness and people don't want to share the truth. So they give you, there's a lot of missing links in the conversations. You're trying to do group therapy and someone is giving you have big bread. You from your own professional standpoint, you already know that there are, there are things to connect. And everybody wants to come into your DM to talk to you. And like the problem, health professionals too are going to have to eat. So you can't take on everyone. So the question is, and I'm directing this to Royal Lion because I know you run siblings, and I know that one of the things you try to do is empower people. My question is, how do you think we can incorporate this? Off the back of what Dr. Aisha said, what are some other things we can do to help a larger group of people benefit from mental health services?
Thanks for that, Aisha. Do pardon me, I missed the question you asked Aisha, your namesake, and her a better part of her response. But what you've just asked now about helping a larger group of people, and I love that I was able to make the storytelling session because at the end we're looking at getting help to people on a grand scale, at
Yeah.
scale, essentially.
Yeah.
I would say the storytelling is a place to start from. And you alluded to something in what you just said just now about self-awareness. And I'll take it further to saying self-awareness, self-acceptance, and
Yeah.
self-love. Now, there's an unfortunate epidemic, I would call it, in we as humans, and I don't think it's peculiar to Africans, that everything about us is external. It is, I am only as good as anybody thinks I am as good as. I am only valuable when people say I am valuable. I am only worth your time if I have the money, the title, and all those things that we are always, putting emphasis on. And so there's a disconnect between who we are presenting to the world and who we are. So that identity thing you mentioned, that conflict in who we are when we're by ourselves in a room alone and who we're presenting outside, you might as well have a double personality, and that is a problem. So if this is the common denominator problem almost everybody has, how do we attend to that one at the minimum? It can only be done, I would say, to do it at scale would be through media. Because yes, therapists must chop. To do one-on-one is almost impossible. Even if they could pay, the number of people who have the skills is almost next to nothing compared to the people who need the services,
Yeah.
right? So let's assume they even have the money, 300 million Nigerians alone. And let's say 100 are willing to step forward to ask for help and pay for the help. How many people are therapists? How many men will want to talk to female therapists? You said Dr. Yamada is the only male on the panel of 6 people or 5. How many men want to talk to women? So there's already a
Yeah.
so I would say it is the stories, the removing the shield of silence, the having pioneers to say that I have been there and look at me today, I'm fine. I watched the
Yeah.
movie last night, one of my getaway escapes from a long weekend. The boy had bipolar. And essentially, the Nollywood movie was just to, in my head, yes, it's a love story, but it's an education of because he's bipolar doesn't mean he can't live a relatively normal
Normal
life.
life. Yeah.
So those stories, even with my experience and knowing some of these things, it hit me differently. So I can imagine somebody who knows somebody who may have a challenge like that. So they can tell from how that story ended that it's about managing it, it's about getting help, it's about not allowing this thing about shame that Africans love to hide under so much. You can't bring shame to my family. The girl can marry the boy because he has this mental issue. Everybody can have something at some point in time, right? So proceeding anything we do with love. And that is the thing Africans have. We love one another. It is when the stresses of life compound and confound us that we do not start with love. I believe love is an African thing innately. That is why we feel so much. As somebody said, we wear our emotions on our sleeves. So
Yeah.
proceeding with love in how we relate with one another, telling those stories so that you know that people know they are not alone and that
Yeah.
getting even if they can't afford the help, they know that they are not abnormal, and that helps for them to be able to cope better. Right. So that's
I
what
agree with you.
no
Thank
other
you
way.
so much for that. Thank you so much for that. I agree that it's important. Okay, Dr. Jemada, you want to add to that? I see your hand up. Dr. Jemada, your hand is up.
I think he's trying to unmute.
Yeah. I was trying to unmute.
Okay.
I've had something beautiful, and I don't want it to go without a compliment.
No problem. No problem. You can go ahead.
Actually, to just a little supplement on what we have now. Integrating mental health services in humanitarian work. You have to first of all understand that we have different communities, and each person is affected differently, totally differently. And what we actually I wanted to comment about the storytelling is that the movie industry, more especially the African world, all African movie industries that we have, the agenda is far more different. It is not specific to what we want, except if we will put it to that direction. And that brings me to the intervention pyramid in of course putting mental health services in humanitarian work, which starts with of course social consideration in basic services and security. We are looking at advocacy here. If we want to use storytelling as the way to go, which is really the way to go, but how we package it has to, the one writing the story is not a mental health facilitator or a psychologist or anyhow, so he will write what he experienced. And unfortunately, to some momentum or to some temperatures, it might affect the person watching who is having a certain mental disorder, because the movie will first show you that we have to first suffer, whether you have bipolar or what. This is what we have to first go through before the hope comes in. So looking at how we can come up with these movies to be really regulated and be specific. If they are mental health movies, then we specify that. And another thing is, of course, strengthening communities and family support. These are the immediate people living with a person having a certain or specific mental health disorder. So what we do is come up with, of course, activities or activating networks. Of course, religious leaders are more of a way to go. Child support, let me say, like child support and friend spaces. You can come up with such spaces, such networks, and communal traditional supports. Like we can come sit and come up with such ideas. These will help us. As humanitarians, we are also packaged differently. We have a mental health facilitator on board, we have a psychologist on board, we have a medical doctor on board. It is very hard to find a person with a specific docket and with all these attributions. So we are a collection of people. And how we do that is, of course, identifying ourselves, identifying a community, and come up with these strengthening community approaches. If we are to talk to the family members, of course, health educate them, come up with that very basic approach. Then later on, as we go on, then we will do a focused person-to-person non-specialized support. This does not require a psychologist specifically or a specialist. This will just require, let me say, basically mental health facilitators to start with, counselors to start with, or even medical doctors who can identify that this is schizophrenia, this is post-traumatic stress disorder. Those have the basic knowledge to tell you that this you can stay and their consultation. Let me give an example. As in Uganda, it is very cheap. You can even find them in public health facilities, which is rare to specialized services, which can be the last resort if it all comes up. And this has to be like the approach we can use. But to start with, as humanitarian support or support groups, if we avoid working in silos, come up with social consideration, we identify, and of course, like I said, if we are to use a basic example in storytelling, it is very good. But we have to protect dignity during storytelling as well.
I hear you.
Yes.
I hear you.
Yeah. So
I hear you. Thank you so much for that.
yeah,
Thank you so
welcome.
much for that. I just want to ask Dr. Margaret, how do you think we can, because we are in Africa, and you and I know that Africans are very cultural, they lean into culture a lot. So my question is, how do you think that, traditional African practices can contribute to mental health care? And how do we complement or how is it currently complementing or conflicting with the modern mental health practices, and how do we close that gap?
Okay. Just before I
Yay, it's good to see you.
Yes, I was.
Congratulations, Dr. Margaret.
Oh, thank you so much. I've got some IT skills. Actually, I just moved from my system to my phone because I couldn't fix it.
Okay,
Anyway,
that's fine.
what I wanted to just following what Dr. Amada said. I hope I got it. Yeah, Dr. Jamada,
Yamada.
sorry. Yeah, yeah, and when he was there was something I wanted to just chip in when he was talking, and that's in terms of because like when we're talking about setting up mental health support systems, around, and then where they're able to like provide the initial kind of support. The worry I have with that is the fact that like it's already happening now, where we have people just being given all sorts of diagnoses. Because like I think when Dr. Aisha was talking earlier, she talked about the fact that the lady that she saw, which she eventually discovered was postpartum depression. I think she didn't even know what was wrong with her, and she had already seen another doctor and all that. So
Doctor.
so I mean, at the end of the day, I guess one of the questions you'll probably ask again is about training mental health workers and all that
Professionals,
professionals and all that, to ensure that at the end of the day we're giving the right kind of support. Because what you don't want is where people are wrongly diagnosed and then
Yes.
it leads to another kind of pandemic, as the
Problem.
case may be. Yeah, it leads to greater challenges, as the case may be. But there's this thing that they have in Zimbabwe. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called the friendship benches. And that was something that was initiated. I don't know whether it was during, no, I don't think it was COVID. I think it was when there was I don't know what particular specific moment that came about, but it was an initiative of mental health support in the that particular society or that area, because I think they were having very high cases of suicide and all that. And so that particular program was initiated and they called it friendship benches. If you check on YouTube, you'll find out. So what they did was they started working with the older women in the society. So I think it was one or two, I think they experimented in one or two villages or so. And so what they did was get these women who were probably, some of them maybe retired nurses or retired health workers, and then they kind of trained them on the basics of mental health, what depression, what, just the anxiety, panic attack, those basic things. And then got them now to be the initial contact with the people in the society. So what they now try to do was now change the narrative. Are you feeling sad? Do you just feel like talking to somebody? Okay, come sit with me on this friendship, because you have women, divorce, you have all the marriage problems, domestic abuse, you had children, emotional, sexual abuse and all that. And so that was, ended up being a very, a huge success, because with that, they were able to get into the grassroots, be able to get people to just understand just the simple act of talking about what is bothering you, because the real thing is that is where the mental health challenge comes from. Before you get to the point where you're diagnosed with, and that's why I started by correcting that fact about diagnosis, because when you look at things like schizophrenia, bipolar, most of these things have some genetical inclination. So it's not like everybody that goes through depression or is sad or is whatever will end up becoming a schizophrenic at one point. It takes a longer process. Most times, even most of the diagnoses come from there definitely will be elements of that in childhood. So those are more specific areas. But when we talk mental health, generally, we're talking about the day-to-day, ability to function, day-to-day. And so it's being able to watch those dips that we have when we get so sad and then we're not eating, we're not sleeping well, and all those things that now eventually lead to depression, that now eventually progress to other things. I think so paying attention to even getting people to want to talk about how they feel and talk about what's going on with them is already the first first step. Now, one of the things that we have always had as a culture, as a people, is we don't talk about our problems. You understand? Or we don't talk about, we're ashamed because it's not anybody's fault. You go and talk to somebody and the person tells another person and all that. So that's like what they did in Zimbabwe, the friendship benches, is a way that we can start breaking that traditional roadblock as it is, let people begin to have people that they can talk to. So even if it's in the communities where we now create people that have the knowledge, just the basic knowledge, where they can talk to you and say, okay, what is going on? I think with what you're saying, I think you need to see somebody, maybe you see a specialist or see, somebody that is higher along the line. So that's talking. And that can start from even, like we say, the churches, because every community has a church, every community has a mosque, every community has, the smaller community. I had a program last week where it was a mental health conference with the Interpreters Association of Nigeria. And what I realized was that a lot of the interpreters, because when I was asking, what was it that gave you, what was it that made you want to become an interpreter, and I realized that a lot of them had siblings or parents that had, were living with this disability. And so in order to be able to help their brothers or sisters, they took up the interest came, and because it was out of a necessity, and then they developed that interest, and eventually they went to study special education and they became interpreters. And so that's how it is. If we begin to talk about this thing more, then if in every family, there's somebody that's gone to school, there's somebody that has, so those that are educated, those that understand, those that are attending these advocacies, those that are having contact, like in this sort of meetings that we're having, now begin to go back into their own immediate community. Is it my family, the next, my immediate family during Christmas, during social, during weddings, during funerals, what am I talking about to my family members? And so that's where it starts from. That's the only way you can begin to break any kind of traditional or cultural inhibitions that's already existing. Because the main thing is to get people to start talking about how they feel, being able to understand that what they feel can, if you're able to express how you feel, is the first step of acknowledging that, something is wrong. And then from there, it now goes higher to, okay, the professional workers and then the experts or the specialists, as the case may be.
Thank you so much for that. You actually have already gone into answering the next question I was going to ask, which was, how can religious and spiritual leaders be involved? And you already did that. And off the top of my head, when you were talking, I was just saying that I think that this just highlights the fact that we need to have more mental health first aid responders. So I'll just say this to everybody on the panel. I feel like we need to, and that's something that I think we would, because we're really big on action. So I feel like, I hope that everyone on this panel will be open to me coming to drag you and say, please, we want to start doing mental health first aid responders, training, so that we can have more people knowing what to do. Because like you rightly said, the more informed people are, the better they're able to support their family members, and perhaps the stigma and the shaming and abuse will reduce with time. My next question goes to Dr. Aisha. I just want to ask you, what do you think are some policies that needs to be reformed or created to ensure that mental health is treated as a priority in Africa's healthcare system? Because that, situation you just highlighted of, someone going into the hospital, and I'm sure her sister had also complained of the same thing, and it was not observed as, postpartum depression. And postpartum depression is really a big thing in Africa that we do not, even act like we talk about. A lot of people feel certain ways. Just a few weeks ago, one of my mentees had, twins, and she reached out to me. And the moment she reached out and she was saying the things she was saying, I knew that she was struggling with, postpartum, challenges. And I just said, you'll be fine. I just did the first aid for her, and she felt better. And she was like, and ironically, she's a, healthcare professional. She's a pharmacist. But even though she's read this in the text, it wasn't the first thing that came to mind. So, Dr. Aisha, are you here? Dr. Aisha Daviruko, are you on? Okay. Murala, I'm going to drag you on. Let me just drag you on. So, in your opinion, what do you think are some policies that we need to put in place to ensure that mental... I can hear you. Oh, okay, I didn't hear you. So okay, Dr. Aisha, okay. Yeah.
Yes, I think this would be emphasized trauma. Sorry, internship process for health workers. They should actually go through. I said trauma-informed care should be part of the internship process for health workers, where they actually do hands-on practicals with respect to, checking the mental health of patients. Or maybe there should be a column, in the hospital forms where they are mandated to ask, So if this policy is made compulsory in all healthcare centers across Africa, it would, it would mean that they have things I think we should do. Train personnel. And you see, it's not enough to train, because in the case you highlighted, she's a pharmacist. In the case I highlighted, she's a medical doctor, but she was not paying attention. Yeah. So it's now on the health worker to actually put this as part of assessing to that effect. So two policies, it should be part of the health checks, and the health workers should go through a process of internship where they actually see this firsthand. They see some of this before they refer them to maybe psychologists or what have you, or psychiatrists. They should be able to say, okay, these are the signs I observed from general assessments. And so I am convinced that they need more care, and then make the referrals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Margaret, I can see your hand up. I see you want to add more. Yeah, you can. Go ahead. Is she unmuted? Let me see.
No, Dr. Margaret is still on mute. You're still muted.
Okay, let me just check her. Mute her.
Oh, sorry, I was talking.
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, now
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay,
yeah. So we're talking about policy, and like when you go through the National Mental Health Act, which came out in 2023, there's a lot of talk about, of course, hospital management, what do you call it? Management of personnel. I mean, all those things. But there isn't anything about like what Dr. Aisha just talked about. Now, what like policies that put people like first-handers that kind of like, okay, ask you those questions, what's happening. Yes. So I was going to talk about the EAP program, which I do for a number of just a couple of organizations. It's actually born out of HR processes. So it's employee assistance program, where you're supposed to kind of support employees. So I work with 1 or 2 or 3 organizations where I provide psychosocial support. So what that means is that if anybody in that, just like the way you have NHIS, if any member of staff has any, so we have workshops maybe every quarter, and so if any member of staff just wakes up and feel, oh, I'm struggling, I'm having marital problems, I'm having problems with my children, whatever kind of stress that they think it's inhibiting their ability to function properly well in the office, they are able to just contact HR and then contact me and says, I need a session, and all that. And so I have a retainership with these organizations, and it's kind of discounted for them. In fact, there are 1 or 2 organizations that they don't even pay anything at all. The organization takes up responsibility of paying. So that's a policy in those organizations. So what that happens now is that everybody in that organization understands how important their mental health is, and they understand that their mental health is being prioritized. So imagine if that is done in every organization, every government organization, where there is it doesn't even have to be anything where it's a retainership, where you actually employ a mental health expert or professional within the organization that provides that initial support to staff. Okay, you have that in schools, you have that in organizations, so that's a policy that I think could also work, where you have that sometimes it could even just be somebody noticing that somebody is wrong and then whispering to the other person, maybe you need to have a chat with so person in my office, she's been looking sad for the past 2 weeks, she's not been looking happy. I think that's where we have to start from, where there's that initial contact where somebody can tell you, okay, you know what, I think we need to step up or go further and all that. So just to support what Dr. Aisha was saying, I just thought I should just put that in. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that addition. I have like 3 questions. I need to round up this session because we have the last panel session coming up. But these questions are super important. So I just want to plead with my next panel that just give us a few minutes. Now, the questions I want to quickly ask. And so what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to ask the question. I'm going to give every speaker an opportunity to touch on it. And what I'm going to ask is this. So now we've been talking about, mental health services to the general population, but then there are the people with disabilities. Think about it. So people that either have, visual disability, things that have to do with their hearing, or sometimes, like people that have hearing impairments, people that have, broken legs and stuff like that. And, they have a disability that is already making them struggle with the general population. Now, on top of that, they then have mental health struggle. The question I ask is, how can they access, mental health services? How can this be extended to them? I'm going to start with Rural Young. And the second part of the question is, so I'm saying, how can displaced populations, refugees, people with disabilities, or people that have, IDPs, how can they access mental health services? What are ways we can ensure that they're able to access mental health services? Secondly, what is the role of community support? And lastly, how can we leverage on our digital platforms? So it's one question having 3 parts. So let's start with Rural Young, and we'll run through everybody, please.
Number one, that's 4 questions, and it was the last but one question I actually had an immediate answer to, but now I've forgotten it. What was the last but one question?
The one I asked them, it was about policies.
No. The 4 you just ruled out now.
3.
The first one was about people with disability.
The one where we access how mental health services can be
accessed by humanitarian, by people with disabilities, and people like populations that are struggling, disadvantaged populations. How can they access mental health services? What are some community support we can offer to people generally, and how can we leverage our digital tools for these services?
Right. So the digital tools part, I think, can help with the people struggling. I think that foundationally from the families, right? Policies are great from the last questions you asked, but I think that's kind of medicine after death when we're looking at after these people already have so many issues compounded. If somebody has a disability and the family is educated enough, if there's enough information at the grassroots, in the community and in the family, they would understand that this person's needs are extra from the side of the physical disability. And then when they now have mental and emotional issues on top of it, like you said about first responders, there should be a first responder in every family. We're talking about humanitarian services in Africa. We are family-oriented people. There used to be a time where great-grandma, grandma, mom, and then that generation, we would have conversations. And the wisdom from those that are older trickles down, and it helps the family to thrive, right? So it's never too late. Look, if there's a 60-year-old here and she's a grandma and she takes it upon herself to educate her daughter, and her daughter educates her daughter about what should be done to help with healthy mental and emotional well-being, whether for the physically challenged or not, then policies are not what we are going to be needing, because from the homes the solution is already being preferred. Then we can now talk about the professionals. If things are not handled thoroughly, or it's beyond their capability, then we can now talk about the medical professionals or in the HR sector. And then, of course, in the schools, oh my God, the teachers themselves that are taking care of our children. Whether challenged physically or emotionally or mentally, even these teachers need assessments and care so that they can do what is right by our children. So I think grassroots is where we should start from, honestly, from the family especially, and the teachers in the schools.
I completely agree with you, completely, because we know that, adverse childhood experiences is one of the major causes of, mental health challenges in adult life. And it's just so interesting how people are just very lackadaisical with caregivers. Like, as your parent, you're trying your best, but what are you doing about the teachers that you are exposing your children to. So Dr. Jamada, you're next. Dr. Margaret, and then Dr. Aisha Adabiriku.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would really love to chip in on one, policies are already existing. Two, how we can extend these mental health services to underprivileged areas. Of course, people with comorbidities, people with it is the exact thing that policies have, which is not implemented. We just need implementation, I think, because under most policies, more especially the ones of Uganda, there is a part of integration where now we are having to use a public health approach. We are looking at a One Health approach, where you can enter into a health facility and find a cocktail of services at a point, like point of care, mental health services, point of care testing of these illnesses. Like, you don't have to go to a hepatitis clinic to look for then hepatitis services alone, and then live there and look for another health facility to go and access, mental health services from that side. There is a point of integration that has not been, of course, looked into, which really will save us more time, will save us more resources, because the resources are there. Humanitarian organizations are there, they are existing, but then when they reach these refugees or these people who have been displaced, the displaced community or population, what they have to say is that they will health educate them, and then where to get the service will be the problem. They might have a health facility nearby, but then the health facility will have, let me say, HIV clinics on a certain day. And when they go for HIV clinics, I really have to first go receive that HIV treatment and counseling. Then I have to go back for my stress issues. You understand? So it is very hard. We need a One Health approach. We need a public health approach. We need a center that is integrated. We need to integrate healthcare facilities, and to avoid things like stigmatizing the people with these illnesses. This name of, let me say, you're going to a certain psychiatric clinic, like very well branded, that you people of psychiatry go the other side. Like, you're passing a population which already knows that now I'm heading to this place and I have a problem with either my head or I'm going to seek knowledge about somebody who has that exact problem. So the stigmatization starts at health facility level before it even reaches the community level. So we need to have that one health approach, and we center these services, and then let's not brand it anyhow. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I completely agree. Dr. Margaret, and then Dr. Aisha Adarir. So we can round up.
Okay, yeah. So wonderful contributions from Dr. Jamada, yeah, and then even the first contribution about family, yeah. I think both would work very. Integration is definitely, the way to go, and I think that would work amazingly well, because, like you said, imagine going into a normal healthcare place, and then you have like a whole everything is just kind of the cocktail of services that are provided. But just to put a bit of more emphasis on the second question, which is the role of community support, I want to just link it back to the storytelling thing. And when I talked about the friendship benches, it's about like what I'm trying to remember her name. The first speaker, Dr.
Rola.
Yeah, Dr. Rola. When she talked about grandmother passing down to mothers and all that, it's still about storytelling. It's about telling stories of how one has overcome, what one did, and all that. I think storytelling is one of the things that really engages a person and inspires people to want to do more. So whether it's in our churches, whether it's whatever kind of community hubs that we have that are existing, I think if we use that to allow people to create avenues or create platforms where people tell their stories, people want to be able to know that what I'm going through is relatable. You relate to what, you understand what I'm feeling. You've been there, know it. I think that's one of the greatest, biggest enhancers, that would get somebody to move motivate a person to take that step of seeking help. So yeah, if whether it's from family, whether it's from in the church, whether it's in the mosques, whatever kind of community hubs that are in existence now, we create platforms for storytelling, not even about movies now, but about people coming out to talk and say, this is what has happened to me, and this is how it started. This is what I thought it was, and this is how it progressed. Because that's what there has to be emphasis on where this started from. So when I'm having that sleepless night, I know that this is what it could lead to, and this is what it could progress to, and this is what it could get to. You need to be able to make that connection so that people understand that, because people would normally wait, like we do in Africa, until something has gotten to the very, very complicated stage, the most difficult stages before they seek help. So we want to get people to start seeking help from the time that they are beginning to experience just challenges, stressful feelings, stressful experiences, and all that. So yeah, I think that's what I would like to add.
Thank you so much for that contribution.
You're very correct. Just like us who
that friendship bench is stuck in my head. I shall look for you after this conference. And I shall be dragging Dr. Jamada on the policy implementation. Okay.
Yes.
So, Dr. Aisha Adaviruko, please share your thoughts so that we can round up this panel. And I can hand over the mic to Abdurrahim Sani, who is going to be taking us on the next panel. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
I'll reiterate the fact that the Ministry of Education needs to pay attention to mental health issues and also including this in the curriculum for youngsters and also undergraduates. That, for me, would increase the knowledge that individuals need to actually cope with stressful situations to enhance their mental health. In addition to that, it should be a policy that all health workers should be trained on basics of mental health, but not only trained, but they should also go through some practicals to really drive down the knowledge so they can be able to utilize this knowledge. All health workers, medical doctors, so they can begin to, identify, like that my student that I said she identified the signs and she was able to say, you don't have a medical issue, you have a mental health challenge. And the patient actually got better by implementing the strategies she shared with her and the referral she did for her. So we need to pay attention individually and collectively. And organizations, just like Dr. Margaret said, need to pay attention to employee assistance program. We also offer it. So it should be something that organizations should make compulsory. If you really care about the health of your worker, when I had a radio interview recently and we're speaking about this, somebody called in and said when he was having mental health challenges, he had to leave. And, so if organizations actually include employee assistance program in the what they offer to their staff, it's going to reduce the turnover of staff and they are able to retain more of their talents. Thank you so very much. And God bless.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I completely agree with every one of you. I am very passionate about mental health. I agree with employee assistance program. In fact, I usually would say that increases productivity. And I think that, it's something that we need to keep pushing out there. It's not about us trying to collect their money. It's just about us saying that holistic well-being is going to only help us grow a healthier community and a community that of people that can earn. Because we keep saying, oh, let's not come from from a standpoint of people that are victims. But if people are not well, you cannot expect them to, act at their optimum. So yeah. On this note, thank you so much to all the panelists of the mental health session. Oh my God, you guys are mind-blowing. Thank you so much. It was my privilege working with you guys. You know that we can be here all day, but we have to give the mic to Abdurrahim Sani so that he can take us on the last panel session, which will be talking about finance tech and how we can leverage on fintech to advance humanitarian work. Abdurrahim Sani, are you ready to take over the mic?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Yay! Turn on your video, please, so that the audience so you can take them away. Okay. I'm off. Bye.
Okay. 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 Good day, everyone. My name is. Good day, everyone. My name is Abdurrahim Sani, and I'll be moderating the session on utilizing digital platforms for funding
Before you
humanitarian
go on,
projects in Africa. Thank you for
if
all.
you need help with bio, I could help you. But if not, I will just be at the background.
Yeah. Please, you can. Please, I will appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me help you with the bio
No.
before I step away. Okay, so this session has powerhouses. And as they usually say, they say ladies first, Abby.
Yeah, sure.
So let me start with the lady. The lady on the panel, the only lady, the only power lady on this panel, filled with men. Unlike the other panel, it was more women, Abby, it was more women than men. Now we switched things around a bit. Is Rookie. So Rookie, are you there? Is Rookie in the room?
Oh yeah, she's here.
Okay, amazing. Just 1 minute. I just want to drop look by sorry, the MC is unavoidably unavailable. She's not in the best of health, so I'm having to take over for her. Okay.
Aisha, don't worry, I'll just
Yay, you're back. Thank you. I'm off. Bye.
Okay. I had a bit of a crisis, health crisis, but I can hang it for about 10 minutes. So sorry then. Ruki Rotibalogo is the co-founder Sapphire Growth Partners. She is a visionary strategist driving growth and innovation globally. As co-founder of Sapphire Growth Partners, she unlocks digital platforms potential. Her expertise spans crypto, fintech, edtech, AI, media, and telecom. With impactful contributions to Fortune 500 and Pan-African companies with Lumo, MoneyGram, and Econet. Rookie excels in crafting growth initiatives, earning global recognition, holding engineering and MBA degrees. She harnesses technology for positive change, fostering inclusive innovation and economic empowerment. Rookie, where are you joining us from?
Hi, I'm joining you from Dallas, Texas.
Okay, this is truly global. This is not just an African conference. It is a global conference. Well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Right. The next panelist that I'll be introducing tonight is Adekule Abdurafi Balogun. He is the CEO Must Pay Limited. His industry of Islamic fintech, crowdfunding, and e-commerce services. His background in educational background, BSc Computer Science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in Angola. And he has experience that spans 2 decades, cuts across telecoms, healthcare, and fintech. He studied Abdurafi. You can unmute your mic and turn on the video, please.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice meeting everybody in the house.
Okay, then, very well. Then. The last panelist that will be joining this group is Mr. Abdulaziz Ogutoyin. His profile is as huge as, if I go through the entire profile, I'll just do snippets from it. He studied this administration at the College of Technology, and he has experience of over 7 years in the business development, mobile money, agent banking, and digital financial services. He has gathered influential experience working as an agent aggregator for several mobile money operators and financial service providers in Nigeria. He has a very good experience of value-based product development using agile technology and best practices following continuous integration and deployment within a large infrastructure. He's a microfinance certified banker from the Federal Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. He's a fellow of Nigerian Institute of Credit Administration, fellow of the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals of Nigeria. To name just a few, he's one of the winners of the 2018 Student Money Foundation Entrepreneurship Program and fellow of 2019 Leap Africa Social Innovators Program and loads more. He is the founder of the Africa Africa, and he brings a lot to the conversation. So I'm sure everyone here, when we're done here, will know the next steps to get money from our courses. All right, over to you, Abraham. Take it away.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. As I've said, hello everyone. My name is Abdurrahim, and I'll be moderating this session on utilizing digital platforms, for funding humanitarian projects in Africa. Thank you all for being here. Your presence is highly appreciated. It's such an important conversation, and I'm excited to do this, to have this conversation. So to set the stage here, Africa has one of the fastest growing digital spaces, and with it comes a massive opportunity to fuel humanitarian work through digital funding. Thinking about it, whether it's through mobile money, crowdfunding, or blockchain, these platforms can break down barrier and reach people who might otherwise be connected and need discourse. But the question now is, um, but but the question now is, how can we fully tap into this potential, while also tackling the challenges we face with this mediums that we have. So as we have said, ladies first. So Ricoreti, over to you. Let's have it. Yeah.
No, thanks a lot for that question. And thank you so much for having me here. This is definitely a topic we should be talking about when we think about humanitarian work. But I like to see digital as all encompassing, right? Even beyond the should I say funding part. So kind of think about it as, how are we understanding the needs? How are we gathering the data to properly understand that need, right? From an intervention point of view, how are we creating those interventions? How are we connecting, doing connections? So there are conversations of big data, conversation of media, conversation of larger digital platforms come into play. Then you talk about, okay, how do we actually tap into the potential, right, that this has? When you think of funding, there are two sides to that table, right? One is, how do you gather funds, right? Whether that is from few big donors, right? Or that is crowdfunding, mobile money, whatever that is, right? So a lot has changed in the last couple of years, where before, when we thought about humanitarian work, right, everybody thought only of UN, WHO, etc., etc. Today, everybody has the potential, right, to play in this space. And technology and these digital technologies are allowing it even be easier, one, to engage people on that side of the divide, right, and gather funds. Some of the things we've seen globally, right, and in Africa and Nigeria specifically, is a lot of crowdfunding platforms, right? We've seen mobile money services do really well in many African countries, and we can talk a bit about that later. Because obviously for us in Nigeria, SMS is still kind of big, USSD, so you must have had the dial star 123 hash, right, to do something. That is USSD. And mobile banking apps, like everybody today, like no matter how feature phones, like no matter the type of phone, even if it's like a 50K phone, a 10K phone, you can still go on GTB or UBA and do a transfer, right? So I think there's a lot of work that has been done on that side, but there's also an important side that we need to solve for, which is the distribution of funds, right? So remember the collection, now the distribution. And again, like mobile money is really helping in that instance. Of recent, we had the World Food Program, right, distributing roughly about to 1.2 million people in Yobe, Adamawa, Borno, and they utilized all of this type of services to get there. we can talk about this later, but blockchain is playing a big role in that distribution piece, right? Even if we don't see it in our everyday lives, but on the back end, a lot of companies are already solving for things with the blockchain. So I think end to end, those are kind of the places we need to start thinking about and how we tap in.
All right, thank you so much for that submission. Like it's really, really insightful and really like appreciated. So interesting. I like how this conversation is going on already. So I like that like we are seeing this shift where digital platforms are no longer just like the extra options, but like central to like mobilizing support. So now, like, what about in specific areas? Like, are any of these platforms better suited for like? Do you think any of these platforms are better suited for um rural versus urban areas, or is it that like, or is there an equal impact across like regions? Like, and I would like Mr. Abdulaziz Oguntoyebo to take the first. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I think it's really interesting to participate in this panel session. What we do basically, we've had experience working at ASUSO Africa, working with different agencies. If you look at the terrain, basically from the experience we've had so far, so you have the urban use cases, you have the rural use cases. So it's not only about the digital technology, usage, it's also about the adoption, the digital literacy. So we worked with Gombe State government last year, and we helped them, facilitate payment to, payment cards, to over 100,000 beneficiaries. It's actually in the north. So we had to, the technology is there. That's the real primary reason why they engaged us, to make it easier. But if you look at the implementation, so we had to also engage agents within the rural, locations in every, communities. So we work with the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents. There were a lot of challenges we faced, even in terms of the language barrier, in terms of, how you want to educate, how you want to implement. At our office in Lagos, at Bombay, we had to hire, staffs that would speak, would understand Hausa, that will also, engage them to also train them on how to use this technology. Aside from the agents over there, trying to communicate with the beneficiaries. There are a lot of kind of challenges. We had to face a lot of, back and forth in terms of even the community leaders trying to also, some of them were trying to also hijack the process, politicizing the process. So there were a lot of, areas we had to concentrate on, not only on the technology. So if you look at the use case of leveraging digital platforms to facilitate, humanitarian aid in rural locations, there are lots for you to look at, to focus on in terms of the digital literacy. You might also want to consider the leverage, the use of agents in terms of also the language barrier and working with the different stakeholders. We work with virtually, different stakeholders like, the community leaders, the religious leaders, to make it easier for us. This is just a sample of the card. We did this card over 110,000. And it was really, very, very interesting. We work with different partners on this. So if you look at it very well, these are some of the areas you can also, learn from. We've faced a lot in terms of the digital identification. Onboarding these beneficiaries alone is a phase. So you look at now, yes, last year before the CBN came up with the policy to enhance the KYC, so that for anybody that needs to have a wallet or a bank account, you must have NIN or BVN. That's for tier 1. For tier 2 and tier 3, you must have both. So during that time, when we implemented this project, around, I think, early last year, it was they just gave us an Excel sheet with the phone numbers, and we had to face a lot of challenges in terms of, duplicates data. Not even that. Some were even trying to, use different data to collect the beneficiary payments. So it was during the process of monitoring and tracking the payments, that we're able to discover some of these loopholes. So digital identification and registration is a crucial, aspect that one needs to also look at, aside from the technology. So if you have the situation of where you are able to enhance the KYC, and you have a lot of use cases like the blockchain, technology, how you are able to enhance traceability. You have a solution, called like chats. What they do is basically, to digitize the, voucher and cash-based payments. And they've really succeeded in leveraging that, to also include a lot of people. So it's really interesting to see the different use cases, particularly in the rural, locations. And that's where the financial inclusion is. You are able to bring in people that are not within the formalized financial sector. So people are able to own a wallet. Then we onboarded all of them, we partner with likes of, Providence Bank and the like. So we were able to onboard them, to have a wallet account. So interestingly, we had to, because the payment we did last year basically was just 20,000 naira for each beneficiary. So you could imagine how little that money. So it's a project, that was really, enhanced by in collaboration with the state government and other, development institutions. So we also came up with strategy on how do you make these people, also to be economically empowered. So what we did is to also register a cooperative within the state, right, to make these people, to be disciplined in terms of, okay, they gave you this 20,000 naira for free, right? Don't finish spending it. You can engage in micro businesses, build that credit history, leveraging our platform and the agents who have on board, we've created. And you are also able to access credits by linking them to different financial institutions, also embed insurance and like. So these are areas where you also want to look at in terms of digital ID, in terms of the digital literacy, and also working with agents, in terms of the language barriers and the likes, and collaborating with different stakeholders within the local communities. The technology is there, it's robust. Leveraging USSD infrastructure or the voucher-based system is also enhanced. But it goes a long way in the rural sector. It's not about just technology. There are lots beyond the technology. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really like how impactful that sounds. Like I really like that you've been making impacts, like especially with digital identification and digital literacy. Yeah, like kudos to you, big ups to you, and thank you very much thank you very much for creating impacts in actually for those people that not that these services are not really accessible to. Thank you for creating impact basically. So I want us to talk about like just like you've mentioned, like I want us to buttress on like the opportunities and the roadblocks, like the reality check. Every digital solution sounds good on paper, but we all know how the real world, how the reality can be challenging. So I want us to get into some of these realities. Like, what are the biggest challenges to using digital platforms for funding humanitarian work? Like, I'm talking everything from technical issues like poor internet, poor connectivity, like to shifts to social ones, like especially lack of trust, like in online payments, and then there's regulation. Like it's often like the it's often the case that like innovative platforms move faster than government policies. So how are regulatory orders affecting growth, and what can be done to address them? And lastly, like what are some real on the ground opportunities, like opportunities that we have right now that like might be that might like that is new to us, that might surprise us? I don't know if you get my question. So I would like for Mr. Abdulaziz to buttress on that because you've been talking about something like that.
Okay. Oh yeah, thank you very much. I think it's clear. If you look at, there are many challenges associated with leveraging digital platforms. And one of them, which you've also mentioned, is the infrastructure. Do we have that infrastructure, the broadband infrastructure? Particularly if you look at some of the locations in the north, in some part of the country, we are still finding it difficult to get a stable internet. So how do you address that? In terms of poor internet, infrastructure, and data access. So you have offline platforms, offline capabilities that you can also embed in building your, technology, where in locations where there are no network, you can still, digitize that, capture the data. And when you move to a place where there is network, it can actually synchronize. So that's basically one challenge. And that's one of the way out on how to leverage that. Another area is, in terms of, I've mentioned it earlier on, in terms of the infrastructure itself. Does that infrastructure has that capacity to withstand, the pressure concurrently, simultaneously? I'll give you a practical example of what we faced last year. When we onboarded, the agents, on the platform, they've given us the data for us to migrate all the beneficiaries to, profile them to have a wallet with their basic KYC information like the first name, last name, phone number, and address, and location. We didn't have like a unique, identifier like BVN or NIN then, because to open a tier 1 wallet, you just need the basic KYC information. So what we experienced was that, in terms of the repetition of the data that was entered into the system concurrently, so you have data that are not much more trusted. So that's one of the challenge. In terms of the technology, does it have that infrastructure to verify? And with the recent policy of the CBN, I think with just your phone number that might be linked to your NIN or your BVN or your NIN, you are able to have access to an account. So the infrastructure, the way you have also built your platform, to address that. Last year when we embarked on it, our server nearly crashed because we were not, prepared for that kind. We didn't expect that kind of traffic concurrently, from different agents. We have to profile agents in all the local governments in Gombe State, in all the wards. You understand? Because we work with the, agent association that have agents in all these local communities. So they were just, leveraging the platforms, doing the data entry and the like. And they need to also provide the cards that they will issue to this to enable the beneficiary, receive the payment and validate it. That technology needs to be robust. That kind of scalability with high, I don't want to use technical jargons, but has to be, very, very robust to handle huge traffic. The other aspect, which is also very, very important, is you might also need to simplify the use of the technology. That's, how do you assess with USSD, with voucher-based system, people are able to easily understand, to actually receive any benefit from either government or development institutions. So aside from that, you leverage agents. So the technology shouldn't be like, oh, this is just the technology. How do people interact with the technology? And you also need to understand the fact that the people need to understand. They need to be trained. Some of these people, particularly most of all the beneficiaries we worked with, they are, some of them don't even understand English. They don't understand, you have to even speak with them through a third party. Aside from the agent we also use. And you also need to checkmate the agent so that the agent will also not, leverage the opportunity that, the platform provider or the project, consultant is not, may not understand some of the languages. So they want to leverage that opportunity to also make, some defraud and the like. So those are areas where you also need to look at. How do you leverage, technology? And with the use of AI today, you are also able to, get a lot of insight as to how the language interpretation and the likes, even from the voice recording. So another area which is very, very important that's supposed to be a challenge is in terms of the policy. And I want to be very, very, how has the government made it easier, for us to assess, for us to onboard. So kudos to the CBN and all other regulators, but we are still not there yet. I went to Kenya in the last 2 months, and I know what I faced in terms of access to trying to exchange what I have in naira to Kenya shillings. After the scenario of the challenges, it was very, very easy for me. When I got the Safaricom SIM card, immediately I was able to I was given an M-Pesa wallet. This M-Pesa wallet, I never had access to cash. With my SIM card, I can transact. So even for foreigners, so you can see how easy it is. So if we're also able to leverage some of these use cases from M-Pesa and the likes, I think it will not only ease humanitarian aid disbursement, it will definitely accelerate inclusion for everyone. So, and I could use it, even I enter their like Danfo buses, you can use the M-Pesa to pay for anything. I never had access to get cash. So if we're also able to make, the process of onboarding these beneficiaries as simple, because most of all the financial service providers, they want to follow the regulatory procedures. So you also want to be sure that the technology is there as being robust, but not frustrating the beneficiary onboarding through the regulatory hurdles. So these are areas we want to also look at to also enhance, proper and efficient humanitarian aid, delivery to the people that needs them. So I think those are some of the insights, aside from the infrastructure and leveraging other technology, platforms I mentioned earlier, she has mentioned earlier in terms of blockchain and the likes. So these are areas that we can also look at, regardless of where we are. Yeah, so we can leverage those.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, for that submission. That was really that was really appreciated. So Miss Ruki, like I want us to talk about, I want you to we have this challenge in transferring, I don't know how to put it, but we have this challenge in transferring funds across Africa, cross-border transactions basically. And one of the major issues we face is the challenge of transferring money within Africa itself. I mean, there's some services that the fees are high, there are delays, it's often difficult to get funds where they are needed the most, especially across borders. So Ms. Ruki, in your experience, what's holding back seamless cross-border transfers within Africa, and are there digital solutions or partnerships that could help make cross-border funding easier and more affordable for humanitarian projects? And could we see any successful examples? Could you tell us any successful examples where this is already working, and what more could be done to scale these solutions? Yeah.
No, definitely. Thanks for that. Before I answer that, I was having a good smile when my fellow panelist was just talking about his experience with M-Pesa. And I was just going to buttress by saying there are bigger policy issues, right? In 2012, believe it or not, I was working on the first mobile money project in Nigeria, right? And there is the back end of, we all know the great story of M-Pesa, but every other African country is scared of the way M-Pesa has made their banking system relegate, for lack of a better word, right? We know that roughly about 70% of day-to-day transactions today are transacted through M-Pesa. So point is, there are bigger issues there beyond the technology, right? Accessing and talking about cross-border transactions is one of the topics that so let's first talk about what the problem is. Today, if you want to send Naira to Kenya, the possibility is that you will first try and get that Naira, right? Between your bank, say you're trying to do a transaction, it will first turn to USDC or USD, turn to GDP, a currency that both countries understand, right? Because of volatility, the Kenyans don't want Nigerian Naira, Nigerians don't want Kenyan shillings, right? But the two of us like dollars, we like pounds. We like currencies that it's easy to go in and out of, right? That we want to hold. If you speak to any payment company, right, and I'm sure Abdulaziz, you experience this. You try and dump your local currency as quickly as possible, right? If you're going to hold, you hold in a currency that holds value. So that's 50% of our issue, right? The fact that we have a very volatile currency. So if you have to go from your bank to the payment processor to SWIFT to the US, back to the payment processor in Kenya, back to the bank, back to the user. Now think about this long process. Inside this long process, everybody will take their 1%, 2%, 33% fees, right? That's why at the end of the day, it's very difficult for you to send money cross-border, especially within Africa. In fact, it's easier to send money to the US than it is to send within Africa. And that's the issue, right? That's the bigger issue behind that issue. What is going on? And that's why there are high fees. Today, there are many people trying to solve the problem, right? We know that the African Union has been talking a lot about, can we have intra-African trade, right? And what does intra-African trade look like? Of recent, you probably have heard of the PAPS system, right? And that's the number one thing PAPS is trying to solve. So PAPS is Pan-African Payment Processing System. And so they are onboarding all of the central banks, they're onboarding fintechs across all of the countries to say, how do we go from currency A to currency B in the easiest, cheapest way possible, right? A new conversation that has started to take place within that conversation is, how do we use what we call USDC? So USDC, it is a cryptocurrency, but it is a stable cryptocurrency. So it's always equals to a USD. So kind of think about it as, if you have one USDC is always equal to $1. So it's using the infrastructure of crypto minus the volatility of crypto. So lots of countries, lots of economies are adopting it, because you and I both know, especially in like our market, right? In Nigeria, dollar is very, very difficult to come by. There are lots of big companies that they are transacting billions of naira, and just going between that, their naira, trying to repatriate that fund to wherever their head office is. It's a big headache, right? There's no dollar in the market, which is why the demand and supply today, I checked, dollar is about 1,600 and something, ridiculous, almost 1,007. So the point is, are there other ways for us to do this? So all of these are proven to be new ways that payment companies are starting to solve this problem. Now, if we solve the problem for payments, we solve the problem for trade finance, we solve the problem, we can also leverage that same solution to solve the problem for humanitarian aid, right? And at the end of the day, humanitarian aids will still use the infrastructures that are available, whatever they are. And I liked something that Abdulaziz tried to allude to, which is technology has to meet the people where they are, right? So it's based on what people already use, people already know. That's what you will use. So if people know SMS, you will use SMS as the medium. If people already have mobile wallets, you will use mobile wallets. Another thing to think about with technology, there are always two sides to a coin. So say, for instance, the cards that you were talking about, right? For you to have a card, that card is useless if you don't have an ATM or a POS machine or something on the other end, right, to use the card. So the infrastructure has to be thought about from a much broader scale. For you to have a bank account, it is useless if you cannot walk into a bank, which is where agents banking comes in, right? So can that guy that is selling sweets next to the house there, can you leverage that guy as the bank, right? We all have grandmothers that it takes them 45 minutes to get to the nearest bank. That is not that's not even like it's not viable, right? So it's also leveraging what's available and the infrastructure available to enable cross-border payments and even country-to-country payments.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, submission. So now still talking on accessibility. Many people across Africa, like especially in rural areas, still don't have access to traditional banking. How do you see digital funding platforms reaching people who are like unbanked or underbanked? Like, are there any solutions like mobile money that could bridge this gap and make it easier for everyone to contribute to humanitarian causes? Over to you, Mr. Abdurrafil Balogun, the CEO of Maxpay. I don't know if yeah.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
I think Ruki and Abdulaziz has done justice to that, and the best way to get funding across to the rural areas is actually using technology, and most importantly, using mobile money and wallet system, because there's no way we can get to the rural areas where we have a lot of the unbanked set of people without using that kind of technology. For example, today I've seen a situation whereby I want to send money to someone in a particular village, and the only thing the person does not have an account. But the only thing I could do was just, okay, do you have anybody in that environment that has a POS? Do you understand? And it's like, okay, yes, there's someone doing POS in my area. Okay, can you get me that person's account number and the POS? Maybe is it Money Point or is it okay, so that I can send that money to that person? And actually, that was what they did. So they got the account number. It was actually Money Point, and it was sent to me. So I had to do the transfer, send that money to that wallet, and the recipient at the other end was able to cash out easily. So that's one of the easiest way of getting funding across to people in the rural areas where we have a lot of the unbanked a lot of the unbanked fellow. But unfortunately, like we all know, everybody has said it here, Ruki has said it, and Abdulaziz has also said it. The regulations we have in our country today is not really favorable to such extent, because before you can get a mobile money license now, you are talking of millions of naira. It's not just something you can just easily jump into. Apart from getting that license, the technology is there that you have to put in place, just like Abdulaziz said, that he has faced a lot of challenges, and also the marketing aspect is also there. So critically, the best way for us to go in this country is using technology through mobile money to get across to the grassroots, to get funds to be distributed. Thank you very much.
Can I quickly add something to that, right? In
Yeah,
addition to mobile money, I think partnerships is the way to go. If Abdulaziz has built an infrastructure in Gombe, it doesn't make sense that if I want to, for instance, disburse in Gombe, I go and build another infrastructure to do exactly the same thing, right? So I think we need to also talk about partnerships. We need to talk about cash rails as well. So beyond mobile money, there are existing cash rails. A good example of cash rails is, say, MoneyGram. Do you guys know MoneyGram? Today, MoneyGram has over 400,000 locations worldwide, right? There are global companies like Stellar Foundation, etc., who are partnering with MoneyGram for disbursements of cash in areas where there is no bank. So this is one of the ways, for instance, in Ukraine, they're using to fund humanitarian efforts in Ukraine. This is, for instance, how Red Cross is able to fund in a lot of markets where there's no bank, the card system is funny, leveraging those cash rails. So they are not necessarily mobile money rails, right? But it's leveraging a partnership. So that now brings into question the whole partnership conversation. There is no solution that you are looking for that somebody hasn't solved. Abdulaziz, you mentioned the digital ID solution, right? The guys at Square, the TBD team, right? That's all they're trying to solve for, right? So you should actually reach out to them because they are looking for great people with great use cases that need solutions, right? Without ID cards and things that in the developing world, everybody has, and it seems like it's ludicrous that we don't even have these simple things. We have to be having conversations of how do you track the agent to make sure it's not stealing half of the money, right? Because we've all heard those stories as well. So, summary, whatever problem is had, somebody else has solved some part of that problem. So we also have to be talking to each other, collaborating and partnering.
Okay, thank you very much for that, addition. Still speaking on like mobile money, and mobile money has been like as we've mentioned, mobile money has been like revolutionary in Africa. But like, how far can you go on supporting? Like, how far? Like, I want you to um buttress more on how far mobile money can like support large scale humanitarian funding. Like, are there ways mobile money platforms could be expanded or improved or better support like humanitarian fundraising efforts? Like Mr. Abdulaziz, I would like to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, in addition to the last question you asked, I think it's very important that the benefit of partnership, you can't overestimate it because we even tried to reach out to, when we got the project, we tried to reach out to OPE, we met them, at their office in Lagos. And interestingly, they wrote in that office, they said Beijing office. So anything we discussed there, they throw it out to Beijing. So just to let you know, we wanted to partner with as many, companies as possible to ensure we have a simplified delivery and, for the project. So, but, sometimes you want to be very careful. Some companies are very, very sensitive in terms of, working with government projects and like because of the politics and the likes that might be engaged in it. And you want to also be very, very careful. So partnership is very, very important. So in the area of the mobile money, yes, if you look at how the mobile money licensing has been actually structured. One of the purpose of why they were structured is to reach out to the grassroots, aside from the microfinance banks, right? And one area that they also fit in is to be a key enabler to implement, conditional cash transfers, right? Aside from banks. And they have been the one, championing that, since inception. They're part of the key stakeholders there. So mobile money is actually very, very important. And if you look at what we have today, like what my co-panelists mentioned, that in terms of the experience in M-Pesa, I think it's very, very important. Yeah, I understand where where you are going in terms of the bond. Yes, I also validated some of those things in terms of the policy and the like. So it's really, really important. In Nigeria here, the way the telcos, you can see when they find MTN 200 billion plus, in the past years, it's trying to also do something, key, but the government has a very huge role to play in this. So if you look at the mobile money platforms, how they are able to utilize their, their reach, their technology, and the agent network to reach out. Today, you have the likes of OPay, MoneyPoint, PalmPay, and the likes, and with huge, presence in different parts of the country. So you can easily leverage that network to deliver anything to the grassroots, leveraging that reach of agent network. Aside from the technology that is working, the simplicity of also delivering that value is, for instance, you want to send some money to someone, in OPay for, I'm just giving an example, or PalmPay, and use their phone number. Even if you don't have account with them, they will automatically like open, prompt you to open an account with your phone number to access any, phone. So those are part of the areas that, mobile money has been able to reach the grassroots. Look at the time of the cash, crunch time during the former CBN governor when they wanted to, change the currency. Many people didn't have access to cash. And this was the opportunity these platforms, mobile money platforms, used to onboard as many customers as possible, as many businesses as possible, to be able to exchange, value for money electronically. So it's very, very important. Mobile money has actually been successful. Where we are today in Nigeria, when these platforms we have mentioned earlier on, can be boasting of having over 40 million customers. And from statistics from NIPS website, you can go to NIPS website. How many bank accounts or BVN has been opened, right? You understand? It's not up to, I think it shouldn't be up to 70 million. And you have a platform that can boast of 40 million customers, not one, not two. And you have banks that have been here for like 100 years and they don't have up to that customer base. So you can see how effective and efficient mobile money can be in terms of reaching the grassroots. And some of these fintechs who are mobile money, they don't have many branches. So you can see the narrative, is changing, right? And we need to see how we can now make it more secured and safer, because you also want to be very careful about the cyber security, the fraud, and it's really, really very, very important. That's part of the challenges we might face using some of these platforms. But I think the regulators are trying to ensure that they are well, structured to also, secure their system and to protect customers' funds. But mobile money has a lot of opportunity regarding considering the simplicity and the onboarding, of customers. And you also look at the agent network expansion that they have. So those are kind of the insights you also want to leverage from that. In addition to this, I think my co-panelists mentioned something around the cross-border payment and like, yeah, I was challenged when I went to Kenya because I was in a rush, so I wanted to change my naira to dollars, but I was expecting that if I see some Nigerians, I'm going to exchange quickly. Wow, it was a very, very big mistake I made, because I know what I went through. Even trying to leverage some platforms, I know how I was moving my money out, and my money was even undervalued. I had to use my Monzo account from the UK, to exchange to Kenyan shillings immediately, and I got value for it. So these are some of the things you also look at in terms of those factors within the cross-border payment, because if I can use my Monzo account to transfer to Kenyan shillings, that means humanitarian aid can also be used to deliver to a lot of people. When you can have African to African countries that is not, within the same continent, when you're having challenges. So these are some of the areas you also want to, look at that. Some of these factors, and she mentioned some other areas like, what PAPS is doing and what African Union is doing. So we also need to understand, so there are many factors beyond our control that we need to take concept of. What happened in Kenya might be different from what happened. But I think the success of the likes of OPay, PalmPay, and the likes, I think we can also say that we are also making, that strides, in mobile money in Nigeria. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that practical and insightful submission. Now let's move on to blockchain. So blockchain technology has been suggested as a way to add transparency for funding, as every transaction is recorded and traceable. So So do you think blockchain could make humanitarian funding more transparent in Africa? And like, are there any examples where this technology has already been applied, like in your experience? Like, do you know of any examples where blockchain has been applied and it has been successful, like in terms of transparency and accountability? I'll Mr. Abdurrafi Balogun.
Wow. Really, I've not heard of blockchain being used because just like my co-panelist Ruki said a while ago about the volatility of blockchain. And so for now, I've not heard really, so I wouldn't be able to do justice to that question. But I
Okay.
don't wouldn't know. Maybe Ruki has an insight into that. But for me, it's not. I've not seen anything of such.
No,
Maybe
Abdurrahman,
Ruki can.
definitely. I'm happy to jump on that one. I have been working in the blockchain crypto space in the last 7+ years-ish, right? And the main conversation is how do we kind of use it's at the end of the day, think about it as it's the same problems we're trying to solve, it's the same platforms, it's the same payments. Today, even your typical banks, all your banks are already on the blockchain if you don't know. Do you get? So like the banks, the fintechs, everybody is on the blockchain. And when you think blockchain isn't just crypto or things like say Bitcoin, right? That's where the volatility comes in. Blockchain it's actually the technology, right? So blockchain is not the currency. There is now a currency on the blockchain, which is like the Bitcoin, the Ethereum, and those are the things that can suffer from volatility. Where has this been used? Maybe it's easier to answer the question on just what is being done today, right? So today, a lot of payments in Africa is actually executed on the blockchain. If you want to send money between Nigeria and say Kenya, right? Or say the way Abdulaziz was trying to convert his funds, I already described to a large extent, he has to go from his bank in Nigeria to a payment processor that goes on the SWIFT, that goes to Monzo in the UK or a US bank somewhere, and that comes back, right? All of that today takes about 3 to 5 days and on the back end. So even if your bank makes that money available to you now, the reality is that that money has actually not moved from Nigeria to Kenya, right? So before that money actually moves, somebody needs to keep that same value on both ends. Does that make sense? So if you're trying to move $50, right, it takes 5 days for the actual $50 to move. In the meantime, we all know that if you do a transfer of $50, you want to see your $50 now. It doesn't concern you what the banks and the payment processors are doing at the back. So that's what we call liquidity funding. So somebody is funding that, which is why it is expensive, because your payment provider is paying for that extra funding that is used to fund that transaction. Today, what the blockchain can do is that rather than that money going from Nigeria to the UK, to US, back to Kenya, you can settle it immediately. Rather than using the USDC as your, think about it as your conduit currency, because it's the currency all of us understand, right? Which is half the problem. Now you can use something like maybe USDC, right? USDC is the blockchain version of USD, right? The difference now is that it doesn't take 5 days to settle. It will settle immediately. So there's already a lot of trade in the back end that's going on like that. Some of it might be transparent to you. Some of it might not be transparent to you, right? So that is already happening from a humanitarian point of view. Today, I'm going to give another example. Red Cross is using this. The World Food Bank is using this. We all know what's been going on in Ukraine. They've leveraged the blockchain a lot, right, to get money out. So you have a company like Stellar that is a blockchain provider, right? You have a company like MoneyGram that has an agent in Gombe sitting in Nigeria, right? That's processing other transactions. And you also have, say, the UN trying to get money to 1 million people in Gombe. Today, right, it's a lot cheaper for them to leverage the blockchain, send USDC to MoneyGram in Gombe. But that USDC, there is a partner on the other end, right, who is immediately turning that into Naira. So the guy on the other end, all he knows is that I went into a shop near my house, or I used the OPay vendor, or I used the mobile money, MTN mobile money vendor, and I got 20,000 Naira. But in this example, right, which it's already like being used across a lot of relief organizations, it was actually the blockchain that powered the transaction. So that's already happening, right? I just gave a few examples, right, on how people are using it. Some of it is transparent to the user, like I said. Some of it is not transparent to the user, but a lot of like the large payment processors, the large banks, they're already leveraging it in the back end.
Thank you very much for that insights on like the use of blockchain and like transparency and so
And on the transparency piece, sorry, I was
so
just going to add to that. On the transparency piece, the difference is that
yeah.
on the blockchain, right, everybody think about the blockchain as I like to say, think about it as a Google sheet, right, and not an Excel sheet. If I send you an Excel sheet, right, I have a copy and I'm sending you the copy I have. But if I make a change on my site, sometimes you don't see that change immediately, right? But on a Google Sheet, as I'm making the change, you are seeing the changes. So that's why the blockchain is the problem for transparency, because everybody has access to go on the blockchain to see the transaction, to see where the transaction went to, especially from a humanitarian point of view, right? Half the problem the humanitarian industry is facing is there is no trust. If everybody wants to help, like that's my honest belief as a human being, that everybody wants to help the next person, but they need to trust that if
Absolutely.
I give $100, right, that money is actually helping people. The challenge is today, we know that if I give $100, the management companies are using 50 as management expense, right? By the time the money gets there, maybe $20 actually gets to the end person. But if you can provide transparency, and it's not just the blockchain, even simple things like sending reports, sending transaction data, right? If you can provide that transparency, then people are more inclined to get on board.
Yeah, thank you very much for that addition. So now I want us to talk about we're talking about what do you call it? We're talking about transparency and accountability. So on that note, I would want us to talk about privacy and security content. With digital platforms, there's always a concern about data privacy and security. So like Mr. Abdurrafi Balogun, like what are some challenges in keeping donor and recipient information secure, and how are digital platforms in Africa addressing these concerns to ensure safety without deterring potential donors?
Well, thank you very much. I will use my company as a case study, which is MoxPay Limited. So We are into fundraising. We raise funds for people online, and so it's a digital platform. And what we do in terms of keeping data of our donors private is in the sense that we ensure as much as possible that, okay, whatever your information you give to us, I would like to take it from two aspects. I would take it from the aspect of the recipient, the person who has issues, and I will also take it from the aspect of the donor. Now, for the recipient, someone who has a challenge, we have two models we run. There is a model whereby, okay, you don't want your identity to be disclosed to the public because not everybody wants everybody to know what who is the beneficiary because of maybe shame or as the case may be. So we may decide to conceal the identity of that person, but when we are bringing you on board our platform, we do due diligence. We verify that what you are actually requesting for is actually true. We send our feed guys to go and verify. So that's on one area in keeping their information secret. And in some cases, some people don't mind. They say, okay, fine, you can disclose my identity. And if you want your identity to be disclosed, we do that. However, in the area of the donors, there are two approaches as well. Because in our environment, what we have seen over the years is that those people who want to donate, we have two categories of people. There are some people who want their information to be disclosed. Let me say, for example, in the Yoruba culture, when you go to a party and you are asked to make donations, that you want to hear, Mr. Balogun donated 500 million naira, everybody will shout, and you have some donors who like to do their thing secretly. So we have that two options on our platform. If you want people to know that you are the one that donates to a particular cause, it's free. All you need to do is just to make a bank transfer. When you make a bank transfer, automatically the system will capture your name, the name of the donor, and displays it on the recent donation bar. So everybody can see that, oh, Mr. Abdulaziz has donated 500 million naira to this cause. You understand? And we also have the anonymous section whereby you can decide to conceal your identity. Either ways is workable on our platform. If you decide to conceal your identity, such information, we have a policy in the company whereby anybody who donates anonymously, such information is never being given out to anybody. Are you with me now? So such information is protected and is stored in our database, and only limited people, let me just say 1 or 2 people has access to that database because it's more of data privacy. And that is how we treat such issues in our own environment. I don't know, maybe I've answered your question in respect to my own company.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you very much for citing your experience, your experience with your company, especially. Like that's really, really insightful, and I like that. And I like that like you're also creating impact from with like your company, and like that's highly appreciated. So rounding up, so because the time is fast spent, and I would want us to round up here. We had a very, very great discussion. Like that's been really insightful hearing from like the big giants like yourselves in like this what do you call it, this um ecosystem. So thank you so much for your incredible insight, and to all of you for engaging in conversation. If you takeaways we've covered today, like digital platforms aren't just another tool, like they are transforming how we can fund and scale humanitarian humanitarian projects, but there's work to be done to make these tools more accessible, trusted, and effective across diverse regions. We've heard about the importance of, and we've heard about different humanitarian organizations, and we've seen that while challenges remain, there are already incredible success stories lighting the way for more impactful projects in the future. So as we head out, let's remember that each of us has a role to play, whether we are donating, we are sharing, or we are building, we can help shape a better future where digital platforms can make a difference, especially in people's lives. Thanks again for being here today. I really appreciate your submissions. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much. I
Thank
really
you for
appreciate
having
it. Have a
us.
good day.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Before you guys go, can I just ask a
Thank you.
question?
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abdurrahim Sani. But before you all go, I just want, I always like actionable steps. Forgive me. I'm just like that. Can each one of you, as you round up, tell us 2 things you think we should do as people working in the humanitarian space to leverage on what is available? Because I feel like although you said a lot of things, some of these things are news to me. In fact, I love the fact that we have this recorded because I'm going to go and play back and listen to some of the things you said. So the question is, what are 2 things you are telling humanitarian, champions out there to start doing to better engage with the platforms or to be able to access funding more effectively? So everyone, just tell us 2 things you think we should do from here now so that we can take action, so that it's not, we don't end the conference and just talk. We're able to advance, and then the next time we come back for another conference, we're not starting this conversation again. We're saying, based on the last conference, we've done this, and this is what we now need to do next time. Do you understand? So what are 2 things you want us to take away, to take as actionable steps? And I'll start with the ladies first. Sorry, guys.
Like I knew you would put me on the spot. I think 2 actionable
It's
steps
love.
is 1, learn, right? There are solutions and options to the challenges you face, whether that is cross-border payment, whether that is crowdfunding, whether that is disbursement. There are existing digital solutions that can help you, right? Even AI and all of these things, there are things that are already there. So the actionable thing to do is actually be in the game, like learn, reach out to people, ask questions. This is my problem. Is there a tool out there? Is there a solution out there that will help me, right? I think that's one thing. The other thing is just in terms of just big data, gathering data, understanding your data, looking at the data, right? You did for instance, a food program today, understanding who donated, who did I give this money to, and looking for the trends in that data. Like, is there something I said that more people donated? Is there something I said that had bigger impacts, right? And just trying to connect the dots, right? I think that's also important, and being open and sharing those things, regardless of the medium, right? Whether that is blockchain, email, simple SMS, WhatsApp, just providing some sort of transparency. And I'm just going to close on the privacy piece, right? Mr. Balogun already touched on that, but one piece that I'm very passionate about is, please, if you get information on one issue, right, don't just sell people's data. I see a lot of humanitarian courses. I give my information because, for instance, I want to help a cancer patient. The next thing, they are calling you every day for 1 million things, right? So be also be respectful of the donor's contact, so that
Privacy.
people are more open to share their privacy, their information, their contacts with you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Ruki. I'll just say, Mr. Abdurafi, would you like to tell us 3 things or 2 things? She said 3, and I love odd numbers, so let's just go with the odd numbers since she started. She set the pace. Let's just continue with that.
Yes.
3 things, actionable steps that we should take.
Rookie said the first one, that is continuous learning, which is very,
Okay.
very important. I think I myself as a person, I'm going to hook up with Rookie at the end of this session to learn more.
Sorry, guys. Everybody's going to pay me for this connecting. I'm Madam Connector. Everybody that wants to speak to Rookie, you go through me and I charge. It's not free. Yes.
Okay. As your lordship pleases. So that is number 1. Number 2, strategic partnership is also key in whatever we want to do, because no one knows it all. So strategic partnership is key. So that's another takeaway. Then the third one, in the areas of raising fund, I think all champions of humanitarian projects, or as we may call it, regular updates to the donors is key. Because just let me share this. There was someone who started raising money on my platform in the month of July. She started with just about 300 people. But it gives regular updates to our donors. That number 300 to about 700 within a span of 1 month. As I speak with you today, she has over 3,000 people who had committed donating 1,000 naira to our project every month. Just because of one thing, regular update. This is what we have used your money for. And I think that is what all humanitarian champions also have to imbibe. That culture of giving regular updates is key. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdurafi. We really appreciate that. And to close, the last but not the least, Mr. Abdulaziz, please share your 3 actionable steps that you want us to take from here.
Okay, thank you very much. I think number 1 is leverage your network. They always say that your network is your net worth. So you can leverage your network to actually, raise a lot of funding. But, these are kind of great achievements you can have. You could see some of the example recently, VDM, I believe everybody, here would actually reason with that. Started an NGO movement, and in less than, I think, 2 to 3 days, he was able to raise almost 200 million, right, through, the network and the like. So even I'm just trying to bring that as an example. This can be crucial, provided you're also, someone that's, you leverage your integrity, you build that integrity, people know you for what you do, so they want to respect that. And 2 is you need to be transparent. There's a friend of mine, Michael, I think he runs Lagos Food Bank. We're on the accelerator program, and it's really interesting to see where they are today. They're always being transparent. Even on their website, they put the audited account and everything. And they've gotten a lot of additional funding and support from different donors, both locally and internationally. Then 3, this is the why. This is the why of this this panel session. How do you leverage technology? You need to see how you can leverage the right technology to achieve this. Yes, there are many technologies out there, with the blockchain. I mentioned about the solution of chats.cash. They leverage blockchain. They are based in Nigeria here, and they've done a lot. So there are many technologies you can use, USSD, voucher-based, and several others. MoxPay is doing a lot. So you can see how you are able to streamline, your operations, leverage the right technology to scale and to deepen that access to the last mile. We work within the field, and we work with the last mile people. So you want to also look at the right technology that speak, to that last mile person, to reach out to them as a beneficiary. So I think with this, I think you're able to achieve a lot. When you call us back, you give us update of what you have achieved with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdulaziz. It has been a beautiful time. Thank you all for your contribution. We hope that when we call on you again, you shall honor our invitation and come with money as well. Thank you so much in advance. Okay, then.
100%. 100%. I look forward to connecting with everyone on the call as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you guys need
Thank
Ruki's
you very
number,
much.
you know who to reach out to. Just reach out to me and come with your money. It's fine. I'll connect you guys. Okay.
Maybe you're not Rookie's PA.
I
I'm
don't
a PA. I'm a PA. I'm
I thought Aisha was a
self-appointed PA.
humanitarian. Now you are monetizing everything.
Yes, people that say that we should look for opportunities. They say that we should not do victim mentality. So I'm using my skill sets of being a connector to make the money that we serve humanity. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Okay, Sani, you want to say something to round up since it was your session? I just wanted to help you close.
Not at all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
closing
Thank you
remarks.
for handling the session. It was such an insightful session. I was glued to the screen. We hope that when we call on you, you'll be back again. On this note, Amina Adams, are you ready to conclude, or should I help you round up? Ayo, would you like to give the vote of thanks on behalf of the planning committee?
Aisha, thanks. Please help me. I'm still in recovery mode. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Ayo.
Wow, that's a lot. All right.
I don't understand the laugh. Okay, I'm listening.
Yes, just like that. All right. My name is Adeboye Ayodeji, and on behalf of the African Humanitarian Planning Community, we want to thank everyone for joining this live. Thanks for registering. We want to thank all our panelists, our moderators, and our wonderful MC. It was really wonderful, and it was really impactful and empowering to have you all with us on this live. We really do hope you'll be with us on the next African Humanitarian Conference. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful day and happy weekend.
Thank
Your
you.
weekend.
To the back
Okay,
end. Thank you.
On this note, I think that it's official to close. It's been a very beautiful day. We started out with the master classes, and then we moved on to the panel sessions. And then we had a bit of entertainment, showing stories and showing how we could use stories to tell humanitarian, like to push the humanitarian work. There have been a lot of takeaways from the panel sessions. Please, in advance, I just wanted you guys to know that we might reach out to you, because what we hope to do is that we hope to put together like some documentation based off of the recommendations from each of the sessions and share. And this is part of why we have asked organizations to register and individuals to register. So for those who registered, by God's grace, you would get the compilation of the actionable steps that we think that had come out of this session. We'll also share it with our panelists so that if there was anything that we missed out on, they will be able to help us add it, and then we'll make sure that that document is available. And I feel like that's like the first step in moving forward the conversation. One of the things that we are big on in this for this platform is not just to just have the conversations. A lot of people have conferences, and then we come back next year and we're still saying the same thing. And that's not what we are about. Because I have been a big player in the humanitarian space for almost 20 years now, I feel like one of the things that we need to do is move beyond the talk and start to take action. And one of the things that we can assure you by God's grace is that we will start to implement those actionable steps. So I hope and pray that when we reach out to you, to just expand on a bit of some of the advice you have given on the conference, that you will honor the invite and help us to make sure that it is actualized. Because with the actualization of some of these ideas and some of the recommendations, we will be able to move forward the work in the humanitarian space. As we have said in the conference today, the African crisis can be handled by Africans. Who better to solve it if not us? And as we commit to going beyond just talk and complaining to action and collaboration, I believe that we are going to a new phase in Africa where we would actually have the Africa that we really dream to be in. It's a beautiful time to be an African. It's a beautiful time to be alive. It's challenging, but no one said that it will be a walk in the park. We were not promised cloudless skies, but we have been promised sunshine after the storm. And on this note, we close the conference. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you to the planning committee. You guys have been amazing. Thank you to our MC. She was not feeling so well today, but she has turned up. Thank you to every panelist from every part of the world. We had panelists from the US, from the UK, from Uganda, from Malawi, from Zimbabwe, from Nigeria. We called it an African Humanitarian Conference, but this has actually been almost like a global feel. And to everyone who has showed up live online, on the YouTube, on Zoom, everywhere else, we really thank you. Thank you so much. From the depth of my heart, on behalf of the planning committee, we officially close the conference. And in the end, all praises to God who makes and facilitates all good. Okay, then, until next time.
Ciao.
Thank you, Aminu, our IT support, who made sure that this was amazing. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.